Good morning and welcome back to Lords for the second day of the opening round of the 2022 County Championship with Middlesex hosting Derbyshire. And it was a brilliant start yesterday for the hosts, achieving something they failed to do so often in last year's campaign, batting throughout the day to lay a fine foundation, closing at 307 for 4. Their task was made easier when the visitors lost seamer Ryan Sidebottom in the first hour of play, and then Stevie Eskenazi went to work and took full advantage, peeling off a chanceless 118 at number 3, his 8th first-class century. For most of that, he formed an excellent union of 186 for the second wicket with teenager Josh DeCares, who posted his maiden professional half-century at his first time of asking here at the home of cricket, finishing with an impressive 80. This morning we'll begin with Robbie White resuming on 40 alongside Jack Davies, who reached double figures by stumps. I'm Adam Collins, and with me is the man who has watched more Middlesex matches than any other over the last couple of decades, Kevin Head. Kev, good morning to you. They couldn't have asked for much more yesterday, especially when you consider the absence of Sam Robson.
Morning, Colo. Morning, everybody. A fantastic first day for Middlesex yesterday, and last season, obviously, they got that 313 against Somerset, didn't they, in the opening rounds here, with Sam Robson getting that 165. That set them off well. Obviously, that match went horribly wrong, so that's something that they'll be wary of in this one. And things that we touched on yesterday in terms of the pitch, it doesn't appear as spicy, certainly, as previous years. This pitch, which is great from the ground staff, this time of year, to get a surface like that, which... it'll be interesting to see how it goes today. Certainly the overheads are going to be the first thing that we look at this morning. The ball's only 16 overs old, and if the pitch does quicken up a little bit on day 2. Yeah,
speaking to a couple of the players downstairs when they were practicing for today, they noted two things: very thick cloud cover, and also the winds effectively stopped. The gale that was blowing yesterday defined a lot of the cricket. It wasn't always the best cricket you'll see from the fielding team, which was partly a function of the fact that it was so blustery.
Yeah, exactly. It was a nasty one. It actually served the spinner Thompson very well, didn't it? That drift that he was getting bowling into that wind yesterday really helped him a lot from the nursery end. I mean, maybe he'll be bowling from the pavilion end with less wind, but that helped him a great deal. But for the quicks, we saw them lose their run-ups quite a few times, coming down the slope in particular, but going up it as well. Again, that home advantage, I know we've touched on it a few times, but that's what Middlesex will certainly hope will be the difference, because Derbyshire do have a strong batting lineup.
I mentioned off the top that Eskenazi was the star yesterday, making 118, and you caught up with him with stumps last night. Let's check out that interview from pitchside over in the tavern stand at the close of play last night.
Stephen Eskenazi, congratulations. That was a magnificent century today. What a day to start the championship season.
Yeah, fantastic. We were wondering what the odds might have been for Middlesex to be 320 for 4 at the end of the day on the first day after being sent in. But fantastic for us to settle the nerves going in. I think a lot's been written and a lot's been said about conditions here and the way we've batted over the last little while. But I think we've come into the season with a completely fresh mindset, and I hope that showed today. And if we can build on today's work and make tomorrow a really good day, I think we're in the driving seat in this game.
A lot's been said about the track as well over a number of years. I'll come to that in a moment, but you looked very assured and confident from the off, and obviously you took that confidence out with you. That didn't come from the track originally.
Yeah, I think our preparation's been first class. At Merchant Taylor's, we've made conditions there really, really tricky to bat on, and that was something the coaches said to us from the outset. So we knew it was going to be really tough. So going in today, we wanted to make sure we sort of trained hard to play easy, I guess. So, we've spoken a lot. You have countless batting meetings about how you're going to approach it, but fundamentally everyone has their own game plan. And I think Joshy and I bounced off each other really well there. He looked assured. He looked like he played 100 games before us. So we were proud of the fact that we managed to put some pressure back on the bowlers, but we were also tight in defence when they bowled well.
Yeah, a word for Josh DeCares. Sam Robson going down injured ahead of the match, so an opportunity, but also a lot of pressure, especially with the early wicket of Mark Stoneman.
Yeah, absolutely. Joshy's a very level-headed young fella. Like I said, it looked like he had played 100 games before. Great head on his shoulders and a very good batsman, so we had every faith that he was going to go in and do a job. We were losing nothing. Obviously, Sam's been our best player, and we don't want to not see him out there for too long, but it tests our depth, and it's fantastic for the club that guys like him can come back in and put their hand up and do a really good job.
For yourself, did you feel in that good nick when you walked out there? I know you said the preparation's been good, but to go out there, first century of the summer in the championship season across the country, I think.
Well, I got cleaned up in a practice game after 2 balls, and I thought this could be a tough start. But cricket's funny like that, isn't it? I think, as I said previously, I'm looking to just enjoy my cricket this year. I'm looking to go and put pressure on bowlers where I can when it's in my zones, and trust my defence a little bit more there. So I was happy that I played the way I did, and really happy that I could sort of settle the dressing room after the early wicket today too.
A word on the pitch. Middlesex have asked for a while for better batting surfaces here at Lords. It looked like you got it today. What would you summarise for the match, though? I mean, you'll have to wait, obviously, until both sides have batted on it, as we all know. But I'm sure you'll have looked at the way that they stuck to the task. Didn't get too much reward out of it, so Middlesex, I'm sure, are already formulating their own plans on this surface.
Yeah, I agree with you. We sort of wait and see the way we can bowl. You know, we've got a high quality seam attack, 4 top quality seamers there who have bowled on this ground for a number of years now. So we have every faith that we can make it really tricky for their boys up top. Yeah, I think maybe it was a touch on the slow side, but I still think that when the ball was in the right area for consistent periods of time, it was difficult. There were a couple of good balls in there too. So as I said, I think our boys will be challenging tomorrow for sure.
How important do you think it is, if it is slightly on the slow side, to make sure you're up around 400, 450? Robbie White's obviously produced another good Robbie White innings where he just looks compact out there and tight, doesn't he? And Max gave him a solid partnership as well.
Yeah, first inning runs are absolutely crucial. You know, the times that we performed well in the first division or in any 4-day cricket over the last 6 or 7 years has been based off the back of big first innings runs. So we're not taking our position for granted at all today. We've got a phenomenal amount of hard work to do tomorrow in the first hour and a half, so we can drive this game forward and give our bowlers as much of a cushion as we possibly can.
Stevie Eskenazi with Kevin Hand last night as the players make their way to the middle for this second day at Lords. Umpires Kettlebert and Illingworth, 2 of the best in the world officiating in this game to start season 2022. Robbie White made it to 40 not out from 89 balls last night. Looked good, especially towards the close. He really built into that innings, and he and Davies have added 22. Davies struck a boundary in the penultimate over and built in confidence as well. Sam Connors will start for Derbyshire today from the pavilion end. He took 1 for 83 from 24 overs yesterday. Hard yakka for him, leading the attack, especially after losing Ryan Sidebottom inside that first hour after just 7 balls. He had to put in a big shift.
I think it feels like they're going to get one bite at this innings, really, to try and keep some control over it. It's not a mammoth score just yet. You put 2 wickets on this board very quickly, and all of a sudden 350 might be a fair way for Middlesex.
So first ball of day 2, Connors to White. Squared up to good piece of bowling, just straightening up the slope.
And overheads, as we touched on, that's going to be, we'll watch with great interest these first few deliveries, these first few overs, and just see if there is any difference from yesterday immediately, whether there is any quickening up of the pitch on day 2. We'll see as the day goes on. But first thing this morning, whether the thick overheads with that ball in its 17th over now, a bit of a breeze you can see on the north turret there.
A couple of slips, deep third and the fine leg. White greeting that down low. Back pad kissing the turf.
As you touched on, he batted beautifully yesterday, Robbie White. He and Stephen Eskenazi, as soon as they walked out to the middle, but he always does. Well, White, it's very rare to see him rattled. He's a very composed player. He knows his game extremely well, as we talked about with his wagon wheel, his scoring areas. He's a talented player.
Squared up again. That spat out through the covers off the leading edge. So that's twice that Connors has been able to hit the seam already. As you mentioned, that the overheads weren't really a factor yesterday. And it was that breeze as well. It was so blustery in terms of finding rhythm as a quick, which is so important when and trying to get the ball to move around. It was difficult. They bowled spell after spell, often spells of 2 or 3 overs, changing ends constantly too. That was a big factor.
Yeah, you see them working away on the pitch there, the 2 of them just having a look at that spot. I suppose White, that confidence of yesterday, we talked about it all day, that they looked confident in the pitch, didn't they? It was a big thing, and perhaps a little too confident first thing in the morning from White, looking to close that face there into the onside when, again, we all are looking at it now just to see if there is a little bit more for Derbyshire, which they'll certainly hope there is. They know they didn't bowl well enough from the off yesterday morning. I think Mickey Arthur said in the press conference afterwards that they grew into it with the ball, but didn't start well enough, and that's something I'm sure this morning that he really have drummed into them. Make sure that the start this morning sets the tone straight away, rather than improving your performance as the day goes on. There's going to be no allowance for that today. There perhaps was a small allowance for it yesterday, and again we'll judge this Middlesex score once they both batted, but there'll be no allowance for a slow start from Derbyshire this morning.
bat on ball there. Balls of his feet, Davies. Got a couple of opportunities last year. The first of those games was in conditions similar to this, but the attack was Kyle Abbott and Muhammad Abbas and Keith Barker. Derbyshire not quite so potent. End of the first over of day 2. 308 for 4. White adding a single to his overnight tally. He's 41. Davies on 10. Adam Collins and Kevin Hand with you on the call throughout the day, throughout the match. Here at Lords, up at the nursery end. Back in the media centre.
Let's just go back to last season. That 313 versus Somerset. 165 of those, though, from Sam Robson alone. His was by far the exception in that performance, wasn't it? Whereas yesterday it was a team performance, I think. It's fair to say. Mark Stoneman, as is the way with an opening, can go early. He did. But everybody else managed to chip in some way. Really impressed that 35 by Holden as well. He'll be disappointed for himself as much as anything. Davis got through to the close really well, didn't he? And I think that was noted as well, that the composure that they all showed. Davis going out with just 6 overs left. It felt horrible for the young man, didn't it, really, to be walking out to that, but he settled in nicely.
So Luckmal starting from the nursery end. This is his 23rd over. The former Sri Lankan skipper. Available in all formats this year for Derbyshire. Experienced in these conditions. He's been on 5 international tours of England. Came here as a test player in 2011 and 2016. And a few times with the one-day team as well. 2 catching men behind the wicket. Nice handful of people in this morning. I went for a walk, Kev, up into the new Compton stand for the first time today. We weren't really able to get up here last year when covering the county cricket, and it is a beautiful piece of work. Both sides with the bridge between the Compton and the Edgeridge. Done a great job renovating this ground over the last decade or so, and they're not finished yet.
Yeah, wonderful additions. We talked about the spectacle around the ground. There's the Warner, which was completed a couple of years back. I haven't been into that restaurant yet. I've been hankering for an invite from the MCC into that restaurant one day. That's
where the press box was many years ago, wasn't it? The original press box at Lords.
Yeah, back at the Warner stand. It's yeah, I haven't even been in there to have a look around, actually. Just looking out, apparently the view, that big glass window that you can see in front, apparently it's an incredible panoramic view of Lords from the back of the Warner.
So Luckmal's away from us. Bit of movement off the seam back towards White, so we've seen both the right arm seamers move the ball up the slope, and that'll be a factor today. Surely more than it was yesterday when it's quite sunny, and we mentioned the breeze. Today they should be able to find a way to get into rhythm, and they'll need to, Derbyshire. With Middlesex on the hunt for their 4th batting point. Probably not trying to complete the clean sweep unless they really put the foot down. I did put that to Toby Rowland-Jones this morning when I ran into him after his net and said, what do you reckon? All the batting points? And he goes, well, it is a nice still day and he can give it a wallop, but I don't think they're quite of that mindset here. They're trying to lay as big a foundation as they can.
Yeah, it's funny, if those couple of wickets rattled away this morning, as I said, if they're all of a sudden 6 down, and Toby Rowland-Jones is out there with whoever at the other end, you might see actually that the tempo picks up a little bit with the bat. I think, as you say, the aim now is just to settle in, and it's an opportunity to get some really confident early season runs under the belt for these two. End of the over 308 for 4. That was why I say for Holden, disappointment for him really, because he'd done the hard part, hadn't he? He got to 35, and he yeah, he'll be disappointed he wasn't able to turn that into his first 50 of the season, if not more. Likewise here, White get going again this morning. Davis, a huge opportunity for him there, scratching away at the surface. Martin Anderson injured, allowing Davis this chance.
Yeah, Holden did look good. He was fluent, resourceful, played the reverse sweep a few times. That ultimately brought his downfall. Connors again. Hit the gloves hard there, I've guessed. Nice grunt there you get from Connors at the point of delivery. Really puts his back into it, the 23-year-old. But yeah, the Holden dismissal, as we talked about at the time, it got the response I expected it to on social media. People are like, why would you be reverse sweeping at that stage of the day with only about half an hour to go? But yeah, that is the way he plays. He's got those shots. He scores heavily when turning to it. So it is a degree of managed risk.
Yeah, the only, I'd say the worst part for Max would have been, as we sit here now, it's mainly for his own loss not to have got on to 50, but the worst part would have been if another wicket had have gone, if it had have been Davis coming in. When you get to 6 overs out, you're as part thinking about your teammates as well, aren't you? It's your job to see through to the close. Just make sure you can come back in the morning and go again. But Davis got through, and yeah, it's just unfortunately now nothing more than a small blip.
Nicely struck. On top of the bounce, carving away through point. Davies' first runs of the day. Moves to 14. 3-1-2 for 4 the score.
And this is what really, I guess the crux of that was really the only thought that I had in it. As you say, that he'd played that reverse sweep a lot, but this young man, Jack Davis, it's a big opportunity for him now today to try and show what he can do in the first team. Facing a new ball, so this isn't a gimme this morning. He's got some hard work to do, but he is an opener by trade himself. An opened for England under-19s. Opened in that match against Hampshire last year, if memory serves.
Yep. It got brought in to replace Holden. Goes again in that direction, but can't beat backward point.
Perhaps chastises himself a little bit, replays the shot again. They've got time today, haven't they, Middlesex? They've got all day. There's no rush for them this morning. As you mentioned, the batting points. 350, I think they'll settle on that, won't they? They'll take 350 and look at the match position. Unless a couple of wickets go, and then they might just start to accelerate. But with these two set batsmen, or two top order batsmen out there.
Nice loud call, no run.
Jade Dernbach on the right.
In a Middlesex kit.
Yeah. New bowling consultant, Richard Johnson, who works closely with him at Surrey. Had a nice chat with Richard Johnson actually during the Merchant Taylors game about Jade's arrival at Middlesex. Joined us on the stream, and he said, you know, Dernbach is one of the nicest guys you'd meet. There's a little bit of the pantomime film about him when he's out in the middle, but off the field, a great guy to work with.
End of the over, 99 bowled, 3-1-2 for 4 the score. You know, I interviewed him a couple of years ago. It might have been 3 years ago, nearing the end of his career at Surrey, and he was the T20 captain, and he never really gave up international aspirations. His view was that his death bowling only got better deeper into his career, and he was still making a contribution in the Vitality Blast, but yes, the clock caught up with him in the end, and I suppose he is playing international cricket, just not for England. He's playing for Italy, which of course was the quirk which enabled him to play for England in the first place, going all the way back to 2011, but having that European passport. Might be leg bys, wait for a signal here. Umpire Kettleborough has gone for the traditional hat today. He had the flat cap on yesterday. He was watching the finale of Peaky Blinders last week, perhaps. But he's reverted, which I haven't watched yet, by the way. No spoilers. I know it's an extended special. I'll get to it when the game's over.
I haven't started, would you believe? Actually, I have. I've done about 2 episodes, but I need to get into it.
Well, I'm
to.
envious of you in that case. It does get more gruesome the deeper you get into it, if that's at all possible. So a deep third as well here, in addition to a couple of slips, protecting the short boundary.
Are we allowed to mention BBC products on the Middlesex stream?
We can mention whatever we want. On the basis of some of the conversations that Izzy and I had last year and Floydie and I had last year, we have plenty of latitude. We had a deep and extensive commentary, a discussion around critical feminist theory at one point. It was fraction Marmite.
That was you and Dave Fulton, was it?
That was Fulton, me. Yeah, no. There was some feedback last night on us talking about the size of Jeff Lemon's feet, so we won't do that again.
I like the note that when the stream went down, it was right in the middle of a comment about the Queen.
Yeah, well, that's who.
There's conspiracy theories going around overnight, Colin.
Yeah, I saw that. Some asked us to continue the chat today. Others said you best just pause there. But yeah, we'll play our shots. That's the spirit of county cricket commentary. We can play a bit fast and loose. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I've just finished Succession, so desperately waiting on that new season. You up to speed on that one?
Tell me about it. It's a little window into my former life to an extent. Not working for an evil empire. I mean, more seeing the machinations politically, I suppose you would say. But no, I did like yesterday when Richard Kettleborough rocked up wearing that flat cap. Because you would never see that these days at test level. They sometimes get the baseball caps out when it's too windy. So they can tighten the hat a little bit more. We had that in Pakistan a couple of weeks ago, actually, where they got out the baseball caps. But usually it's the standard wide-brimmed lid, which he's got on here. It's been a good start this from Luckmal, asking the right kind of questions. So bowling from the nursery end. He didn't settle yesterday on which end he preferred. As the senior pro, you would expect he'd have a view in mind coming into it, a game at Lords. As we know, bowlers tend to have a preference at Lords, and a strong one at that. They either see themselves as down the slope or up the slope, and Luckmal waxed and waned, and indeed he changed his angle as he is here. He went from over the wicket to around the wicket time and time again. This will be the first time he alters his angle in this second morning, keeping the two slips. Well defended again by Davies. End of the 100th over. 3-1-3 for 4. White's 42. Davies on 14.
Yeah, throwing back to that Hampshire match again last year. Mohamed Abbas, having taken the 6 for 11 in the first innings against Middlesex at the Aegeus, when he pitched up here at Lords, the wonder was where he'd bowl from. I expected him to bowl from the nursery, and he started up at the pavilion though, didn't he?
He did, yes.
He too changed around a bit like Lakmal did.
If I recall correctly, Abbott started at the pavilion end and then got swung around and ran rampant in the second innings. It's just about unplayable. It was a Saturday afternoon special here at Lords, watching a master of his craft. But yeah, an attack that includes, we went through it yesterday, didn't we? Hampshire's attack, when they're all fit, they're as good as any attack going around, and they'll push hard in Division 1 this year. Got a message in here on the YouTube feed from Lawrence Thorne, who's a regular correspondent. Good morning to you, Lawrence. Jay Dernbach in a Middlesex kit will take a lot of getting used to. Doesn't quite catch up with it there, White. Good morning to some other regular correspondents. I see Philip Malou here. He's dropped in a couple of comments early on. You can do that throughout the day, throughout the season, be it on YouTube or Twitter or Instagram and all the other platforms. We're probably on TikTok or Friendster or ICQ, I don't know. But at the very least, Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, but especially the YouTube comments, which we have coming up in front of us.
Yeah, just saw a shot there a moment ago of Richard Johnson and turned back on the balcony. I think the exact thing that he said is, I can't wait for the Middlesex boys to get to know Jade because of what a good guy he is. You need to get, there is that pantomime villain perception on the field. David Willey, of course, had that final, didn't they, in the T20?
Yes.
But very, very popular, according to Richard Johnson.
Well worked, but picking out the one man on the onside in patrol in that direction. Lewis Deploy saving at least a couple. Might have saved 4. He struck that well.
Yeah, I don't know whether he held back on that one slightly as well, in terms of going, forcing with that man in there. Because he played a more forceful one in the previous over, didn't he? Which resulted in that leading edge into the offside. Whether he was just, as you say, he timed it beautifully, didn't he? But straight to the fielder. Just going back to the match you were saying, yeah, Barker and Abbas opened, didn't they? But it was Abbott who was fourth change that day.
Yes, he came on late, didn't he? They held him back.
He picked up 6 for 44, and that was the thing, because everybody was looking for Abbas again. Oh no, here goes Abbas, 6 for 11, 5 for a couple of overs and a half down at the Aegeus. He and Barker opened up, and Barker went wickless, didn't he? None for 38 from 15.
And I forgot about Brad Wheel as well, pretty useful. 4th seamer in that attack. Well played. Not quite beyond the captain Godalman, who does well at mid-off, away to his left and keeping it to a single. So White retains the strike. He's on 43.
And then second innings, 5 for 41, opening the attack in the second. Abbott, Abbas taking 3 for 24.
And there was that slightly chaotic end where we knew it was going to rain on the Sunday. The forecast was dismal, and Hampshire were chasing, and you'll have the card in front of you, in the order of 80 odd. But they only had an hour or so to get it, and then there was another rain delay. And inside the Hampshire huddle, the chat was, well, hang on, we better get these runs tonight. We can't leave it to chance, because if we do, we might end up getting rained off and drawn, and that was the catalyst for Sam Northeast to come out and smack a series of 4s and get them over the line inside 3 days. Luckmal, nursery end. Edged through the cordon, through about 3rd slip. It'll reach the rope as well. The subfielder was darting around from deep 3rd, but it was a genuine thick edge. Not quite sure whether it would have carried to 3rd slip, but no 3rd slip in position since about half an hour into the opening morning. So White advances to 47. 3-1-8 for 4 the score.
2 full strokes from him this morning already. Robbie White will cheer Derbyshire a little, because the ball didn't pass the edge much yesterday, let alone take the edge. Middlesex will know Derbyshire, a bowler down, they can make this a very, very difficult day, and difficult match indeed, all the visitors.
So just White's second boundary there.
I think word came back as well, we should mention, onside bottom, that definitely out of this match, but they're hopeful that it will only be this match. It's not going to be a hammy that's going to keep him out for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, next week they have Sussex at home, then Leicestershire away, and Glamorgan at home. First month of the season, a busy one for Derbyshire. Keep an eye on all the scores around the Shires across the course of this second day.
To me, they just moved a little bit wider there, the slips, after that edge that went through the vacant thirds.
Always see it. They've got a second and third now, having moved them over, and you can be sure what will happen now when it goes straight through first slip. Yeah.
See it in that. He settles down. That gap between Thompson and Guest looks even more pronounced at the other end. When the camera switches now to Lackmar, you'll see it's quite the gap.
I mean, I can understand the frustration of a catch not quite landing in the hands of second slip in a situation like that, and wishing a third had have been there, and maybe a third on the stagger would have got the mitts down in time. But to sacrifice your first slip to put in a second and third, it feels like muddled thinking there.
It's a big risk this early in the day. I mean, you could almost base a decision like that yesterday evening and say, all right, the pitch on the first day was a little slower, and any of those edges will go wider rather than finer as a result, but That's not to be judged just yet on the second morning.
Dale there in the gully. Put a catch down there yesterday, and De Caires was on 21. More a backward point than gully at that juncture, but it was hit so hard it burst through his hands. That was a feature of De Caires' innings yesterday, that once he got a chance to rock onto the back foot and got a good swing at it, either side of point, he gives it everything. Had a chat to him this morning as well. He's understandably feeling pretty good about himself. Just really pleased to get the opportunity here at Lords. Again, picking out Dale to finish the over. 102 bowled, 318 for 4 the score. White 47, Davies on 14. He said that the way he interpreted yesterday was effectively a free hit. I mean, obviously not in the context of the season and the game, but for him personally, knowing that Sam Robson returns next week, that what a great chance to start the season, opening day, opening the batting here at Lords. And that's why, and that came through, didn't it? It was such a joyous innings for how often we could see on our monitor. The fact that he was smiling the whole way through when he brought up his 50. His conversations with Eskenazi between overs, they put on 186 for the second wicket. And naturally, given his lineage, it prompts a lot of activity on social media when Josh De Caires is batting, but he takes that all in his stride. He's got a good head on his shoulders, the 19-year-old.
Go back to what you were saying about that end of the Hampshire match. I'd completely forgotten about that, actually. There was the charge at the end, that urgency, wasn't there, from Hampshire? The one thing that really stuck with me was that Barker 84, and even more so when you look at the card. Only Vince with 62 got past 13, other than Barker's 84, where he came out and just smashed 9 4s and 4 6s to not only rescue a situation, turn it massively in Hampshire's favour.
He was batting at the pavilion end. The short boundary was on the Tavern side, and he popped all 4 of those 6s into the mound stand, if I recall correctly, just plonking one after another. 50-yard boundary or thereabouts. It's right in his swinging arc. He was influential with the bat as a match winner out at Radlett the previous year against Middlesex too, Keith Barker. So I suppose you would say the twilight of his career now, near enough to that. Still a big contributor. Edged and doesn't carry to first slip. Thompson does well, moving over to his right. But that's the second time this morning we've seen a genuine edge in and around that Derbyshire cordon. They've started better today than they did yesterday.
Yeah, and this one does go fine. Fine of slip. Diving to his right. Obviously, you look then with slip diving to his right. Could the keeper have gone to his left? It's more a fall to his right, having gathered the ball. Would have been too far for Guest to get across. Just didn't quite get hold of that one, Rueful.
So we saw 2 deliveries straighten up the slope to start. That posed a bit of an issue for Robbie White, and in the last 2 overs it's been going with the slope. So Lakmal finding the outside edge of White from the nursery end, and then Connor's doing likewise with Davies from the pavilion end, the more traditional way that you get your wickets here at Lords. Good angle that too. Trying to bring those 2 catches into play. Thompson and Madsen, 2 experienced men there, alongside the wicketkeeper Guest.
Best beard there for these conditions.
That is the perfect beard for these conditions. Is that a Middlesex beanie as well?
It is. That's where we're going wrong, Collo. Beards are too short.
Yes, that's right. End of the over, 103 gone, 318 for 4. I suppose around this time 2 years ago, maybe not quite April, by about June 2020, mid-lockdown, my beard was maybe not quite to that extent, but it wasn't pleasant for anyone.
Do you remember one day during lockdown where I think it was one of the first days we were allowed back out. I was still in Spain at that point, and so I can't remember the particular times of when you were allowed out. Anyway, it was off around for a barbecue at someone's house. So off into the bathroom, trimmed the beards, kind of tidied myself up, did the hair for the first time in however many months, and I walked out. The look on my children's face told me just how bad things had been to that point.
Yeah. You get those social media memories, don't you, popping up, 2 years later or whatever it is. And my daughter was very small at the time, so that naturally was posting quite a few photos of her, as you do. Akmal knew away from us. Right inside edge. Spits away for his 48th run, but yeah, he's in the game here, the veteran. 3:19 for 4 the score. You can see progressively me looking more and more ridiculous.
Yeah, that was the one part we didn't consider really, that we weren't seeing anybody, so all let ourselves go a bit, but
yeah,
forgot that we got the cameras constantly going throughout with the little ones.
Bowled again. It's gone up the slope. A bit well controlled as well. Played with soft hands, Davies. Moves up to 15, 320 for 4.
Definitely looks a little bit more in it this morning for Derbyshire, doesn't there? And Bell in the middle there. They'll be happy. Yeah, Brains trust on the balcony with the start this morning. Those edges not going to hand just yet, but certainly more in this first 28 minutes than we saw yesterday morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this split cordon. It's a good channel. It's a really good channel. Second new balls now, 24 overs old, but still hitting the seam, and it should stay in good nick for a decent amount of time. This time of year, the ball won't be getting beaten up too badly.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not happy about that split cordon. It just feels like you're tempting fate, doesn't it? But I can understand the theory that the pace obviously isn't quite there. Well, that was the suspicion yesterday. The pace isn't quite there on this pitch, but again, there's a day where it could quicken up.
Give him the cover drive. Pop him into the cordon as well, I'd say. Good leave, good carry. Hits the gloves hard.
Yeah, and we talked about the wagon wheel of Robbie White, didn't we? That so many of his runs come square or backward of. That the covers aren't particularly a big scoring area for him. I think they were a little bit disappointed with the number of 4 balls yesterday, because the scoring rate never got alarmingly out of control. There were a good number of boundaries though. Remember that moment when De Caires and Eskenazi were nudging slowly towards 70. I looked back through the card at that point and thought it seems as though they've tightened it up a lot here, Derbyshire.
Yeah, so relatively conventional 6-3 field. Propping forward again there, White. Asking good questions, Luckmal.
But actually, as I look back down along that passage of play, there weren't many 1s and 2s, but there was too many sprinklings of 4 balls in there at that point. And then Eskenazi accelerated through the 70s and he was away, wasn't he, on towards the 100 then. But yeah, I think, as you say, that cover does feel at this stage that certainly is a position in the 6-3 that could be switched.
Getting one to go away to finish. So Luckmal has been spot on this morning. He sent down 4 overs, conceded to 7 additional runs, 2 for 84 from his 26, but yeah, finding the edge a couple of times, going past it a couple more, 320 for 4 after 104. So 6 overs away from the next marker in terms of where Middlesex will want to be with bonus points. I wonder whether that'll be a conversation between the pair at this particular juncture. You'd think it would be. I mean, a point don't come for free. They're going to have to bat with authority to get there from here. Connors to continue. 9th over of the day.
Yeah, I agree. I think the last couple of Lackmal overs, I don't know about you, but I felt perhaps just seeing a little bit more. You mentioned a couple, didn't you? You said had gone back up the slope. That last one of the overs we saw, wide as it was outside of the off stump, just shaping away a little bit. I wonder whether they're just thinking, listen, once you're through Lackmal and Connors, they're a bowler down. So let's see these opening spells through.
Again, finding the outside portion of the blade. Whereas in the previous over, when it went to deep 30, was in some control playing with soft hands. That wasn't the case. They're really flashing at it.
The edges just weren't in play yesterday, were they? And it feels like this morning both inside and outside edge have been in play a fair old bit. For pretty stark contrast to what we saw yesterday. So that may have just slowed these two down a little bit. I think White has his own way of playing. It's not one to particularly go through the gears quickly. But they do talk about, don't they, in the first innings that, you know, we love the bonus points up here. They're thinking more about that match situation. Somebody in the pavilion just having to move along on the lower, or is it the sight screen itself they want it to move a little bit further?
I think it might be, yes, it might be the gent who's just beneath it. Feel for the steward in a situation like that, because they're the one on camera. But yes, there
we go. That one's off. I don't think it was that person though.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the other one who sat just below. The umpire's still pointing.
Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, there it is. Now I can understand that. Sometimes I get a little bit. Look, I've been known to be critical on commentary of the way that batsmen deal with perceived disruptions behind the arm in the modern game, and by that I mean when you consider how it used to just be a side board or a side screen which would be moved from one side to the other, and you know there'd be fans scattered around it. These days, when covering international cricket, it can wipe out 4 or 5 bays of seats and two entire decks of seats. But yeah, in that instance, sitting directly in front of the sight screen, fair enough. You can stop play then. I once got done for walking across a camera gantry, which was quite embarrassing. Australia were playing a tour game at Wantage Road, and I don't think we really did stop play. I think we were had, but still the
had by
one of the Australian players.
You're not going to name?
No. Who just thought it would be quite fun to make an example of me and a colleague of mine, and then proceeded to give us a kicking at the press conference as well. Misfield of his own bowling, which gives White the chance to move to 49, and they'll be happy with that. 322 for 4.
You've got to give us the colleague at least.
Dan Breddick, who's now the chief cricket writer at The Age, he was at Cricinfo then. I remember it was my birthday as well, so had to tend with people giving me pelters on Twitter on my birthday. But as I say, we're on the camera gantry, which, I mean, in the context of where we are at Lords, I mean, if you're using the pavilion as a measure, it would have been on the top turret of the pavilion there. It was so high up. Davies square driving. Out across the square. They'll get a couple. Plays well off the back foot. Comes back for a third. Moves to 19. 325 for 4. In fact, more a punch than a square drive from the balls of his feet. He'll retain the strike as well.
Remember a shot he played last night, actually. He said he'll go to bed happy with that one. Jack Davies, he put one away nicely last night. He's an attractive player, isn't he, to watch when he gets the ball away. If he gets into a run in this first team, I think he is a player who'll score quickly, and we'll enjoy watching him play as well. So a little bit of contrast between those two in styles, Davies and White.
Can I ask you a threshold question about Jack Davies? And I emphasise Davies. Why Davis? Why is it? Why would it? I appreciate that most people do refer to Davies as Davis, but I can't quite place it. I mean, I've only ever really seen it when it comes to Stephen Davies / Davis at Somerset, and now Jack Davies / Davis here. Is this a Welsh thing? Luckmal new over.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to have to be geographical, isn't it, around the country? Or Murta, of course. So I was watching something, and the lead character was it was Cheaper by the Dozen. I was watching it with the kids, and the opposition family. Their father's name is Murtar rather than Murta, and that gets a few of the commentators sometimes with Tim Murtar.
I mean, I can have that, but I just feel like that E has to be part of it. I mean, you see many surnames Davis, Davis, fine, but surely the E has a role to play here. Thus, Davies. The big issues here on the Middlesex stream. Davis, another easy single out to deep square. They've got 2 out on the fat side of the ground. The deep square is about 15 yards inside the rope before the ball's bowled. 326 for 4. Solving the 20s.
Solving the madness of the English language is one that's going to escape me today. There are a few rules. I mean, you'll know it, trying to help children when they're reading. Right, well, let's say, why do you pronounce that way and that way?
True enough, yes.
I before E but not after C was one the other day, and then they came up with a list of about 5 where it's not just C.
I've got a DM which I haven't opened yet from a member of our Welsh listenership. Might be leg buys for white, or is it runs? If it's runs, it'll be his half century. Waiting for the signal here by umpire Kettleborough. It is leg buys, so the crowd can stand down. They can delay their applause. I haven't opened this message yet, but it's from Lucy Johnson, who worked here at the club and was a major part of the In Hearts live stream. A proud Welsh woman, and she will have the answer on Davis, I'm certain. Or at least she'll have a strong view to put to me.
Trailblazer. She was the first one to split from the BBC.
Yes, she confirms. Definitely a Welsh thing. Luckma around the wicket. There's that carry again, and on the angle down the slope. That's what he was trying to do yesterday, but never to great effect. But this has been a much more effective spell. Lucy adds, I've never heard Davies pronounced as Davies until I moved to England. Okay.
Wait, say that again.
So she's only ever seen it pronounced as Davis whilst in Wales, and since moving here occasionally, some scallywag like me will get out there and say, hang on, what's going on with that E? She'll be splitting her time between our stream and Glamorgan's, I'm sure. It was snowing at Glamorgan this morning. Cardiff. I think that's what I saw on their stream, or on their social media stream. Easy single for Davies to deep fine. 328 for 4. They just put up a photograph saying cricket in April.
I remember you saying yesterday there was snow forecast around the country.
It doesn't feel snowy in London today. Like, today was a...
Well, at about 7 o'clock this morning it was cold.
Yeah, it's a scarf day. It's not a... I don't think it's a gloves and beanie day. And that's said as a softie, a soft Australian.
Watch replayed. They are being far more wary against Lackmell this morning, aren't they? 328 for 4 into the over. I love that Mickey Arthur's the only one not wearing the beanie on the balcony there. The others, he's in the baseball cap, which won't be keeping his head warm at all.
I forgot to take my cue 10 minutes ago and hand the lead commentary over to you, Kev. It's 20 to 12 already. Time is galloping on. 40 minutes into this second day, Middlesex resumed at 307 for 4. They're now 328 for 4, so they've made 21 runs in 40 minutes. There's only 4 overs between now until bonus point time, and they still need 22 runs to get the 4th.
I think
that'll be the catalyst for the first bowling change of the day. Dahl into the attack, replacing Connors. He sent down 22 overs yesterday and took none for 63. All yours, Kev.
I think I stole a whole session off you, or a whole half an hour passage off you yesterday evening when we were having technical problems as well. All of a sudden occurred there was about 8 or 10 overs going in the day.
You can have the white 50. How's that?
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Let's hope so. For him, Derbyshire very much, and Dahl here will have different ideas. It's Davis on strike first. A bit of a loosener put away. Nice shot from Davis. Moves to 25. 332 for 4. almost a full toss. I think it did just pitch in the end before Davis managed to drive square of the wicket. Feel good for him.
He's in good nick. We mentioned De Cares yesterday liking it up and around there. Well, likewise Davies, partnership up to 47. Maybe now with this change of bowling, with Connors having finished up, they'll see Dahl as the man to attack to ensure they get the 4th bonus point. Well within their grasp now, 18 runs away.
Better line, better length. Thoughts of a single in between points and cover, but no risk needing to be taken at all.
A question of you here, Kevin, from Michael Hall, a listener. Spectators in the pavilion have, until COVID, been able to sit in front of the sight screen. I wonder why that's changed. And now he mentions it, I think he's right. I mean, in my mind's eye, I can see people sat in front of that sight screen watching Test cricket here. At the pavilion end, that is.
Course replayed to mid-wicket again by Davis. I mean, yeah, you can kind of search the memory for it, don't you? I mean, I can certainly remember folk being moved around in front of the sight screen. I mean, as you look at the moment, even with the bowling right arm around the wicket, there are a sprinkling of fans to the left side of the sight screen. Just creeping into our shot there.
Nearly there. We'll get there next ball. I want to return to this. So,
because they'll be very close. The bowling's right arm around at the moment, so a left-hander.
Well, let's think through this logically. What's the sight screen there for? It's to pick up the ball out of the hand. The ball isn't coming out of the hand from where those seats are.
No, it's the movement. I guess the gentleman that was moved previously that was a problem was sat to the right of the middle one.
But then wouldn't there be an issue with the away balcony? You never see them moved.
Oh, bowls in. Gets through Dahl in his first over, and the breakthrough that Derbyshire desperately needed on this second morning. Davis slams the bat down on the pad, disappointed he's allowed one through, right up there from around the wicket, targeting that off stump. And right on the spot from Dahl. 3:32 for 5. Davis departs for 25. A good little innings constructed from him overnight and this morning. Tough time yesterday evening and again this morning, but Davis managing to get a little bit of a partnership just short of 50 with Robbie White. He'll be disappointed again on a personal note. Bites on the lid there as he walks off. But fine little cameo from him. But much like Holden, both be disappointed that they weren't able to take it on that little bit further.
Yeah, didn't do much wrong there, Dave. He's played the right line, but that's the quintessential round the wicket dismissal for, well, when there's a left-hander on strike here at Lord's bowling from that pavilion end. It pitched on about middle stump and hit off stump. It's what you're trying to do, and Dahl bowled industriously yesterday. Had to bowl spell after spell in the absence of Ryan Sidebottom, always bustling in. I like his approach to the crease, low centre of gravity, and then getting that to straighten, just as he would have wished, kissing the top of the off stump and getting Derbyshire away. And I noted again, we're not that far away from 110 overs, so Middlesex will have to work hard here to get that 4th bonus point. And John Simpson, a man who likes to get the board ticking over, and White is set on 49, but still that will be a setback in terms of reaching that next little goal on the way through to what they hope will be a big first innings.
Just a wonderfully paced ball, wasn't it, from Dahl? Just having a look at scrubbing back on the stream to have a couple of looks at it more. Didn't really do anything off the straight, did it? But yeah, perfect line and length bowling, just clipping the top of the outside of off stump. Disappointment from Davis, but that's what they need from Dahl, isn't it? That's what they want, and that's what they wanted yesterday. That was, I think, Mickey Arthur perhaps was alluding to, certainly from the off, was just being that little bit more accurate on the top of off. When the pitch of the overheads perhaps aren't offering a bowler as much as you want, it's the basics you've got to get right.
Yeah, he took 9 wickets last year and bowled well here at Lord's, I thought, in this corresponding fixture. But yeah, certainly there very much as the 4th seamer.
Nice shot by Simpson, down the ground and off the mark. First ball, not quite make it all the way. It'll be a slide at the last from Godalming, just managed to flick it back in, and they've taken 3. Put right up there by Dahl, and rightly so, on that off stump from around the wicket, but just over pitch slightly. Simpson able to bring the bat down on it, and classic heavy bottom hand from Simpson on the drive, just drops the bat down on it really, doesn't he? 333 for 5. Davis out for 25 in the over bowl by Dahl.
Yeah, similar line to the wicket-taking delivery, just a fraction fuller, and Simpson taking advantage off the mark first ball. But yeah, watching that wicket-taking delivery back, that was lovely stuff. So enhancing his reputation with ball in hand, Dahl. Should be coming into the most productive part of his career. He's had a couple of bites of the cherry. Having started his career at Nottinghamshire, he was released without getting an opportunity in the first team, and was able to regroup in the Derbyshire seconds back in 2018, and came through the Vitality Blast, where he was used as an all-rounder, and eventually into the first-class team in that season. And yes, it was with the bat towards the end of 2021 that he got on a roll, completed his first century at this level. Put on a big stand to finish the season with Brooke Guest in that victory they had to finish their campaign. As we mentioned yesterday, also got that added responsibility of being the vice chair of the PCA. So yeah, Anuj Dahl, a player to watch, and I've enjoyed his work across these couple of days.
It's Thompson into the attack from the nursery end. We had this morning 48 minutes now, and the spinners into the attack. It was roughly the same time yesterday morning, wasn't it, when the change came, and Sidebottom had to withdraw with a hamstring injury after 1.1 overs. Simpson just looking to give himself room, but Thompson, yeah, got through a lot of work yesterday, 25 overs. Did it pretty well. Economy just below 3.
Yeah, I wondered whether they might consider using him straight up today as well, only because he was getting it to go straight on with the second new ball last night.
Simpson going over the top. Billy Godalming will turn and give chase, and this ball might plug actually. Godalman's going to have to get a move on. I think he thought that was long gone, but it just pulls up below the scoreboard, so the bottom of the Compton stand, and they've taken 3. Simpson moves to 6.
Yeah, Simpson, veteran, understands that having put in all of this work, they must get to 350 here in time. Of course, the cut-off's 110 overs. He won't be leaving that to chance.
Be interesting to see what drift Thompson gets today as well. Not quite the same wind today. Didn't have quite the flight to judge it. Nice little shuffle from White though to defend, but he was able to really, it felt like he used the wind really well yesterday. He adapted to it. Can work against a bowler. There's the 50. Well batted Robbie White. Take a single, point set back. Perhaps a slight error there from Derbyshire, and point back for the comfortable single for the 50. 196 minutes, 123 balls, and 2 fours for Robbie White's 50. A really excellent knock, continuing that work at the top of the order of Eskenazi and De Caires. Just given Middlesex that solid foundation in the middle.
Yeah, picking up from where he left off last season. 765 runs, 4 half centuries to start the year, and a couple of hundreds to finish.
Just be a single to the sweeper on the boundary for Simpson.
Yeah, played every game last season, Robbie White, so there's been an investment made in this young man, and starting to pay off for Middlesex. His average of 34 last year didn't reflect how important he was to this team. The second highest run scorer after Sam Robson. In the absence of Robson this week, the responsibility shifts onto the shoulders of players like him and Eskenazi, who we saw post a lovely century yesterday, which is why Middlesex find themselves in a strong position at 340 for 5 with a couple of overs to go until that cut-off mark for the bonus points. 10 runs to go to get the 4th.
So I'll continue from the pavilion end. First little glimpse of some shadows out there. Chance perhaps for the sun to break through. There's a sort of a slight shower just after lunch, but overall we're expecting to be okay today for the weather. Thoughts of a single, only have to get back, hits the stumps, so it's back in his grounds. Robbie White, that would have been a dreadful way for it to end. Sharp fielding from Lackmell. At mid-on, taking the stump out of the grounds. Steered by Simpson off the back foot. Very nearly steering White into trouble.
Yeah, seen a couple of direct hits from Luckmole, and we've seen a couple go through his legs, so enjoying the work of the Derbyshire overseas.
Always reminds me of Corey Collingwood's time with Middlesex. And good morning, Corey, if you tuned in. After seen in the tavern every now and then, saying hello to a few of his ex-teammates still going. He always used to field up at mid-on and always used to joke, yes, no, Collymore. And rightly so, putting in all the hard yards. Had a great season for Middlesex. He didn't get the rewards with the wickets one of the years. That goes up in the air from Simpson and goes all the way. Goodness me, short boundary to the leg side, and that's hit the top tier, bounces down. Big pick up by John Simpson. Talks about that bottom hand of his, and well, 350. He's just one more shot away with 9 balls left of the 110.
Yeah, clunk. Made a great sound as it hit the second deck. Simpson already up to 13 from 8 balls, and yeah, just making sure they'll reach that next little milestone, which would have been goal 1 when they arrived this morning.
Must be a single. There's a sweeper out there.
A really interesting season for Simpson last year. There were, well, he started at 7, moved up to 6, a few half centuries along the way at red ball level, but it was against the white ball. It was that excellent campaign he had for the Northern Superchargers in the 100. That rapid fire 73 where he took Stephen Finn apart, which was most well noticed and I suppose most well observed because of the sheer ferocity of it. Getting that England call up too at age 32. He would have thought that was long gone for him, just owing to the number of wicket keepers who'd been rotated through in the previous few years to hit to that. But yes, owing to the unusual circumstances with COVID-19, he was able to get that chance, and that it was an excellent leg side catch off Matt Parkinson here, wasn't it, in the 3rd and final one-day international, that just reminded people of what an outstanding gloveman he's been at Lords for well over a decade.
Oh, could be trouble here. Just short of Lackmell at mid-on. Not sure he's quite on his heels to that one. Very nearly the demise of Robbie White. He has 50, and a good 50 it is. End of the over. 347 for 5, but hard in the mouth moment.
You've seen a couple of leading edges this morning from White. Yeah, interesting hearing John Simpson speak about last year in the build-up to the season, kind of acknowledging that they were coasting a little bit, building on that point you made after 2016, having that success for a younger group. What was a younger group then? And that they weren't able to kick on, and last year when it started to fall apart a little bit, that the senior players needed to take responsibility, and he's very much one of those.
Thompson beginning in the over, just a little inside edge to the fielder at 45.
He's now played 172 first-class games for the club, Simpson, so yeah, part of the furniture here.
They're inside edge. Shays off the pad into the offside. He opened the batting at one period for Middlesex as well, and they were. I mean, again, they're blessed with opening talent at the moment. Jack Davis, who's just been and gone, but there was a real dearth of opening options at one point, and early after his arrival from Lancashire, he went up the order. Got him, has he? And he has. Simpson perhaps not quite sure on it. He has a look. Well, those behind the stumps went up with the bowler all in unison. Simpson has to make his way off for 14. He paused and looked up the track. He was waiting for the decision, going for that little late cut. And the umpire feeling that he heard a little noise on that one on the way through to the gloves. Disappointment for Simpson. 14 off 12 deliveries, accelerating Middlesex towards that fourth batting point. But no more for him. 347 for 6.
A good bit of keeping. Brooke Guest, you can see why they rate him. The youngster getting the opportunity last year to be the first choice keeper for Derbyshire, but with Simpson going deep in the crease and trying to cut away behind points to stay down low and take the ball late right under his eyes, that's top class stuff. So one keeper falls to another. And Brooke Guest has got himself in the game with the gloves, and a couple of quick wickets for Derbyshire, which is exactly what they required this morning. And Middlesex, it's worth noting, are still 3 runs short of that milestone with 3 balls to go. So, yeah, there is a point on the line in this over.
Toby Rowland-Jones, the man to walk out. Known for all those big shots of his. Will forever be remembered by Middlesex fans, I think, for that innings at Scarborough, when he took apart the Yorkshire attack on that final morning and set up a very unlikely victory, and how important it was as the season wore on in 2016. First innings defeat in the history of Yorkshire at Scarborough, 150-year history. It was an emphatic performance against, again, the side that, as we mentioned yesterday, had been quite comfortably the strongest in the country for a couple of years, winning the title handsomely in 2014 and 2015. They need one big blow from him here.
Well, yeah, when I joked with him this morning about all the batting points and he said, well, you know, it's a still morning. Who knows what might be possible? Little did we know that a couple of hours later he'd be walking out netting 3 runs in 3 balls. So there's kind of a bit of a white ball feel about this over. Just one out, though, on the leg side. The rest are all in on the one.
Just a gentle prod first.
I mean, without overplaying this, he has to go for the runs. I mean, points are hard to come by in the championship. You can't be... I mean, I appreciate there's a bigger game at play, but you can't be... First and foremost, they have to secure this point. And the relative risk of losing Rowland-Jones along the way as the number 8, that's less important than making sure they complete the job here, surely.
As the big swing goes up in the air, and it could be the end of Rowland-Jones. He's taken it slip. Godleman with the catch, top edge, looking to target that short boundary, and Rowland-Jones will have to go. 2 in the over for Dahl, 1 ball left of the 110th. Derbyshire having secured that bowling point, second bowling point with the wicket of Simpson. Won't be enough time left for them to take 2 more in the over, but there'll be 1 ball left for Middlesex to think about this 350. Rowland-Jones heads off, looking to heave into the onside. Went high, high, high in the air. A little bit of backtracking for Godleman, made it look easy in the end.
Yeah, look, there'll be criticism of that, but that's the short boundary. That's his shot, and look, that's what he has to do in that situation, in my view. I don't think you can sacrifice giving yourself the chance to earn a point when it's your number 8 taking a swing. That's fine, and they have 1 more ball left to do it, and Robbie White's still there on, will be on 50 now. So yeah, it's 1 delivery to come, 3 runs to get. White on 50. That's the way it breaks out sometimes in cricket. That's played not only on the result but on bonus points as well. There's a bigger picture at play, and I think that's fine. They've laid the foundation. They've done all the hard work. They're allowed to do what they need to do, at least have a dip. And we saw that from Simpson, and now Rowland-Jones to make sure that they make the most of the situation.
So second batting point in the over for... second bowling point, sorry, in the over for Derbyshire. That wicket of John Simpson. Rowland-Jones falls 2 balls later and 1 ball left of the 110. Tom Helm is a very capable batter indeed. Walks out to join Robbie White. We've seen some good cameos from him in many circumstances, holding up an end but also having a swing as well. And it will be Helm to have the strike, because this new law, of course, the batsmen don't cross.
Of course. I've been caught out immediately. I said White's on strike because the batter's crossed up. No, you're right, I'm wrong. It is going to be Tom Helm on strike, because the MCC have changed the laws of the game since the last season. I actually don't like this change. I'm against the grain on this. I know that most people think it's sensible and should have always been this way. Anyway, last ball, the 110th.
And Helm goes for it. And Helm goes pretty much all the way. He's not going to get 6. He is going to get 4. In the end, it was a fair old chase on that boundary rope. Running around to see if he could stop it out there, Shan Masood. But Helm manages to hit the spot. Middlesex have their 4th batting point, 351 for 7. It's cost them a couple of wickets, John Simpson and Toby Rowland-Jones in the over. But Robbie White's still there now with Tom Helm, and well, that'll be a little bit of a relief that the gamble of those 2 wickets at least has brought the point.
Yeah, I think they've gambled 1 wicket. The Simpson shot, remember, he was just trying to force off the back foot. I don't think that was a function of chasing the point. That's just the way Simpson plays. And again, a fine piece of wicket keeping. They've effectively sacrificed Rowland-Jones' wicket, and it's worked out okay in the end. Helm finding the mid-wicket rope, and so it goes. A little bit of chaos in the 110th over, but again, that's fine. That's all part of it when points are involved.
Tales continue from the field end to 2 bowling points for Derbyshire, 4 batting points for Middlesex.
So just on that law change, that was a playing condition that was amended for the 100 last year because of something that happened in the IPL last season, where there was the crossing mid-air, as has been the convention for forever and ever. 1 ball left in that IPL game, and the set player back on strike hit a 6 to win it on the final ball. And that advanced a conversation around the appropriateness of that scenario, and it was updated for the 100, and thus the MCC saw fit to make the same change in the most recent edition of the Little Blue Book, or the update to the Little Blue Book. I think we're a couple of years away from a new version of it coming out. The most recent was in 2017, but they make amendments around this time of year each year, and so it becomes the laws that abide the county championship as well. And this will be, only the first match, or the first round of matches where that would have been the case.
Nearly got by me yesterday morning. I must admit, it was only at the last minute before the start of play that it did crop up in conversation downstairs, or it would have crept by me completely, that change. And one of the topics downstairs is that it was brought in for the 100, but it wasn't. It was brought in by the MCC, wasn't it? The 100 was the first to adapt it.
And it's often the way with laws changing after the ICC have made a change to the international playing conditions. We saw that with running out the non-striker, what's colloquially known as the man-cad. They realised they had a problem at the elite level first, and the reason, it's odd how these things can come to pass. It was the 10-11 Ashes, the Alistair Cook Ashes, 766 runs, and when they were first in that series, it was the first time they were checking for the front foot no ball retrospectively when there was a wicket taken. And what they were noticing,
be a single for Helm, just fine of 3rd,
was that Alistair Cook, who was the non-striker a number of times when they were checking for the front foot no ball, because Alistair Cook was batting for pretty much the entirety of that series, he was often 2 or 3 feet out of his crease. Not in a malicious way, he was just drifting down as non-striker, not paying any attention to when the ball was being released. And a number of people quite rightly said, well, hang on a moment, he's subject to being run out here, according to the laws of the game. But that's the end of the over. 111 gone, 353 for 7. But at that point, the way to run out, the bar for running out the non-striker was higher. You needed, I can't quite remember how it worked with where the arm was relative to your release point, but it was quite challenging to execute in keeping with the MCC laws. So the ICC made it more straightforward to run out the non-striker, and we famously saw that in the 2016 Under-19 World Cup with Chemo Paul running out a player on the final ball of the game, which prompted a lot of attention. And then the MCC said, actually, that's fine. That what the ICC has done makes perfect sense. We're going to bring the laws of the game in line with the ICC playing conditions. And then when the new book came out in 2017, probably the most noteworthy or newsworthy part of that was the update to what's known as the man-cat, or running out the non-striker. Now, that's not prompted as Thompson starts again, a proliferation of man-cads or anything remotely like it. But it has meant that in recreational cricket or in club cricket or park cricket or whatever it is, players can run out the non-striker in a far more straightforward way than it was before 5 years ago. Helm takes a single behind square, 354 for 7. And yeah, and so it goes here with the crossing and the non-striker and what happens there. That will now flow through to every form of the game that's overseen by the MCC laws, which is, well, everything that really isn't the ICC and other professional competitions like the one we're watching here. My thinking on running out the non-striker has always been, I've got no problem with it whatsoever, but my thinking has always been that one team needs to commit to it fully and do it constantly, like we saw last year with Maeva Duma, the 16-year-old who was playing for Cameroon, did it 4 times on her international debut. If one team commits to doing it at all times, batters will never leave their crease prematurely again. It'll be like the back pass when that first got denied in football. It was a slightly chaotic few months, and then everyone worked it out and everything settled down. Well played. White to 52. And by the way, if non-strikers want to take the managed risk of leaving their ground early and sprinting down before the ball's bowled, they're welcome to do so. They're just doing so at the risk that the bowler will be savvy to it and can whip the bails off. And again, there's that law that is there for a reason.
Jason Gillespie's always the first on Twitter, isn't he?
Yep.
As soon as this happens anywhere around the world. Had a long old chat with him about it, many occasions actually. Every time it happens, it seems to turn into a chat between he and I.
We are firmly aligned, Izzy and I.
Yeah,
on this.
yeah, and I'm not against it. I wouldn't be against it at all, but somebody else who's in one of the chats with Dizzy and I are always arguing the point with him, but I'm with you and Dizzy on this one. I think it needs to be made a hard and fast rule now, doesn't it? Law that
it's been taken out of the unfair play. I can't remember what law it is. I think that's law 42, top of my head. It's been taken out of one category and moved into another in the most recent update, and that's that they don't want it to be seen as they want it to normalise it, and by normalising it, and not that isn't to try and increase the frequency of it. No one likes to see it. Well, some people do, but most people don't want to see it. It's more that if you're going to have the law there, have it seen as a conventional part of the game rather than something nefarious.
I think you summed it up perfectly, really. If the batsman's seeking to gain an advantage, which is what is happening backing up, then it has to be taken at a risk, and the risk has to be quite clear. You will be out if you are out of your ground. Luckmal
changing ends again. So it's his 28th over, and by my calculations, his 8th spell, 4 from the pavilion end and 4 from the nursery end.
It's a big spell. Well, it's the best that Derbyshire could have hoped for this morning. 300 on the board for 4 wickets overnight. Picked up 3 in an hour this morning. 2 coming late because of the charge towards the end of the bonus points by Middlesex. As you say, the Simpson one was a Simpson shot anyway, but certainly the Roland Jones.
Yeah, I think they'll be at peace with that, especially considering it worked in the end. It was all right on the night. Leading edge there from White. He's only added 12 runs across 70 minutes this morning. I mean, that's part of this conversation, that White was the set man and didn't bat with any real purpose this morning, and that's fine. He batted conservatively. The bowlers were on top. He got through a tough period. There's no concerns with that, but had he batted more speedily, they would have been in a position to have arrived at 350 without needing to take that series of risks, or those series of risks in overs 107 through 110 when Simpson came out to join him. Leading edge again, and just clearing the captain Godalman. We've seen a number of those today from White. That almost came off the back of the bat, I fancy. But he's still there on 53. 356 for 7. So this game's speeding up somewhat in the last few overs. Great bit of camera work there to manage to track that ball on the replay we're seeing here. That couldn't have been easy. Looking out towards mid-wicket, and suddenly it ends up at cover. Got the best camera operators in the business here at Lords. Ooh, shout for leg before umpire. Illingworth keeps his finger down.
Just drifting down with the slope.
Yeah, I think so. That was my instinct. Getting a chance to watch it back here. Yeah, I think that would have been unlucky had helm been given out to that delivery. We're not quite bang on behind the bowler's arm on that camera angle, but just drifting. Better. Nice solid contact there from Helm. Out the middle of the bat, he moves to 8, 358 for 7.
Yeah, going with a very straight line. Like well to the new batsman, Tom Helm. Very capable batsman. Yeah, there were a few notes on White I wanted to pick up on there. The leading edges that you pointed out, 3 of them this morning from White, yet he'd only scored, what, 12 runs to that latest leading edge. So it's not as though he's going at it hard, it's not as though he's going at it with intent. I think that gives an indication that there is a little bit more in that pitch today for the Derbyshire bowlers.
Not quite catching up with that one. Helm to finish the 113th, 358 for 7. White down the other end on 53. He gets a strike back. It'll be interesting when this game moves to the second innings, where it's Murtagh and Bamber with the new ball in conditions that they bowled in so frequently last year. The lights aren't on, but they are up. So that's an improvement on yesterday when it was too windy to erect the light towers. Well, Murtagh and Bamber bowling under lights last year was a very productive combination for the home side here. Indeed, for every side here, we only saw one team make it beyond 300. That was Middlesex on the opening day against Somerset. And so it's been again this year against Derbyshire.
Just shot of the work going on by the Danubius Hotel outside the back of the ground there. Plenty of building work always going on around Lords, isn't there? Even if not inside all the time.
Thompson, 2 wickets in his previous over. Yeah, there's... Well, the next bit of work here at Lords is the Tavern Allen renovation, which I think is slated to be complete by 2026. Or maybe they start in 2026, so it was a 3-part project with the Warner stand first, which was complete in time for the 2017 Women's World Cup final. Famously, the presentation was held in front of there rather than the pavilion, as it was for the men's 2019 World Cup. Then, of course, the stands to our left and right, which were renovated through 2020 and 2021. Dancing here is White, no single to mid-wicket. The new Compton and the new Edrich, which I had a look at this morning, and they're just magnificent. They're going to win a bunch of awards, I reckon, as the Media Centre did back in 99-2000. And then the final piece of this renovation will be when the tavern gets replaced, or the tavern stand gets replaced, and the tiny little Allen stand there next to the pavilion gets overhauled with it. That went up in the mid-60s, 1967 I think it opened. First incarnation. On the drive here, short cover in play, denying a run. Deploy doing the work. Of course, that was originally the hotel, the tavern, where you could imagine those days sitting in the pub at mid-wicket at Lords watching the cricket. That would have been something. Quick single, taking on Lucknow. Direct hit again.
I think they've got him.
All eyes on umpire Kettleborough. Has he been given?
Not out.
Not out. They were celebrating. That's the 3rd direct hit from Lucknow and his 2nd this morning.
My instinct was he was home. However, equally, they'd have gone upstairs if they could have.
Yeah, they always do for a direct hit when they've got the technology at their disposal, but you know, I would back the eye of Richard Kettleborough, given his experience. End of the 114th, 359 for 7.
Thompson had peeled away, though, hadn't he, to celebrate? He felt he was gone. Been at the non-striker's end. He was closest to it.
I think that just coming back to the renovations here at Lords over the journey is Luckmal, the man who executed that direct hit starting a new over, pavilion end. They've been able to always balance old with new here, haven't they? I mean, the pavilion will remain forever. Then Father Time, likewise. But every other part of the ground, you watch, even if you want to go back to test matches played here in the last 30 years when the grandstand before that got done in the early 90s, I think it was, got replaced, and the mound stand around the same time. The old Compton and Edrich only went up in 1991. They weren't here for a particularly long time, a couple of decades. 30 years, to be precise. Another single to mid-wicket for White. 360 for 7.
Yeah, I remember when I first started broadcasting here, my question was whether, the grandstand, for example, would be pulled around on both sides, really, around the Warner, where the new Warner is, the new Compton down below us, and have more of a bowl feel about it. But it was put back to me very quickly by the MCC. Lords will always be a cricket ground and not a cricket stadium. Yeah, that was a big part of the deliberations the MCC had when they were planning the new Compton and the new Edrich. I think the vote went through in 2018. Played by Helm. Could be 2 there, and will be. He moves into double figures. 362 for 7. That they were insistent, the membership that is, that there needed to be the ability to see through from where the stands would be. And you can. I mean, there are gaps between the grandstand and the Compton, and likewise the Edrich and the mound, as there always has been. Yeah, those gaps are so important, I think, to the feel of Lords. You wouldn't want this to be yet another cricket stadium. It's different for good reason. Digging out of Yorker there, Helm. But the membership voted for the renovation. Very strong numbers, I think. In excess of 90% of people agreed that they should proceed as planned. It was more controversial back in the late 90s when they were voting on where we are right now. That was a drag them out stoush. The powers that be at the time won the day, and I don't think many people are complaining about this now. They might be the odd type short ball. Now, how many of those have we seen in this match? That might be the first genuine bouncer Luckmal's bowled. Underneath it comfortably, Helm. Yeah, and I wonder if that's why they gave Connors the pavilion end more so, and Lackmer has taken the nursery, because if we have seen anything short, it's been from Connors. Sidebottom never got the chance, did he? To see him banging anything short. That just gives a little clue on the pace of the pitch as well. They've never really allowed anything to sit up for the batsman. Quickest.
End of 115, 362 for 7.
Quickest to the Middlesex bunch. I guess it'd be a toss-up between Helm and Bamber. Roland Jones obviously doesn't get it through as quick anymore now. What do you fancy, Bamber or Helm?
I would say Helm. I think when we saw Bamber clocked on the Sky game last year against Surrey at the Oval, he was put it this way, he was a yard slower than we thought he might have been according to the clock. He was in the low 70s.
Low 70s.
Whereas Helm low to mid 70s. Whereas Helm was when clocked in the past on television has been up well above 80, and it's been part of the ECB pace bowling programs before too, and he was involved in a couple of bubbles through COVID for the England senior team. Quick single through comfortably.
I remember when he was coming through at Middlesex, his pace was something that they were very, very excited about. Tom Helm needs a settled run in the first 11, I think, to settle into a groove, which perhaps he's never had the opportunity to do in the first 11 in the Championship.
Yeah, in and out last year, wasn't he? Makes it hard to push for higher honours when you're not getting picked in the first team.
Yeah, and back injuries hurt him hard at the start of his career as well. A couple of double stress fractures at the back, I think it was, for Helm. And for Richard Johnson describing it, it's almost a rite of passage now for a fast bowler to get that stress fracture at the back. It's not as feared as it used to be. It's going to be tight. They're home. Throw from 45.
Yeah, a bit of a badge of honour for fast bowlers having a stressy or two along the way, isn't it? You can, well, I say badge of honour, but it seems to be if you haven't had one, you're not going in hard enough.
Yeah.
I know with the Australian crop, they've all experienced some version of a serious back injury as the younger lads. Through the onside, high and handsome White. Short boundary, takes it on, goes all the way into the 60s. He's batted conservatively this morning, but that might be a signal that he's ready to put the foot down, taking on the spin of Thompson. 370 for 7.
That's an interesting and unusual move for Robbie White. Very out of character. The match situation, that was the second point I wanted to come back to on White. I'm sure in a moment.
I like it from Robbie White.
Yeah.
I like it. Take on the short boundary. I mean, it can't be more than... the minimum's 55 yards, isn't it? It'd be no more than 55, 60 yards to that side of the ground. So even a miscue could comfortably go for 6 into the grandstand. Playing all the way across the square this week. Same pitch they used for the season opener back in 2021 into the over. White 62, Helm 11, 370 for 7 to score after 116 overs and about 36 minutes until lunch here at Lords on day 2.
Yeah, and on that, before we come to White, I know there was some chatter about why is Thompson, the off-spinner, bowling from the nursery end against the slope, and you're heading then with the spin to the shorter boundary. Now, a big part of that yesterday was the wind, we fancy. That drift that he was getting on the wind yesterday, it was blowing across from right to left as well as straight into him. There was a bit of an angle on it. There was a huge amount of drift, which is nowhere near as noticeable today for Thompson. So whether that comes into it at all, perhaps you switch him to the pavilion end, let him bowl with the slope. But that was certainly our feeling yesterday, that drift was being heavily aided by not only going across but also the running into that wind.
Luckmal over 30, pavilion end. Short ball again, don't mind that to Helm. You can see there that the flags are limp on top of the pavilion. I'll tell you what, yesterday they were nearly flying off their masts. If you were listening to our commentary, you could probably hear it shaking, and the camera operators were struggling to hold the camera still. It was that pronounced here. I don't think I've experienced anything like it at Lords, but a much friendlier day to be out in the field and indeed to be in the stands. I'm sure it wasn't fun to be a spectator. Well, plenty in. The inside edge, Helm getting to 12.
Yeah, as I said to you yesterday, I've never heard this media centre creak before. And creak all day it did. But that wind's died down across the morning. I'm not going to say that's much comfort for the spectators there. Hopefully a bit of sunshine might be, though. You know, even when the sun came out yesterday, I was told off up here, wasn't I, for saying, "Oh, it looks nice out there now."
Yes, we
not in the wind.
Yeah, we had an unrealistic understanding of what was going on because the sun through our glass magnifies the situation, and it can feel quite warm at times. But yes, not so for those outside, as we learnt very quickly in the YouTube comments. And fair enough too. Still a couple of slips for Luckmal. White able to ease the singles out into the leg side. They've dropped an extra man back to the fat side of the ground. Deploy. It's about 3/4 of the way to the rope. Always one there. 3-7-2 for 7.
But yeah, going back to White, well, the big conversation for many years, really. You know, the rot was never stopping for Middlesex. There were too many collapses. You know, we talked about Mark Stoneman coming in at the top of the innings, helping Sam Robson. Those at the top. But the rot would go straight through. There was never anybody just to hang around and stop it if those early wickets went. And everybody was always looking to a grizzly old middle order batsman perhaps to solve these problems.
Yes, quick, short, good. Like it.
The answer perhaps for Middlesex was always there, Robbie White. He really did have to wait his chance because he was seen as a challenger really as glovesman to Simpson, but then he was given the chance as batsman alone. And he's taken his chance. That 99 at Canterbury a couple of seasons back when he held together the innings. We were discussing it yesterday, weren't we? On a very difficult day at Canterbury, very difficult overheads. And he's been there, he's been Mr. Reliable. And that's where that shot again that we just talked about, that pick up from him. He really does play well within himself. Very much with the team at heart. Robbie Williams, I think. Robbie Williams. They did have
that would be a recruit.
They did have a Robbie Williams. They did have a fast bowler, Robbie Williams, 10 years ago. I can't remember. He did make it. It may have been Glamorgan. I think he went to Glamorgan for a short stint after Middlesex.
Trying to think of the right line to go with here. He was trying to entertain them. He bowled angelically.
I have a friend who...
There's a band I go and watch sometimes. Well, did before COVID. They've got a cricket link too. One of the better live shows you can see at the moment. Into the 117th, 374 for 7, White 63, Helm 14. The band called Sports Team. And their lead singer was briefly, I think, on Kent's books or in the academy or something like that as a younger man, but he's a proper front man. In fact, at a live show once, he yelled out to somebody, "What do you do for a living?" And the kid said, I'm a university student." He said, "Well, get rid of that and become a fast bowler." You know, it's that kind of guy, that kind of band. And anyway, they start their live shows to fire people up by playing over the PA Angels, and then they finish by playing Let Me Entertain You. Maybe it's the other way around. Let Me Entertain You starts and then Angels to finish. But yeah, they're kind of tangentially linked to the cricket community. They played this will stretch me here, they played the gig where England launched their one-day World Cup kit before the 2019 World Cup. I think owing to the fact that they've got that cricket connection, I interviewed them there, and they're close watchers of the game. And yes, weaving Robbie Williams into their live shows too. Got a new album coming out in a couple of weeks, so I've seen. Connors swung around. Shout for leg before straight away too. Wide up against it. Umpire Kettleborough turns it down. That was trending back up the slope. We saw him do that earlier today from the pavilion end. Go up the hill, go the other way. I think just outside the line of the off stump, but into his 30th over, Connors, the 23-year-old, bent his back. He's earned better figures than 1 for 94. If they can get rid of White here, I might have the job done by lunch. Past the edge, extra pace, good grunt too from Connors. We said last year was his first big season for Derbyshire, given the chance to lead the attack. And he's certainly enhanced his reputation over the last day and a bit. I mean, his figures don't show it, but those who have watched him bowl, it was hard graft yesterday in the wind, not having side bottom there as a supporting bowler in the attack, and he's looked likely today away from us. Nursery end. Keeping White honest there as well.
Yeah, I think he called it right. I think getting that big stride from Robbie White there, who isn't always one for a big stride forward. I mentioned the compact nature of his technique, but only that, I think, saved him. It was a very, very good shout from Derbyshire. Bat and pad close together. See from here, no idea whether you could tell whether there was a little inside tickle or not, but on the line it was just about that stride, I think, that stopped that from being an even greater appeal.
Wade on's the call. Shah Massoud in the game there. Hadn't done a lot to do through the last couple of days, Shan Masood. I'm looking forward to watching him bat. He's played a lot of cricket in England. Former player at Durham Uni. He made that big 100 at Old Trafford a couple of years ago. To start that test series, batted for a couple of days. Wade on again. You can tell from the urgency in their calling that they are looking to score here. They're looking to take advantage between now and lunch. 28 minutes until the long break.
I was going to say on the Robbie Williams front, I've got a friend who was a Robbie Williams tribute act at one point, so all Robbie Williams songs are banished from my head.
Quickish single. Hits White, which suggests that he would have been through. Nevertheless, there are hands on head around the field. Anuj Star was the man who had the work to do there to end the over. 118 gone, 375 for 7, White 64, Helm 14. Back to Kevin Hand to call the last half an hour before lunch.
I forgot with the tumbler wickets, those 2 quick wickets that went. We had a multimedia message sent from the Costa del Sol. Hello to Fletcher and Lars who are tuned in. Keep up the good work, lads.
Outstanding.
It's not a bad spot to be watching. Although they did put up keep up the good work, lads, with question marks. I assume that's just the sun glazing off the screen. They couldn't quite see the keyboard. The blazing sun.
I hope so. I hope they're enjoying it.
The south of Spain.
That's the way to do it. What would the temp be there in the south? You'd have a better handle on this than me.
Oh, it'll be on the rise now.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll be up towards the 30s for sure.
I've spotted a week in August. I've sort of, got the spreadsheet out looking at the summer ahead, and I found a week where I may not have anything on, and it will be Spain.
Oh yeah?
It's made the call.
Nice. Have you decided on the part of Spain?
No, well, we went to Menorca before our little baby was born, so we might go there now that she's...
What month did you go?
August. It was hot.
Yeah. You have to be careful of July and August in Spain.
Yeah.
40 degrees easily.
Such are the flights of fancy you can have post-COVID about where you might go on the continent for a summer holiday. Admittedly, I've been lucky to travel a bit with work through COVID and sat in hotel quarantine a fair bit too.
Oof. Here's Lackmell. White'll get a single. It's a deep square. Field well set back.
I realised last summer, it was an extended summer again because of COVID, international cricket still being played into October. Likewise, the championship with the Bob Willis Trophy final here. It was the first week of October that it felt like the entire cricketing community did the same thing that I did, Googling where is the warmest place in Europe in October, and we all landed on the same Google result, which was Crete, and we all went there in the same week. About 20 people I know who are in Crete second week of October. Trying to eke out any bit of summer we could get with the season over.
Messy, was it?
I mean, we didn't see each other. We were just all there in different hotels and resorts and doing what you do, reading a book and trying to forget about the normal...
Middlesex's batting woes.
Yeah, well, that, yes. I did come to the Bob Willis Trophy final. I sat down in the grandstand and just enjoyed myself for the day. Brought in a couple of bottles of wine and took it back. I've always found that remarkable that you're allowed to bring wine into Lord's. If you tried to pull off a stunt like that at the MCG, I suppose Lord's equivalent in Australia, the home of cricket, you'd be locked in the cells underneath there for 4 hours. You wouldn't think twice. That'd be it. Day over, into the cells. Enjoy your day.
Is it the only one in England, certainly, Lords, that allows you to bring alcohol in?
Oh, right. Okay.
Is it? No, is it? Sorry.
Oh, no, I wouldn't know. I just know that here it's a quirk, to say the least. It was cold that week, Bob Willis Trophy final. Both years they've done it here.
Oh, just kept a fraction low. Helm backing up to it, managed to trap the bat down on it. He'll be pretty happy as a bowler, though, to see any doubts
Most certainly.
on the bounce.
Yeah, the first of those Bob Willis Trophy finals, we were commentating on the top of the pavilion, and I can hear Ollie wincing behind me, who was producing that week with us. It was horrendous. Not so much the temperature, which was 5 or 6. You can kind of deal with that. It was the wind chill up that high, and it was blowing a gale. Cold comfort was watching Alistair Cook peel off one of his most aesthetically pleasing centuries of his career.
Whipped away, taken from a pretty straight line as well from Helm, which Blackmel's pondering at the moment, but a single more. That's one of the things that's lamented slightly, that the Bob Willis Trophy now is gone.
I wonder what they'll do with that. I've seen well, there have been a couple of ideas floating around as to what might happen with it, but I was quite drawn to it. I was against the grain here. I thought that the way you could complete the season would be per 2020 with a final, like the Sheffield Shield with a final, because of the intensity a final brings. I know that the league system doesn't always lend itself to an elimination game at the end, and I definitely see that perspective, but
it's a little inside tickle on that, I think.
Maybe outside the line as well. I sort of always felt that the benefit of the Sheffield Shield final in Australia is that played over 5 days, outside the line and an inside edge, that it does, I mean, it's just one game of cricket, of course, but it does help provide conditions that are as close to Test cricket as you can get. So I thought there might be room for that to end each season where we're first place second, but yes, that won't be the case. Got here Peter D saying, Ali Cook, aesthetically pleasing. I promise you. That Bob Willis, that's in the comments on YouTube, by the way, I promise you that innings was a belter.
Nice looking shot from Helm, well fielded. Recovers by Thompson.
We should check the score over at Essex, by the way, while we head towards lunch. Essex were ticking along beautifully yesterday. They're 337 for 5, so they didn't get their 4th batting point. Kent have pegged them back well after both Brown and Cook made centuries in a stand worth 220 for the first wicket. So they've been really pegged back since the second new ball's been taken. 3 wickets for Jackson Bird, great operator.
Oh, that one just came back up the slope there from Connors, really jagged back on Helm.
Derbyshire fans listening to this will be interested to hear that Matt Critchley is on 32. They might be frustrated to hear that, actually. I interviewed Matt a couple of days ago. I've kind of adopted him as my county correspondent for my podcast this year.
Nice.
I'm trying to talk him into the Test team by the end of the summer. Staying in Division 1, Hampshire have a first innings lead, 193 for 1 with Joe Weatherly, who made a wonderful 100 against Middlesex a couple of years ago out at Radlett on 103. Of course, they bowled out Somerset for 180 yesterday, so that's a big statement to make to start their campaign. In a strong position to take full points against Somerset, who are highly fancied coming into the season, as always. Over at Wantage Road, Gloucestershire were all out for 223 earlier today, so Northants finished the job there. But they're struggling in response, 22 for 3. So in Gloucestershire's innings, Bracey ended up getting a ton, 117 out of 223. And he was the last man to fall. That is some effort. 4 wickets for Sanderson, couple for Berg. But in response, yes, early trouble, 22 for 3. Ryan Higgins has all of them.
Quick to age, be a single.
So Higgins, who had a brilliant season in 2021, has 3 for 14 from 3 overs. He's picked up Vasconcelos, Ben Curran and Saif Zaib. So they're in a strong position to go to lunch and give themselves a chance of also securing a first innings lead. And the other game in Divi 1 is Surrey and Warwickshire. Rain affected yesterday. Surrey won the toss and batted at Edgbaston, and they've made their way to 222 for 5. Ben Folkes is still there on 35.
Well, he's got him. He has. White's gone. That's the end of his innings. He's gone for 65. Caught behind. Nice knock from White. Just pushing in a length ball there on that one, though, really. And Connors strikes his second wicket. And a fine stay in the middle for the Middlesex. Number 4 comes to an end. 65 to his name. Guessed with the catch. Connors the wicket. Middlesex 380 for 8.
Yeah, huge credit to Connors. We mentioned throughout the course of the day that he's been asked to bowl spell after spell, principally from the pavilion end, but I think he might have been more of a threat from the nursery end, moving the ball away from the right-hander down the slope. He's had a couple hit the seam and jag away, and as did that. White drawn forward, kissing the edge, and Guest making no mistake. A really important innings of 65 just to ensure that Middlesex were able to complete the job they started yesterday up towards 400. That's where they'll finish by the time we reach lunch, with Bamber walking out as the number 10. But yes, Connors' second wicket, well earned. De Cares yesterday and White today, both caught behind.
4th wicket in the morning for Derbyshire. And actually, this is turning into not a bad morning for them. I think probably their best hope this morning really could have been all out for 380, couldn't it? Which Middlesex, they'd be feeling pretty rough if it did finish for 380 now. But they've had to toil away at it, but they've kept the runs down, haven't they? Yeah, look, I think both teams would be quite happy with where they are, actually. Yeah, sure, Middlesex might have thought, well, bat beyond lunch for an hour or thereabouts and get up towards maybe 450. That's unlikely to happen from here, but if they can balance out at all out 400, Derbyshire will be proud of their work given where they started. And by that I mean where they were after an hour yesterday with the runs ticking over and losing Ryan Sidebottom to injury after 7 deliveries. But yep, 4 wickets in this session so far. Still quarter of an hour until lunch. They do have the chance to finish it off and to extend the session. One more wicket here and they'll keep playing until the completion of the innings. 4 for 48 from 5th wicket. 4 for 48 from 5th wicket to 8th for Derbyshire. One of those, Roland Jones was going for the big shot, wasn't he? Trying to push on for that 110. Whites, I think we've seen him try and up the scoring rate a little bit this morning. Those leading edges you mentioned, 3 I think was the count, wasn't it? That was another one which was a little unlike White, that shot. Here's Thompson's new batsman, Bamber. Prods forward. It was unlike White to push at that one, really. A little bit of width outside the off stump. Wasn't really there for the drive, and he's not known for his big booming cover drives, is he,
no.
Robbie White? So whether it was just on his mind that it's a long way down the track on that one, Bamber. Helm, sorry.
He's been watching too much television, seeing some of those get given out because of DRS. They're not getting given out in the championship. Not by umpire Illingworth, that's for sure.
So nicely driven down to long on for a single by Helm. He can certainly up the scoring rate if he wants to. You mentioned yesterday the temperament of Bamber and Myrtle with the bat. Bamber will be there to offer support at this stage for Tom Helm. Still try and just push it up and over the 400.
Yeah, look, Bamber last year was a fairly dependable number 10. I mean, again, it's all in context, isn't it? But from a team that struggled throughout, Bamber made 151 runs, averaged 9. Again, all in context. Wasn't a bad return for him.
Nicely driven away, just be a single. Point coming around a little finer to collect.
Yeah, strike rate of 40, which gives you a sense of the way he plays, conservatively.
Another single snuck in between mid-wicket and square leg.
I was in our local cafe this morning. Ethan Bamber and I share a local cafe. We've never run into each other. It's just they always tell me that Middlesex bowler's been in here again. I took my baby there for breakfast today before coming into Lords.
Oh, what did that come off?
Thigh pad, I think. Just to round out the scores in Division 1, 2-2-3 for 5, so a half century for Pope. Folks still there. They batted for a long time together, that pair. And then in our division, Division 2, we have Sussex still batting. They're 365 for 9, which means that Stephen Finn must have been and gone. Yes, he made 10, including a 6, which will excite the locals down there at Hove with their new recruit. Bombing one to get going, no longer the Watford wall.
Loves a big slog sweep when he had the opportunity. Connor's continuing.
I heard from Finney last night he enjoyed having a day with the feet up, doing absolutely nothing. Tom Clark made 100, top scoring for Sussex, so they're still going in a very similar position to Middlesex. They're against Nottinghamshire, who are, I would say, reasonably the favourites in this group coming in.
Yeah,
would you share that view?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, isn't it? Their position, they finished last year. They're a bit disgruntled that they've ended up in Division 2 this year. They're 2020 placing. Just be the one. Yeah, I mean, there was the scenario if they'd not could have won the title last year, but ended up in Division 2 this year had they won the title. So I think that's the quality of Notts, really, isn't it?
Yeah, over at Cardiff,
face this year.
Glamorgan in a rain-affected game so far, 229 for 9. Ingram out for 87 this morning. 3 wickets for Matty Potts and 3 wickets for Ben Rain, the ever reliable. So Durham have nearly finished the job there.
Edged, wide of slip, only one in place for Bamber. Just a single taken. Might not have carried to second. We've seen a couple drop short today. One go wide of second as well, whether it would have carried to third. But interesting that they've got this spread field for Bamber as well.
Just 50 overs possible at Grace Road so far across 4 sessions, where Worcestershire are 195 for 6. So they've scored at a decent clip. Brett De Oliveira on 54.
Giving himself room, Helm. Drags it away through mid-wicket. Nice little sweet pick-up from him. Just a little step backwards. Opened himself up and he moves to 23.
I think that's good batting. I mean, short boundary. He's got a lovely swing on him. He can hit the ball a mile. We saw that at Radlett a couple of years ago, just how far this guy can hit the ball. There is little gain by trying to hang around for lunch. Lunch is only 10 minutes away, but it's in Helm's interest to keep the foot down, as it will be when Murder walks out. Soon enough, their job will be to take 20 wickets. They've batted well. They're going to get near enough to 400. Whatever they can cobble together from here's a bonus, so they may as well do it quickly and play to their strengths, hit hard. Especially when Bamber's down the other end and doesn't have that club in the bag. So they can balance out each other nicely here.
I think that works against White, the fall of the wickets this morning. He was the man really that Middlesex would have hoped to play around. Robbie White, that solid player in the middle order. And maybe that was just on his mind a little bit with that push that he had a few moments ago. A wide ball, which again out of character for him, really out of character in terms of the way that he plays his game. But those who can accelerate quickly, including Davis, Simpson, Roland Jones, those all falling in quick order this morning, I think just kept that scoring rate down for Middlesex, and perhaps, as we say, for White, to put an added bit of pressure on him to try and up the scoring rate slightly. But it was still, nonetheless, it was a job done. As we all said, that this morning could have been a very, very difficult morning for Middlesex. It hasn't been easy, and I think we have to say it is Derbyshire's morning, but they're fighting back from a long way behind. 389 for 8.
Yep, Derbyshire's morning, but Middlesex have got themselves back into a pretty strong position here, a very strong position in context again of what we know Lords to be over the last couple of years. And even take a little cameo like Simpson. When he walks in, they need to go at about 4.5 and over to reach the final batting point. He gets 14 from 12. We're kind of thinking T20 language there, aren't we? But it contributed to making sure they got to that threshold.
Edged again. Wide of slip it goes. There'll be a couple here at least for Bamba. Well wide of slip, but high up the outside edge. Nearly another for Thompson. 3 for 95 for him now.
He's bowled well.
And the first go in the match. I don't think he got one yesterday at all from the pavilion end, did he?
Yeah, that's right.
And behind that one, Baba. So yeah, it'll be interesting for the off spinner. They'll have to hit against the spin to go to the shorter boundary. Now Middlesex, but he's also bowling with the slope, which again was one of those talking points yesterday. I think they very much had it right though, the spinner bowling into that heavy wind. But there's an opportunity for him, possibly even for a fifer, if Helm and Merton's come try and get against him. Scamper one, fielder in the deep on that point boundary coming up.
Just cruising Cricinfo, looking at those scores around the grounds, and it was brought to my attention that it's Alex Stewart's birthday today. Boss across the river at Surrey. A reminder of perhaps my favourite little factoid in cricket, actually, which is his birthday, the 8th of April, 63, and his test runs, 8.463. I mean, you couldn't make it up. Incredible.
What was his last dismissal?
Let's find out.
Nice use of the feet. Tees off down the grounds. Tom Helm. And there it goes. You mentioned just how far he can hit it. 6 runs it is for Helm. He moved to 29. Middlesex on the verge of 400. Bonus points is long out of play now, but yeah, up to what I think would have been the minimum that they were looking at this morning, Middlesex.
Yeah, look, with Helm, we've already talked about the pace that he bowls at and the fact that he has been in and out of this red ball team. I mean, 8 wickets at 50-odd last year. Never got a consistent run. He was only really used when they were deploying 4 quicks or when they were rotating away from home. If he's going to build a case to play week in, week out, he needs to be able to advance his case to be someone who can do this down at 8 or 9. I know Roland Jones is batting at 8, but and had a role to play today, and there's no criticism of Roland Jones trying to knock the ball over the rope to get that point when he did, as we said before. But the fact that Helm can scamper along to 29 from 41 balls, it's just a reminder of his broader worth. Getting Middlesex to the cusp of 400 here just before lunch.
Angling it back in up the slope. Connors, well defended by Bamba, who will just play the foil at the other end to Helm. Absolutely. I mean, there was a 5-wicket haul he took at New Road a few years back, and the entire England bowling contingent were there in terms of the backroom staff and coaches to watch it, and the word had come back that that's as close to test level as you can get in that performance from Helm. I think injury cruelly followed not long after, and he's been one of those players who mentioned Roland Jones, how cruel injury's been to him. He's been one of those players where every time he does start to come towards the crest of a wave, I think injury has intervened. As I say, selection last year perhaps wasn't overly helpful for him. Didn't quite get it right down at Somerset in the away game last year.
Yeah.
Middlesex.
We got a start, didn't he? He played Somerset at home, Somerset away, and neither game broke his way. And from there, when you got Murtagh and Bamba taking all these wickets at home, and I know Roland Jones was out of the team through injury.
It's worked away by Bamba. Manages to perhaps even pick up 4 for it. A good tumbling stop out on the boundary rope there by Lewis Rees. And there's a couple more to his name. Yeah, there was that Goldsworthy got Somerset over the line down at Taunton against Middlesex. Finn and Helm trying to bowl out the youngster. That's the 400 up as well for Middlesex. With a couple more for Bamber. 400 for 8. Brought up in the 124th.
Yeah, this is it. You reference Finn, who was still playing red ball cricket last year, and Blake Cullen, who was really impressive when he did play. And the need to play spin too, so you don't have the luxury of playing four seamers, especially when you've got Martin Anderson, who, you know, let's acknowledge that Helm is probably just quicker than Anderson, but Anderson's sharp. So if you want to play a fourth quick, who can bat at 6 or 7, the team balance is aided by that considerably, which is why, yeah, Helm, if he can turn himself into a number 8, that does help in terms of that equation.
Oh, a little tickle on that and Bamber's gone. Connors has a 3rd wicket, 400 for 9. The end is nigh for Middlesex for this innings, right on the verge of lunch. I don't think that will be lunch, will it? I think they'll probably, we'll have one more over after that, 3 minutes 2.
Well, I think they'll have to play 3, won't they, given it's 9 down, so they'll extend the session.
Of course they will.
Yeah.
And I don't even think in old speak it would have been close enough to lunch to take the interval now. Only 2 balls left to the over, but 400 for 9 it is. And Bamber caught guess, bowled Connors, gone for 7. He drags himself off, having tried to help Helm, who was really powering Middlesex on towards the end of this innings. But the fireworks begin now. Yeah,
no concerns there. Bamber trying to play his role, edges to guest, as has been the case 3 times with Connors bowling through the course of the innings. Tim Murtagh walks out with Helm. This could end in a hurry, or it could be a lot of fun. But reaching 400, no team made it to 400 at Lords last year. Indeed, Middlesex only got to 400 on a couple of occasions, both away from home. Murtagh batting with that beaten up arm guard. That's seen plenty of service over the journey. Highest score of 74 not out against Middlesex back in 2004 at the Oval. An innings that we were waxing lyrical about yesterday, walking out with a smile on his face. 40 years of age. And at this stage of his career, he really only knows one way to bat, and that's to get leg side of the ball and try and open it up and swing hard and long, and somewhere between long off and cow corner. And 1 ball left in this, the 33rd over from Connors. 3 for 104. So he and Thompson have 6 between them. They've got the deep third man. I think they might move him a fraction finer, so he doubles up as a fly slip in front of the Warner stand. 2 out on the leg side. Deep square and fine leg. The deep square is about 15 yards inside the rope. The rest are in on the 1. And a catching slip. Tested on the stumps to start there from Connors rather. End of his over. So 124 bowled. Ordinarily, there would be 1 more over. Well, they might even take lunch at this point, given it'll be 1 o'clock by the time they're in position. But the session will be extended with 9 wickets down. Middlesex securing the 4th and final batting point through this session, getting there on the final ball of the 110th over via Tom Helm. His first ball in the middle. Hoiking out towards mid-wicket. It rolled across the line and ensured that they take 4 of the 5 available points on that front. They've lost 5 for 93 in the session so far. And Thompson has a chance to finish it off bowling at Helm. 4 out on the rope. Deep mid-wicket. Long on in front of the pavilion. Long off in front of the Warner stand. And to the short rope, deep point, a sweeper as well. Doesn't know much about that after dancing. Just trying to work out where he'll have a go here. They've got the deep mid-wicket set out there, Kev, but yeah, a good 10 metres inside the rope. Very long boundary out towards the tavern, but he can hit the ball a long way. That still might be hitting with the spin, his best option. That's the way he goes, out towards deep mid-wicket, and does get it out towards the sweeper on the bounce. Didn't get all of it, inside part of the bat. Harry Kane, the sub-fielder, sweeping out there, but yes, he sized it up and arrived at the conclusion that cow corner mid-wicket was still his best option.
I'm just thinking he part take LBW out of it with the premeditated sweep. They've got two in there, haven't they, for the right-hander at 45 and the backward square. He's gone in front of square, obviously, with that big heave. I think with the premeditated sweep, you are in danger of just tickling up into the air for either of those two catchers. But in terms of really trying to open up, because LBW as well, the off-spinner's bowling with the slope, so a decent stride in, you're going to struggle to pick up. You're going to struggle to bring LBW into play sweeping against Thompson. Different matter for Mercer, though.
Yeah, as for Murder, no long on, no long off, no cow corner. Here we go. No. Chooses to push into the onside. We saw last year that he became quite partial to just opening up the offside, as they say in T20, backing away effectively, but strategically backing away and trying to pop balls over cover. There is a deep cover, but no long off. Thompson ran the wicket. Murder does that and through to the gloves of Guest. Quite enjoyed watching Guest up to the stumps.
Yeah, indeed, he's done very well, hasn't he? Been very impressive. I think as well for Thompson, this is the first time he's had a left-hander to look at from the pavilion end.
Still got the slip. Ooh, that's got to be out. Yep, that's the end of the innings. Straight on, Thompson gets a fourth. Just trending up the slope, the one that hit the shiny side and went straight on. Nice bowling. Murta removed for naught, but Middlesex past 400. They didn't do that here at Lord's last year, and thanks to a century from Stevie Eskenazi, half centuries from De Caires and White, they've laid a fine foundation here at headquarters. It's lunch on day 2, all out for 401. The not out man is Tom Helm on 30 not out from 44 balls with a couple of 4s and a 6. And all told, 6 wickets in the session for Derbyshire, doing what they needed to do to stay in the game. But a big job ahead of them, Middlesex reaching 400 for the first time at home for a couple of years, Kevin Hand.
Yeah, and it looked like he was very much thinking of just being the supporting out there, Mercer, didn't it, for Helm? Just push it back, Helm seeing it well, playing it well. He'll probably walk off thinking, I wish I had a swing now. Yeah. And where we said, of course, for the off-spinner to the right-hander from the pavilion end, LB wasn't going to be as big a factor, obviously a very, very big factor against the left-handed Mercer. So yeah, disappointed for him, Duck. But for Helm, that was a really fine and really crucial in the end 30 of Middlesex's 401. We talked about this morning, getting up and over 400 Middlesex, that would be the minimum that they'd want to do. And Derbyshire, their best hopes really was to restrict Middlesex to about 380 first thing this morning.
Yeah, and a duck for Murder, but he won't be concerned about that because he will have seen the ball do more today than it did yesterday. Better conditions for seam bowling. And that was exploited by Sam Connors, who took 3 for 104 from his 33 overs. Luckmal a couple of wickets yesterday, 2 for 100 from 31, but bowled very nicely this morning. Side bottom, just the 7 deliveries, none for 10 before doing his hamstring. Thompson, 32.5 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 103. The off-spinner taking all of his wickets today. Anuj Dal, 1 for 79. An important breakthrough. Got the first wicket today, that of Davies for 25, removing his off-stump. 1 for 79 from 25 overs with 4 maidens. And Lewis Deploy threw a couple of overs of left-arm spin yesterday, none for 4. Middlesex, Eskenazi 118, De Caires 80, White 65, Holden 35, and Helm 30 not out. The scorers above 30. A team effort getting them to 400, which, when being sent in yesterday, they would have been thrilled to know that 4 sessions into this match, they're in such a strong position.
Yeah, absolutely. And we said, didn't we, this morning that Derbyshire had to win this session, really. Otherwise, Middlesex would have been so far out of sight in that first. Well, not out of sight, obviously, but such a big first inning score. 6 for 69 those last 6 wickets. So Mickey Arthur will be delighted, absolutely delighted with the comeback. Opened up slightly, I think, by Roland Jones going for those runs, which Middlesex did get that 4th batting point in the end by the end of the 110th. But 4 for Thompson, and 3 for Connors. Really excellent work by those. I think backs up what we were saying yesterday that after the injury for Sidebottom, they stuck at it, Derbyshire. They did bowl better today, but there was a little bit more assistance out there.
So we'll take our lunch at Lords on day 2 with Middlesex all out, should I say Derbyshire, all out for 401, dismissed. What am I saying? Middlesex, Derbyshire? Right, the first time around.
Had it right first time.
Had it first time around. The scoreboard's already moved over to have Derbyshire up there. I'm not going to blame the tools, though. That's my fault. But, yes, it was the foundation that Middlesex required. And it'll be Murtagh and Bamba after the break against the Pakistan international Shan Masood. We'll be back in about 35 minutes. We play set to resume at 1:42 local time here at Lords. Middlesex all out, 401. Welcome back to Lords. It's the middle session of the second day. Middlesex up against Derbyshire. The first round of this 2022 season. Middlesex were all out for 401. The first time in 4 years the team has made in excess of 400 runs in the first innings at Lords. And now they have the chance to put pressure straight onto Derbyshire's new opening partnership of Shan Masood and Billy Gottleman via the wily old veteran, the captain, Tim Murtagh, on 899 first-class wickets. He'll start with a packed cordon, as ever, from the nursery end beneath us here. 3 slips in a gully. Shan Masood, the Pakistan international, is on strike. Adam Collins with you. Kev Hand with me. And off goes Murtagh, starting to Shan. And as you'd expect, right on the money, Kev. A milestone in the offing for Tim Murtagh, who year on year continues to do the job for his county, which is why they keep giving him a contract and why they keep putting him in senior positions. He's been a phenomenal force in the last 5 years.
Yeah, and irreplaceable, really, isn't he? I know Ethan Bamber's come in and picked up, but what he does at the nursery end in particular, such an art.
Yeah, last year Murtagh and Bamber combined, as we said earlier, for 110 wickets. They were the second best new ball combination in the country behind Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. He took 58 wickets at 18.6. Sometimes the numbers tell the whole story, as it's so often been for Murtagh. Already finding the inside edge. Shan gets Derbyshire away, one without loss.
Are they able to do replays of the commentary cam up here? I'm hoping not, is the answer I'm looking for. No.
What have we done?
Yeah, that image, the pictures they had last year of Michael Atherton going to speak into his mic.
Speaking into your coffee cup. Okay, I see.
I just went to drink the lip mic.
Well, we got Ollie behind us is on the tools. It's possible he can cut that. I
Really
wouldn't rule it
not.
out. It could go okay on socials.
It's probably the amount of time it took.
The other Ollie in the social team will have some fun with that. So Gottleman, the former Middlesex man, captain, Derbyshire, 4 catches in weight. Oh, that's close to the off stump. I know it as well. That corner up and about.
This is the beauty now, isn't it? I mean, how often have we seen Murtagh just set a batsman up? We haven't seen that booming in swing, which at the start of his career was a problem, controlling the swing. Swinging out of the hand, batsman setting up early. Master of his arts. Tim Murtagh now.
There's that shape up the slope, hitting the seam. All the slips racing around, making their presence felt.
I'll double check it, but Mercer, I'm sure, told me that it was Richard Johnson that helped him seam the one up the slope in his first spell with Middlesex. Played together, Johnson and Mercer, and then Johnson going on to be the bowling coach here. And that became perhaps that seam ball away up the slope from the left-hander, to have that as well as the booming in-swinger.
Past the edge. Ever so close to doing precisely as he foreshadowed. End of a probing over to begin from the 40-year-old captain Murtagh. One without loss. Derbyshire. It's against Derbyshire that Murtagh has his career best figures of 7 for 82 back in 2009. Yeah, turned 40 last August, and his 16th season doing his thing here, leading wicket taker in 10 of the 15 seasons he's played at Middlesex. Has more than 800 wickets for the club. What an extraordinary contributor. And then up the other end, it's Ethan Bamber, who had his breakout season in 2021. 52 wickets at 21. Loves it at Lords. 53 wickets here at 17.9. He has 100 in first-class cricket and even 100 at 23. So they call him Mini Mertz for a reason, because what he does is ever so similar to the man he shares the new ball with. And he'll have 3 slips as well. starting from the pavilion end where he did so much damage last year, including a 5-wicket bag against Derbyshire when they were in town last September.
Yeah, the baby-faced assassin, Ethan Bamber, isn't he? He's well stocked around the shoulders now, though, isn't he? Really beefed up a bit.
All the slips in long sleeve jumpers, waiting for Bamber, bowling for Shan. He's away, first ball down the leg side, all the way towards the rope, and he'll get 4 for it. So we speak about Bamber's accuracy being his point of difference, not quite on song to start, and a player of Shan Masood's experience isn't going to miss out there. He's 5 there, all the runs that Derbyshire have so far without loss.
We talked a lot for Middlesex about how this is a real shootout between the batsmen, but of course Shane Afridi to come into this side for Middlesex's second game. It's going to be a shootout between the bowlers as well. I know you were talking about how for Helm those runs will really help him if he can make sure there is that second string to his game.
That's better. Indeed, that's spot on.
Yeah, I think for all the Middlesex bowlers, they will. It's going to be fierce, the competition, really. And Blake Cullen as well, that express pace of his. He'll be disappointed to have missed out on this one. But Afridi will be top of the queue in a couple of weeks to be in this bowling lineup.
There in defence.
At least you didn't put the mic. At least you didn't put the
I nearly
binoculars to your mic. Yeah,
I was glad to speak into the binoculars. Good start for us after lunch. On
post-lunch snooze for the pair of us.
What a bit of cake will do.
I resisted the cake today.
Down the slope, away from the left-hander. So Derbyshire really struggled at the top of the list last year. They struggled across the board with the bat, but their opening combination was where it was felt most acutely. They were all out 200 or below on 11 occasions through the season. Good stop there at mid-wicket. Stoneman in there doing the work on the onside. A 6-3 field to begin. Yeah, they tried 4 opening partnerships last year across the board, all of them with Godalman, and they were never able to make it beyond 89. So yeah, this has been an Achilles heel for them. So well recovered there, Bamber, after giving Masood a ball to put away on his pads to begin. Where he needs to be thereafter.
There's a lovely bit of pace and bounce on that last one, wasn't it, down the slope? We'll be looking for every little indication, won't we, to see if Middlesex can get anything more out of the surface, or if there's any more through the air this afternoon. The clouds has come back over Lords. It's, there was a slight threat of rain this afternoon, wasn't there? But only a small chance, really, and even if it was, fleeting showers at worst. But at the moment, it's bright enough.
Yeah, it's the time of day that you'd love to see the lights come on if you're Tim Murtagh. 4 slips there, or 3 slips in the gully. And the name of the game here will be leaving as many balls go as they can.
I don't think we've seen him bring one back in yet, have we, in that first over?
Yeah, there was one up, yeah.
One that really seemed away. It was all set for the last ball, wasn't it, to come swinging back in, but that one too held its line.
Derbyshire were dismissed for 205 and 251 here at Lords last year. Godalman top scored with 70 in the second innings on strike here. Passes the edge again. Tim Murtagh 101.
That was a beaut. That was an absolute beaut. Last ball of the first over. His first over. Second ball of his second. Again, Godalman's really he's got to anticipate it. Well, he's got to factor in that ball can dip back in. Both edges at play, even if there isn't particularly swing at the moment, basically on the reputation of Murtagh.
Better. You talk about that experience at Lords. He's taken 333 first-class wickets here at 23 on 15 occasions, completing a 5-wicket bag. So it's a formidable record. And against Derbyshire, takes his wickets at 22. So every box ticked for Murtagh. He was busy against them here last year as well. Good again from Godalman. Committing to the leave early after getting a good stride in.
It's interesting, actually, that Lords comparison that you've got to his overall first class. You'd have thought this famed nursery end bowler at Lords that perhaps it might have been a little bit, not lower than 23, because that's outstanding. But, you thought there might have been an even bigger contrast
between
there might
his
be overall.
Skew. Yeah, right. Yeah.
His overall is, 24? So anywhere he goes.
Ooh, shout for leg before, pitched outside the leg, surely. And so assessed by umpire Kettlebrook.
It's just gone up the slope again from Mercer. We're waiting to see the in-swinger from him. There wasn't much swing about yesterday, was there? Barely any this morning again.
Godalman, a man who knows all about Lords as well, nearing 1,000 runs here at 38. Of course, he did play here when at Middlesex, a couple of tons at this ground. Been over at the county ground at Derbyshire for a long time now. Off the mark. Nice little tuck. Should be 2. Masood a fraction slow to turn, but gets through comfortably.
Yeah, I think that's kind of been put on Mercer a little unkindly. Sorry, ended the over 7 without loss. That's been put on Mercer a little unkindly over the years that, nursery end at Lords, it's made for him. Well, it's only fractionally better than his first class average across the board. So it just goes to show how good a bowler he is. That there's very little difference between what he does at the nursery end here at Lords and what he does any grounds, anywhere. So he had 3 tests for Ireland with fine batting average, which he happily retells anyone who'll listen.
Yes, what is it? The only number 11 to top score twice in the same test or something like that? Masood started well here. You can just see that class, can't you, coming forward and not at all intimidated by the medium pace of Ethan Bamber. Shah Masood's a fascinating player to study as far as the way his career's had these highs and lows for Pakistan, with whom he's played 25 test matches for. In and out of favour over time. His last test was against New Zealand last January. That was on the back of 3 ducks when he was dropped, so 3 ducks in a row. But the year before that, he rattled off 3 centuries in a row. So he has that ability to blow hot and cold. One of those centuries was at Old Trafford in 2019 against England, when he batted for 470 minutes against Anderson and Broad and Co. Nice straight blade here from Shan Masood. He was ever so close to getting another opportunity in the test team against Australia. Had an excellent first-class season last year, averaging 72. They've recalibrated the first-class structure in Pakistan in the last couple of years, so he's now playing for a new club, but he's taken to that immediately. But they went with Imam Al-Haq instead, which proved to be a pretty decent call, all told. Bamber bowls again outside the off stump, and he was on the bench watching, and Imam Al-Haq, who had an inferior record to Shah Masood, and we expected Shan to get the start, but Imam peeled off twin tons at Rawalpindi and didn't give Shan an opportunity to feature in the series. But his most recent cricket was in the PSL, playing for the the Multan Sultans. I love that name. He was the third highest run scorer in the PSL, making 478 at 40, so great numbers. That's the one that comes back from Bamba. And as well with Shan, we've seen him do it against Australia. We've seen him be willing to travel, play around the world. He studied at Durham University, so he has played lots of cricket on these types of tracks when he was a younger man. Tall, elegant, organised, and disciplined. So he is the key wicket for Middlesex here. End of 4 overs, 7 without loss.
I think even in these 4 overs, I've just seen enough of a hint from both ends that Bamba and Mert are very much at home. There's enough there for them, I think, if they're on form, that whatever there is, they'll get out of it. There's been that little bit of movement for both. He said that one that came back up the slope from Bamba, though we just didn't say it through the Middlesex innings, did we? Oh, that one's come back up the slope, or there wasn't that much, but they managed to get out of it. But already, I think both of these two showing signs that there's no reason that they can't do what they always do here at Lords and try and get in amongst some early wickets.
There are the 4 catches. Godderman finds a gap in front of point on the front foot. 8 without loss. He has 3 of them. Yeah, I haven't quite got to the bottom of this Mickey Arthur story about Shan Masood. Of course, he played under Mickey when he was coaching the Pakistan national team, but the way it's been explained to me is that he effectively plucked him out of an airport lounge and said, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing between about April and September? I'm coaching this club called Derbyshire. Do you want to come down and play?" And that's about it. He said, "Yeah, okay, sounds good to me. I'll catch you there." And here he is at Lords for the first round of the season.
Mickey Arthur, a contacts book to rival Adam Collins.
As I said, I've been up close watching Mickey with the Pakistan team. Went over there a while ago now in the UAE, when you could, when you could get up close and personal with the players training before COVID. This is, and yes, very much an on the tools coach, so he would know every inch of Shan Masood's game, and thus he would have made a decision that he's appropriate to do well in this competition. Of course, a reconfigured Middlesex cordon in the absence of Sam Robson, who would ordinarily be at second slip. So Eskenazi at first, White at second, Holden at third. Sorry, correction, Davis at third. I'm a long way away from that. And Holden in the gully. Full and straight.
Sorry, go on.
The benefit of Davis being a keeper as well, I suppose, having the ability.
Yeah, and Eskenazi was as well.
Cordon Eskenazi, yeah, of course.
Eskenazi's had the gloves. So yeah, 3 keepers as such in the slips there. Oh, it's been a fair while since Eskenazi's had the gloves anyway, but when he first broke through as a batsman, they were saying that he can also act as keeper.
So last year they would have Eskenazi at first when he was playing. Robson was always at second. White would often float at third. Anderson would find himself in the cordon. Holden would find himself in the cordon. You got Davis, who was a wicket keeper. So that, they are spoilt for choice in terms of catching men for Murtagh and Bamba. It's not as though they're scratching around for a couple of grippers, which can often be the case.
Just looking up Mercer's stats there, because I didn't trust my own note keeping. That I'd noted down his Test batting average is indeed 27, and his Test bowling average 16 for those 13 wickets he claims. It was here at Lord's that he had all the fun, wasn't it, against England? That wonderful day.
What a day it was. Were you here for that, Kev?
Sadly, I wasn't. Middlesex did have that round off as well. In fact, did they have the whole round off? They certainly had that day off, so there was an opportunity, but I didn't take it.
Yeah, it was quite the morning. I watched most of it from the camera gantry beneath us here. Bamber starting a fresh over. Ooh, squared up. Got to be close. Pitching outside leg, the assessment of umpire Illingworth. It was straight enough in terms of where it hit him on the pad. It would have crashed into middle and leg, I fancy, but yes, watching the replay back. And by the way, rattling off all those wicket keepers, Robbie White's a keeper too. So we've got keepers galore in the cordon here. How did we forget? White, of course, having done the job for Middlesex as recently as last year at Cheltenham. Edge behind! Or not. They certainly thought that Godalming had tickled that into the gloves of Simpson. It must have been bat on pad.
Yeah, I reckon that's exactly it. They went up, they went down so quickly though, didn't they? I think they knew any little noise that there was on that, which I think we both heard. Which makes you think edge first, but good call from the umpire. There's that huge call for LBW against Eskenazi early in his innings from, I think it was Connors, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Which we thought was close. So early jitters here for Godalming.
Yeah, Murtagh from the nursery end in that test match against England, and the way he was able to effectively just translate exactly what he does here week in, week out to the test level. And I know that England were half of that team had just won a World Cup a fortnight before, and there was a degree of exhaustion in the ranks, and there are a number of other mitigating factors, and they got that out of their system and won the test in 2.5 days. But for a brief couple of hours, everything was perfect for Murtagh and Ireland. The better leave. Those bizarre test matches, you look at the card and you're like, did that really happen? England all out 85, was it? And then Jack Leach coming out to bat for England to open in the second innings, all on day one. Between times, Ireland all out for about 170 odd. And then they're all out for, I think it was 42 on morning 3. But a great celebration of the progress that Irish cricket had made, that they were invited to play a test here at Lord's, and hopefully it won't be long before they get another. But of course now Tim Murtagh has made his decision to be a full-time pro at Middlesex. I felt sorry for him in a way that he had to pull the pin with Ireland, just owing to the fact that they were then a full member nation of the ICC, and after the transition period the Irish players needed to make a call, and so it was for Paul Sterling as well, who chose to stick with country over county. Godalming forward to end the over, 8 without loss. He has 3, Masood's on 5.
Yeah, I think it was a really tough call that for Paul Sterling as well. As tough a call as it was for Murtagh to go the other way. Sterling loved his time here at Middlesex, came back as an overseas briefly, didn't he? But
yep.
This year with Birmingham Bears, I think it is, have signed him up for the Blasts. Wonderful player, Paul Sterling. But yeah, shame for them. Shame really, Ed Joyce is the name that always springs to mind for me as well with regards to tests. He hung on as long as he could for that first test for Ireland, so he'd played a test before he retired, but his hips playing it up for years.
I'm glad that Ed hung on for that Malahide test match. I was there for that test against Pakistan, and or at least for the start of it, and yeah, it felt only right that he was there, presented with that cap and given a chance to play test cricket after having to wait so long and coming so close with England and not quite working out. Having, of course, played a lot of white ball cricket for England between times. And
Century down under, didn't he?
Century down under, that's right. Part of the 2007 World Cup squad for England when Ireland did so well. Made their mark.
It's a nice phrase. Part of the England side when Ireland did so well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
he got a bit back from the Irish boys on that one. I can tell
I'm
you.
sure he did. The Irish knocking off Pakistan on St Patrick's Day at Sabina Park. And it changed the course of cricketing history in many ways, if not for that day. And this isn't to be flippant, but with India and Pakistan both eliminated in the opening stage of that World Cup, and that was because of what Ireland were able to achieve that afternoon in Jamaica. That's the reason the World Cup got reduced back to 10 teams. It's now gone back to 14 from the 2027 edition, but yeah, for at least 2 cycles it went from 14 to 10 due to the shall we say the financial knock-on effect of fallout of a World Cup that didn't quite go to plan back in 2007 for India and Pakistan. I'm glad we're beyond that being the only factor now, and the game continues to grow apace. Ireland now a full member nation. Easing away again, Masoodi is very effective off his pads, not too dissimilar to Alistair Cook in that regard, 9 without loss.
Yeah, it was a shame for Joyce that he wasn't able to hang on for that England test as well, which of course was a few years down the line after their debut test, but former Middlesex man. Had a great link with Irish cricket, Middlesex, for many years. Of course, Ireland really forging their own way now. First class game.
Yeah, they beat the West Indies in a one-day series recently, which was another sort of stepping stone. This one-day World Cup Super League, Ireland are currently sitting 5th on that table, and the top 8 teams qualify automatically for the World Cup. And they've only got 2 series to play, one of which I think is against Bangladesh at home, and the others against New Zealand at home. If they split the difference and win 3 of those 6 one-days, they'll be pretty close to automatic qualification for the one-day World Cup next year, October next year in India. Murtagh ends another probing over, 9 without loss. So that's a 10-team competition, so the degree of difficulty for them getting to there is so high. But yeah, there are those 8 automatic qualifying spots through the round robin. They've been operating since the 2019 competition, and yeah, it could mean that Ireland get there unexpectedly this time around. But yeah, they'll have to do well in the home summer over at Malahide. It'll be one to watch.
Mentioning former Middlesex players before I forget, I did manage to get a DM from Corey Collymore at lunch.
Oh,
I'm hoping that I finished that story that I started on Corey. Yes, no, Collymore.
Yes, no, Collymore.
And that he bowled so well one year, but all the wickets came at the other end for Mercer. He had just had one of those years. He bowled so incredibly well. I remember putting it to him up at Edgbaston. All the wickets are coming at the other end this year, aren't they, Corey? I mean, you can't bowl any better than you are. He just put a big smile on his face and said, "I'll allow you to say that. You can say that, not me, Kev." But he bowled he bowled tremendously well, and he was a really popular player here at Middlesex. Corey Collymore. Hope you're well. Hope you're still listening now that I've finished the story. Which, as I said to him in the tweet, it was meant to finish with a sweetener at the end, Corey.
It'd be quite the past players reunion of just overseas players that have played for Middlesex. If you exclude those who've come through the club through the England system, I know they have their annual get-together, don't they, the past players, but just the overseas who've come here and represented the club, it'd be an extraordinary team if you put it down on paper. The best 11, maybe you can pop that in the comments if you're a Middlesex fan watching on YouTube. The best 11 for Middlesex overseas imports. Smashed back at Bamber here. Shan Masood is looking very good, but collected in his follow-through, so no run. Players like, well, I suppose it'd be Rogers and Langer opening the batting as a starting point. I might be being presumptuous there, but that's just my first thought.
Desi Haynes.
Yeah, Desmond Haynes, yeah, he might get a look in too. Let's make it based purely on their numbers for Middlesex, though, so let's not sort of get carried away from someone who might have come here for a year and had a splendid international career but didn't do it for Middlesex. Let's have that caveat. Ooh, leaves alone. Always a chance, but too high. Bamber this time up the slope. As we mentioned earlier, for Bamber, for whatever reason, it feels as though he's more of a threat with the one that goes the other way when running down from the pavilion. That's good again.
There's one thing they haven't been in this match, and it's give us the umpires. They've been consistent. Getting that huge call on Eskenazi.
Yeah. There were two big shouts for leg before, and yeah, the first of those, the Connors to Eskenazi, looked pretty out to me. But so it goes. If you're going to make 100 as good as that, you're bound to get a little bit of luck at some point. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. Doesn't detract from how good or how important the innings was.
Was White this morning the other one for you? What was the second one you're thinking of?
It was another one yesterday. 8 overs gone, 9 without loss. That last defensive stroke again from Shan Masood. It's as though he has all the time in the world when facing Bamber at the moment to present the straightest of blades in defence.
Yeah, there was a White one this morning that got a pretty big appeal, didn't it? Just outside the line of off we fancied.
Yeah, I think so.
The batsmen will feel they've been owed a few over recent years. I know there's been a lot of grumbling about some of the umpiring performances, mainly because of the streams, I think, actually.
Fresh over from Tim Murtagh. A bit of interest there as well, the inside edge onto the front pad.
The umpires are under huge scrutiny now at county level, like they've never been before. The quality of the streams as well. The static cams have been around for a while, but now with the amazing camera work that goes along with so many of the streams, the amazing production levels, the umpires have come in for a fair bit of criticism on and off the field, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, and that won't concern this pair, who've been such a fixture of the international ICC elite panel for a long time. But yeah, you're right, for officials who haven't been subject to that, haven't needed to tend to DRS, for example, where you're always under the pump as a central umpire. Here the streams do ratchet up the challenges of the job. Like this comment in from Tom Bacon. Says here, I love seeing test batsmen, openers in particular, come to play Middlesex and get confused as to why they can't bat against two medium paces bowling 70 to 75 mile an hour. And you know what? That is the true charm of what we're watching here. It's to my way of thinking, why watching Bernard Philander dominate as he did for South Africa was such a joy, that a guy that didn't have the same pace as his colleagues or many other first-class cricketers could be so devastatingly good. But there's still room in top-flight cricket, international cricket, first-class cricket, for what we consider to be an old-fashioned piece of terminology, right arm, medium, fast, or right arm, fast, medium. Well, yeah, you probably get one per generation, don't you? We saw Bernard Philander, we saw briefly Chad Sayers for Australia, who never hit the speed radar at anything more than about, in old money, 74, 75 mile an hour, something like that. Played a test in 2018. Muhammad Abbas, who we were referring to earlier today, and the spell he bowled to Middlesex at Hampshire last year, taking 6 for 10, 6 for 11. When he's clocked, he's about 120 kilometres an hour, so again, not a lot quicker than what Bamber and Murtagh are bowling here. And for a time, he was the #1 ranked bowler in the world. So yes, pace is crucial and exciting and dominates the international game, but there is still space for bowlers like this when they can do what Murtagh does just like that. 9 overs gone, 9 without loss.
Brilliant start from Murtagh and Bamber here. They've not given them an inch, have they? this pair. See those figures there. Nice little rhythm about Bamba's overs and runs conceded. So too Mercer. 3 maidens for Bamba. Yeah, and all that as well against Masood on a pitch that is, if it was on the fraction of one side or the other, it's on the fraction of the slower side, isn't it, for the 2 medium pacers here. Yet still proving a fine test.
Over to you, Kev. Let's find a wicket.
On the spot again. That was the great G-up line that David Lloyd had with Darren Goff down under in an Ashes tour, wasn't it, when they put up on the big screen or announced, whether they had put it up on a screen somewhere or announced it over the PA. Darren Goff, medium fasts. Lloyd apparently gave him the G-up. He said that was it. There was no need for a team. So go on, Goffy, go and show him a bit of what your medium fast looked like.
I suppose it's less of a thing now, but certainly growing up on the television broadcast, it was something that was watched very closely, wasn't it? You were right arm fast medium, well, your right arm medium fast medium, or just flat out fast. And to earn the title of right arm fast or left arm fast, you needed to be something special. I mean, I don't think even a bowler like Craig McDermott ever got called right arm fast. He was always right arm fast medium. You needed to be Brett Lee or Wasim Akram.
Edged and wide of third slip. Gully's pretty wide as well. It's going to go away for 4. Giving chase Davis and Max Holden. They did have De Cares in as a tight gully for Murtagh, but not so for Bamba. Just the 3 slips and Holden occupying that backward point position really. De Cares in the covers, but yeah, for Murtagh. It was a 4-man cordon in there. They're not adjusting it just yet. I guess really with the economy that he's got, probably the question is why? Why cover and not 4th or gully? I'll take in single.
You're going to see, if Masood can bat for a couple of hours, you're going to see a lot of runs scored right there. Again, a comparison to Alistair Cook's an obvious one, but whenever it's on his hip, it's just in front of square or tucked around the corner. I've been at probably at least half, maybe even more than half of his test matches and watched him bat quite a lot, and that is where he's most productive for sure. He's good down the ground too.
Corey Collingwood's back.
Oh, good.
Was run away by Godalming. And it's Holden that'll get there first from backward points. Taking a couple. 16 without loss. He said, thanks, mate. At least you got there in the end of the story. Yeah. But then drags me back. Nice starting point about where I would be found at Lord's. I won't repeat the...
Let me guess.
the allegation. Hope to see you soon, Corey. Hope you're well. Squared him up a little. End of the over. 16 without loss. Got him on 5, Masood 11.
So some nominations for players who might be in the best Middlesex overseas team.
You mentioned Bernard Philander, but he only had a season. So it wasn't actually, he didn't really hit the heights in that season as well. It was, not for want of trying, of course, but yeah, it didn't come off from him. I'm just trying to think, was it Notts? He then came back with Notts, I think, and he really did.
Somerset as well. Bit of a journeyman now, Philander, isn't he? He's been around a bit. A recommendation here from George Norman, who said, well, the opening attack must be Wayne Daniel and Vincent van der Bijl. And I'll tell you what, that season Vincent van der Bijl had here at Middlesex when they won the comp.
Inside edge. Not at the head from Masood, but thick inside bit of the bat on that one.
We're talking to Mike Selvey about it. It's when they were at their strongest, when he came over from South Africa as an international to chance his hand. His domestic career bridged... he's probably one of the most unlucky cricketers to have never played international cricket, because he sort of exploded onto the scene just as South Africa went into isolation and was retiring pretty much when they were coming back. But he took his first class wickets at 17 or something ridiculous.
There's that area again, just pushing in between mid-wicket and mid-on. We'll get 2 for this one as it rattles away towards the low point of Lords, where the Tavern meets the Edrich.
And had a season here at Lords when he averaged 14, and it was only Richard Hadley over at Trent Bridge who had a better record through the season. Where Middlesex enjoyed that extraordinary success through the 80s. I think that was 1982.
Nice shot. Just offered really from Masood. You go too hard at it. Packed slip cordon, as we mentioned. 4 of them are back in there for Mercer, to the left-hander. Just pick him up a single. Yeah, that was the season of the 12 internationals, wasn't it? There was always one international on the sideline for Middlesex every game.
So there's our quicks, Daniel and Vanderbilt. I think Rogers is a pretty easy player to ink in at the top of the list. What about in terms of players that you've covered in your 2 decades on the tools here at Middlesex? Who are the best or most effective overseas players you've covered?
That's a tough one, really, because it has been a difficult one for Middlesex, really. The argument since 2016, so 6th season now, is that they've never really replaced Adam Voges, who had a wonderful time in 2015, 2016. That's going to be close. Maybe just pitched outside.
Yeah,
that was one of the better shouts in this innings, I thought.
Yeah, I wonder where the height. Interesting to see if that might have just hit at the top of the knee roll or on the flap. Good shout.
A little bit of off stump in our sight for that one as well, wasn't there, as we look at it again? Probably enough of off showing to leave a couple of areas of doubts. Same spot again, right behind it. So you'd ended the 11th, 20 without loss. Yeah, Voges had 15-16. Rogers was 2011 to 2014, so captaining them up in 2011, keeping them up, helping to keep them up through to 2014. Which is a real nervy one. That came down to the last day at Old Trafford, and Harrison Murtagh batting out to keep Middlesex in Division 1 and send down Lancashire at Old Trafford that day. Quite the tussle that was. Morgan batted a long while, I seem to remember as well, that final morning. But yeah, it was over to Mercer and Harris to save the day. But yeah, so 15-16, Voges was a very big player for Middlesex. I'll start again from Bamber.
Andrew, let me get the name right here on YouTube. Andrew the Gracious Lord Robinson Dow, as he identifies himself in the comments. He's going Haynes, Rogers, Langer, Callis, Fleming, Voges, Abdul Razak, Vincent Vanderbilt, Kartik, Wayne Daniel and Stevie Eskenazi to keep wicket, qualified as a dual national. I suppose that it is true of Eskenazi that he was first playing here. He one nationality and formerly now another.
Right up there again from Bamber. Godalming keeping it out.
It's a pretty useful 11. Yeah, I think the question comes down to who did what when they played here.
So Kartik, I'm trying to think of the first. So the first year I did, 2005, Scott Styrus.
Yep.
Was a vital cog, because he was holding that all-round role, which they then struggled to fill until the arrival of Gareth Berg, which was somewhere around 2009, 2010, when Berg made it his own. Oh, Mercer's just run over the top of that one. They'll get back for a second. Got on to 8. Yeah, so Styrus, I think, was replaced the next year by Johan Lowe, who came with a big reputation, having done so well at Northants, but just had a rotten year. It was just one of those years. I mentioned that year that Corey Collin, where it went so well and he just didn't pick up the wickets. It just, nothing went right for Johan Lowe that year. Just couldn't get it right. all season long. But then 2008, Morley Kartik came in and was part of that side that won. I think he came in 2007 as well, Kartik, but won the 2020. Solid defence once more from Godalming.
Yeah, well, if we were doing all formats, there might be another player from that 2008 team. One Dean Annis who might be in contention.
Well, Nana's played. Nana's played Championship as well.
Yeah, yep.
But it was, as you say, in the Blast where he really... I think it was Victoria he came across from, wasn't it?
Sure did.
Former Olympic skier?
Not quite, as Durkee, who might be watching actually, if he is, say good day. Some of the great myths around his other exploits over the journey.
But these myths that he perhaps indulged himself.
He certainly was. He certainly skied in a couple of World Cup events in the moguls. He now commentates when the Winter Olympics are on. You hear Dirk on Australian television commentating. He did so at Pyeongchang and also recently at Beijing. Of course, in the cricket season, he's a fixture of our various commentary boxes. I've worked with him a fair bit.
He was famed amongst the Middlesex players for his choice of evening meal.
Okay. Looking forward to this.
Thick bit of the outside of the bat for Godalming over the top of it. Probably will just run away down the slope. Davis is giving a hard chase and a slide, which he won't make. Godalming's into double figures. End of the 12th. Godalming on to 12, 26 without loss. I know which particular food it was, but the dish itself, from memory, it was chow mein. Every night. He'd always be off to the Chinese at the close of play. And the rest of the players hated him. But Nick Compton was another one for this. The famed Lord's lunches. Always 3 courses and ate every bit of the huge, I think, what do they call it? Is it Mississippi mud pie? Really big, gooey chocolate dessert, which none of the others, Ed Joyce, who I mentioned a little while ago, said, I can't touch it, but he eats 5 of them. Joyce said it'd take him half a day running around Lords to run off one of those, but for Godalming, for Compton, no problem at all. But yeah, with the Turk Nannies, no problem whatsoever. Chicken chow mein, or whatever chow mein it was, every night. For his dinner, everybody else was on the...
I'm somewhat surprised to hear that. I've always thought Dirk was slightly more exotic than that with his culinary interests.
Well, like I say, maybe it was a slightly more exotic Chinese dish, but a Chinese dish it was.
Okay. He spent many of the last years based in Japan.
Tom Helm is on from the nursery ends. 6 over stimp for Tim Murtagh. This was going to be the interesting one for me. Of the 3 who all wanted the pavilion end, Helm being one, who would it be that was sent to the nursery? So Roland Jones. It was going to be pretty tough for Murtagh to take the pavilion end off his old mate Roland Jones. The long-time opening bowler from the pavilion end. But Ethan Bamber's very much claimed that now as his. Yeah, I remember watching the 2008 Champions League final actually with Dirk Nannies and all the Middlesex team, and Nannies wasn't interested in it at all. Chelsea against Manchester United, but tucking into a Chinese takeaway that night.
Chicken chow mein by the sounds of things.
If memory serves, it was certainly chow mein. But
another international that we can, another quick Australian bowler. Well, Jeff Thompson, of course, not 91 here, where he took that 7-for in a one-day game against Hampshire. Opening with Wayne Daniel, imagine that.
Just starting on the legs. Nicely tucked away by Masood. Turn for a third, vast expanse. Down to the mound and the tavern with old Father Time in the scorer's box sitting in between. It's a long, long way down there, and it's all downhill as well. So it's a pretty futile chase at times when that ball gets going, but that one was just a little turn.
Watching the games on that side of the square last year when we were commentating in the tavern, Kev, as far away as you can be really for commentary purposes, it did feel like you were watching a game on television. Really, it was so far away. It was a moot point watching the square of the wicket. Trying to watch it live out the window was a waste of time. You needed to just call it off the screen. So no sun into that part of the ground through the day.
It's better from Helm.
Good wheels. I mean, I think with Helm, we think of him as a bowler with a high ceiling because he can bowl very quickly. And that's been clear for a number of seasons. The question is, can Tom Helm build pressure in the way that his colleagues Murtagh and Bamber can, or even Blake Cullen, who I've seen bowl some incredibly consistent spells already in his fledgling first-class career. Can he do it over after over consistently? Better again. Start this.
Yeah, that was it. That was the interesting one for Cullen. He's the man that's left out. Anderson would have played really as a fifth seamer, wouldn't he? If, we think, that he'd have operated in the slot that Davis has. Simpson probably would have gone up to 6 and Anderson at 7. But think for Helm as well, here at the nursery, and everybody thinks of the big quicks running down the hill at Lords, but also you can get that extra little bit of climb from the nursery and bowling up the slope for the big guys also.
Got a couple of nominations to feed in at the end of the over for our best overseas Middlesex team, by the way, which comes now 13 gone, 29 for none. Simon Whiteside's dismayed that we haven't mentioned Baz McCullum and AB de Villiers. I suppose on the basis that we're kind of thinking 4-day cricket initially. Maybe we can broaden it out. I know we've talked about some white ball players, but yeah, AB de Villiers, what a signing that was.
Oh. Yeah, I think he did play. I think they managed to squeeze a couple of List A games out of him as well, if memory serves, at Radlett. Because back then T20 wasn't played at Radlett, and I'm sure he played at Radlett in a game. So it must have been List A because 2020 wasn't played back then. Well, the other one was Adam Gilchrist, of course.
Yes.
Came in for a T20 spell, which was only going to be a home contract here at Lords for a certain number of games. But it went so badly wrong for him on the home games that he said, look, I owe you a game. And he went to Canterbury, played for Middlesex, having, it was a bums-on-seats signing, really. He and David Warner, they signed a couple of Aussies thinking, right, we'll get some of the Australians in London in to watch. It didn't really come off for either of them, but Gilchrist being Gilchrist said, look, I owe you a game, went down to Canterbury and scored a century. Here's Roland Jones replacing Bamber. Turned away for a single to deep backward square. Sued on to 18.
Yeah, some of those short-term deals, you could make a case for Philip Hughes, who came out here in 2009 and had... he played... Well, I mean, we were only getting reports of it. I wasn't over here at the time.
That was breathtaking.
The reports back to Australia were that, having just made those 200s in his first series in South Africa, that, well, we've got a genuine prodigy on our hands here. He started the year with a century in the Shield final and then over to South Africa, then to England, and he lost his place after the Lord's Test match and spent some time out of the Test team. But that start of the year, bulk runs he made both here and at Southgate, and that was the outground.
It's a fine leave by Godleman. I mean, it was truly incredible to watch. Phil Hughes' time with Middlesex, as you say, prodigy. That could have been. You could use any word. There was comparisons of Bradman, wasn't there? Really?
Yeah. And reasonable too, based on just what he was doing that year.
I'd never seen anything like it. He was cutting half volleys off stump.
It was part of his charm. No one hit the ball harder through point than Philip Hughes.
It's a very good leave again from Godleman. Just threatening to come back up the slope from Roland Jones.
Roland Jones, 25 wickets at 18 last year, just 6 games either side of that knee injury. He started the season so well, 13 wickets. Most of them at Lords, took 7 for 70 against Surrey in that thumping win here to what looked to be getting the season back on track, and it didn't feature after that. A knee injury in training, and off he went. Returned against Derbyshire here in the divisional phase and picked up a fifer to win that game. Derbyshire were chasing plenty, about 370 odd, but there was a moment or two when Godleman and Critchley were ticking over that they looked like they might be within range, and then Roland Jones came in and steamrolled the second half of the lineup, and they won by 112 runs. Missed 2020 with that shoulder injury, and of course yesterday we were talking about the injury in 2017, the stress fracture. So
just squirts away to backward of the square leg umpire, short boundary. It's 4 runs. Helm goes to retrieve it. 34 without loss. Godleman moves on to 16. Lots of oohs and ahs on that one though, wasn't there? It was felt that he was almost playing all around that, and he was looking at the line once again. Yeah, first look was right.
Yeah, inside part of the bat, but short boundary. Skipped away across the square. You can almost view Roland Jones' career in two parts, can't you? There's the pre-2017 and after 2017. Pre-injuries, post-injuries. Now a different kind of bowler, leaner. Less about hitting the deck and more about hitting the stumps.
34 without loss. Very good start this for Derbyshire. Yeah, Phil Hughes, 143 was his average for Middlesex in his 3 games.
Was it just 3 games, was it?
Yeah.
So there's the 100 at Southgate.
Yeah, there must have been as well. Also against Glamorgan, I think it was another century. There must have been a few List A games maybe in their early season for him. But it was just incredible to watch.
You're right about the comparisons to Bradman at the time, because, as I say, that he racks up twin tons in his second Test match, including bringing up one of those with a gigantic 6 off Harris onto the hill there at Durban. Just felt like he could do anything. Only 20 years of age at the time. I mean, 19 years of age even. And then came out and didn't get off to a good start in the Ashes, and they felt like he'd been found out a little bit after the second Test here at Lords that Australia lost, the first time they'd lost here since 1934, and they wanted to make a change and went to the opening combination of Kadich and Watson thereafter.
Solidly in behind that again. It's a really good start from the Derbyshire pair. They've been pretty assured out there, haven't they?
Yeah, but that moment in time, as I say, I was living in Australia at the time, and you're getting these reports back from England saying, he's doing it, he's done it again, he's done it again, he's done it again. There's an Ashes tour around the corner. I remember there was reports from the England press saying, why are you letting this kid get a run into the Ashes playing first-class cricket at Lords, of all places?
Angus Fraser, many a time I remember, was going on record defending the decision. Well, one thing, obviously it was early season for Hughes, wasn't it? It did allow a lot of scouts to come and look at Hughes and try and work out ways to bowl at him, because that's what nobody could figure out. You got a guy cutting off stump, a half volley. It was to try and find ways to bowl against him, wasn't it? And that was what a lot of the scouts were able to do in the short spell he had. But I remember, that was pretty much Angus Fraser's response, I think. Was look, you'll get as good a look at him now as he's getting a look at English conditions. But yeah, it was an incredible. I was just looking actually, because then another Middlesex overseas player, one of those games that he played was against Leicestershir in 2009. And then the Middlesex overseas player in 2010 was Ian O'Brien, who'd been bowling it the year before.
Oh, yeah.
So OB had a year, but injury hit one with Middlesex in 2010.
Of course, he went on to be the Derbyshire commentator for a long time, didn't he?
He did indeed. Actually, that brings me back to a story I wanted to talk to you about this morning. We were talking about the sight screens here.
Okay.
Inside edge on that one again. I think we got interrupted by some cricket or something. But the
this is county commentary, Kev. We can, the no, cricket is secondary.
No, it was the couple of wickets, I think, wasn't it? Simpson and Roland Jones that went quickly at that point. You were talking about the sight screen and the dressing room above the sight screen here. There was a match at Grace Road. Ian O'Brien playing for Leicestershire. I guess it would have been that 2009 season against Middlesex. He told us it was going to be a big scoring area for him. Middlesex might have to find a way on this. Just wide of mid-on. He's picking up those comfortable singles at the moment, isn't he, Masood? End of the over, 35 without loss. So Sky had been there the weekend before for a T20 or a List Day, and the commentary box that they'd built was one of those scaffolding ones where you had the little green almost shed on the top, but because it was in line, they'd put black sheeting down the front of the scaffolding. So if you imagine, it was just basically one big tower with all black sheeting all around it. The same pitch was then played on for the championship match immediately afterwards. So all of a sudden you had this white sight screen whirled across in front of this big black screen behind it. Gareth Berg and Nick Compton were the two suffered the most, both out LBW to Ian O'Brien. They said we just didn't see the ball because he was bowling out of the spot just above the sight screen, so his release point was in that black mesh behind the white sight screen, so that dark red ball was coming out of that, and they said they just couldn't pick it up out of the hands. And I think it was Berg, one of them, Berg or Compton, I'm pretty sure it was Berg, was struck on the knee with the bat still held behind him. He said, I just did not see the ball. Leicestershire came out to bat the next day, and of course there was white draping across the commentary tower for the Leicestershire innings. I put it to Obi a few times in 2010. He said it was absolute nonsense. Just demon bowling, he said. But yeah, Compton and Berg were certainly two of his dismissals that day, both LBW. Both reporting back the same thing, just couldn't see the ball. And to be fair, Berg was holding the bat behind him, so it was a fair shout. He was meant to be on a 3-year contract, Ian O'Brien, but I think it was somebody, who was it recently? This came up again as well, but I think it went in their favour. Married to a British lady, and under EU ruling, you're allowed to work in the EU, no problem. But under ECB ruling at the time, I believe it's still the same, he could have been married to an Italian, a Swede, a Spaniard, and played in the county championship or in English cricket, no problem. But some ECB ruling said because he was married to a Brit, he was still regarded as overseas and couldn't work here on a EU passport. Had he have married a Swede, an Italian, and so on the 3-year contract he was only able to serve one as overseas, the second two were to be as a non-overseas because he was married to a British lady. But he couldn't fulfil years 2 and 3 because his wife was British and not Italian or Spanish or French. By the time it would have gone through the EU courts to appeal against what the ECB, which, you know, is a hands-down case, because it was against EU law, but by the time the appeal would have gone through, he'd have been close to the end of the second year of his the final year of his 3-year contract with Middlesex. And obviously a fair bit out of pocket by then as well. ECB.
So why did the ECB have such a strange and antiquated...
That we don't know, and it went obviously to a meeting. O'Brien went to a...
I'm just trying to think what the reasoning for that might have been, like what the starting point might have been. Like usually when you see strange 16 overs gone 35 for none, you see something strange like that. There's some historical reference point as to why it was brought in. Like why would any other nationality be fine but not British in that scenario? It's if you remember, say, drop us a line on the YouTube comments where we've got quite a few people chattering away there, which is fun. A few bots as well. We'll block them. Sorry if you're watching and you're seeing the bots. That's not an awful lot we can do about that, but yes, we'll systematically block them one after another.
Paul Sterling was one of them. Just looking at an article by Isabel Westbury, for Middlesex captain, broadcaster in the Telegraph. Behind that one again, Godalming at the start of Helm's new over. Paul Sterling to leave Middlesex at the end of the 2019 season, following his decision to commit his future to Ireland, as you'd mentioned a little while ago, and Izzy tweeted, "This is a shame. My understanding is that it also leaves the ECB highly exposed on legal grounds, at least as long as UK is in the EU."
Right.
Sterling understandably doesn't want to pursue it. I wonder if someone else might. To which I'd quote tweeted it. The reason I've stumbled across is Bill Westbury, because the hashtag Save Ian O'Brien had got going in 2010. Right in behind that one again, Billy Godalming. So yeah, it caused quite a fuss in 2010, that one, but the ECB, it's put to the ECB, look, save this going to the EU courts, can we just resolve this? And they said no. It stays as it is. And as I said, for the reasons why, Ian O'Brien didn't take it to the EU courts.
vagaries of county cricket. Helm started well here, but Godderman is leaving especially well. So Shan Masood's getting bat on ball. He's looking to play more of the two southpaws, but yeah, Godderman's looking really good outside the off stump, and yeah, that must be at least partially informed by his knowledge of this ground, having played so much here over the years. He's now past 1,000 first-class runs here at Middlesex, at near enough to 40. A few tons here from when he called this ground his home.
Slope it goes, full length.
He's played a lot of cricket for Derbyshire now. His 132nd match as captain. 74 of those have been first-class games, but yeah, that's only behind Dom Cork, Derek Morgan, Guy Jackson, Donald Carr and Kim Barnett, who led Derbyshire in 537 games, would you believe? Made his first-class debut for Middlesex against Cambridge in 2005 with another young fella called Stephen Finn. They were the youngest and second youngest respectively to make their bow for Middlesex back then. And then a couple of years with Essex from 2010 to 2012, and had a lot of success against the white ball for Derbyshire at different times, and yeah, not so much in recent years, although he did average 33 in 2021. Again, leaving well to end the 17th over, 35 for none. His record here at Lords, he made 1,807 runs and averaged 32 with a couple of centuries and 10 50s. And then for Derbyshire, he's made over 6,000 runs at 34 with 17 of his 19 first-class hundreds. Averages 40 against Middlesex too, so he's been successful here as a visitor, including an unbeaten 105 in 2018, the game we were referring to earlier, which was a bit of a run fest. The last time that a team was able to get beyond 400 in the first innings of a championship game here was Middlesex Derbyshire in 2018.
So leisurely in front of back with points. Holden rolling to his left, couldn't stop it. Down the slope it goes. And it's just going to pop over that boundary rope again. Once it gets going down the slope, it is very, very difficult to catch it. Davis with the slides. 4 more for Masood. Just opening the face on it, but he was a little bit squirted, really, off the outside of the bat.
Yeah, even with the long boundary, races away.
There you go, final one on hashtag Save Ian O'Brien. The great and the good got involved in it eventually. Elizabeth Ammon, Jared Kimber, and Daniel Norcross then in his test match sofa days. Any of your prints onto t-shirts in London, he wanted to save Ian O'Brien to take on tour with him.
A couple of likely types there from 2010. Jared Kimber circa 2010 was a live wire, to say the least, on that platform. Likewise Norcross. I spent a day in Norcross's sitting room this week, recording a couple of podcasts. Always an experience.
You're around the corner from me. I was in Tooting this week.
Yeah.
Well, that's so really. He always talks about being in Tooting, doesn't he? Allowed to say.
I think he considers himself one of a Tooting living. What's the word you call him? A living treasure.
He lives right across the road from my old school.
Does he? Yeah, that was certainly a time, wasn't it? The Test match sofa days when they were bowling with the wind behind their back between about 2009 and 2012. I spent my lockdown making a documentary about, in part, Test match sofa. Daniel and I contributed to, or made a documentary called Calling the Shots, which was about the 100-year history of cricket broadcasting, and we devoted an episode to alternative cricket commentary called The Disruptors, which focused on people like Kimber and Norcross and others who were on the sofa there in Tooting back in the early days of that, and something similar that we then did in Australia, and how the story all moved on to where it is today. But yeah, they definitely had their moment.
Top edge, but it'll be safe. It was fine. Virtually over the keeper's head for 4. Long legs giving a chase, won't get there. Tom Helm flying high. That top edge from Sharma Masood moves to 27, 43 without loss.
Well, we said off the top that opening partnerships were a big problem for Derbyshire last year. All the combinations they used, none of them stuck. Godalming now having Sharma Masood down the other end, who is test match quality, vastly experienced, especially in this part of the world. This is a very different challenge for Middlesex than what they had up against Derbyshire last year. 18 overs complete, 43 for none. And they've both got themselves a start. Masood, 27 from 61 balls, and Godalming, the captain, 16 from 47. Retained as captain by Mickey Arthur when taking over as coach. Part of that restructure that they implemented over the winter there at the county ground. Arthur rather felt that there remains that aura around Godalming as a player. Now 33 years of age and vastly experienced, but they felt like he still is the man most likely as the long-term leader of the club. Facing up here to Helm, who's racing away from us. Nursery end, 3 slips. Yes, a tall, attractive player.
Just seen a video of snow being removed from the surface at Cardiff, where Middlesex head to in a fortnight.
I'd love to see it.
Glad they're not here today.
I thought it was snow, and I saw that photograph this morning on their social media feeds. I thought they were referring to the snow.
It's all been swept off the covers into a big pile, and they've got a digger out there to dig up all the snow, take it off with it.
Might have called for a plough. Call for Mr. Plough. That name again. Comment here from Peter D. Well played, Derbyshire. They really rode the pressure from Bamba and Murtagh well. I think that's right. And that comes down to experience, doesn't it? Knowing that you've got to pick your moments to absorb the pressure, then transfer it back. And we might be entering a period of the latter here as Helm elects to change direction. So he's bowled 3.2 overs over the wicket, and now he's going to try and have a dart around, bowling with a conventional 6-3. 3 catching men in the cordon, just 1 man out at long leg in front of the Gubby Allen stand. Got a message in here on the stream from Dustin Melton, who of course is on the books there at Derbyshire. Squeezing out there towards the Warner stand. They come back for a couple. Godalming moves to 18. Dustin Melton, who's Zimbabwean but an overseas player, and yeah, I'm taking it on face value that it's he who's in the comments here saying that, referring to Ian O'Brien, I'm in a similar position, considered an overseas player, yet hold indefinite leave to remain. But someone who holds an EU passport has more eligibility than I do to play. There are some strange quirks. We saw that last year, didn't we, with... this is going to push me here. Graham Van Buren. Round the wicket again, squeezed out. Where they just couldn't quite get their ducks in a row in terms of his status with the Home Office, and that meant for a very stressful time for him especially, and even Tilan Wallaluita, who has only now finally been granted local status after a number of years. We thought that would happen 2 seasons ago, I think, Kev.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It was. I saw him the other day and said, was it ever a nervous wait or was it just an annoying wait? And he said, no, it was never in doubt. It was just an annoyance. And it took so long to come through, which is purely paperwork, I think.
End of the 19th over. A good one there from Helm, 45 for none. Goldham on 18, Masood on 27. Yeah, so just to go back over that Dustin Melton message, he considered an overseas player, yet he has indefinite leave to remain. But if someone had an EU passport, so anywhere in the EU, they'd have greater eligibility to play than him, despite the fact that the UK isn't in the EU. This is where we do need Izzy Westbury on the stream. This is when Izzy's on commentary, she's able to unpick these things for us quite quickly, but she's elsewhere at the moment. Roland Jones, fresh over the wicket. Can't quite beat mid-wicket there, Masood.
Is the in-house lawyer available? MCC must have an in-house lawyer.
Oh, I'm certain they do. If not, we can get Fraser Stewart, who's the boss of the laws over at the MCC. He's effectively a lawyer. So Derbyshire have both of their overseas players available at the moment in Luckmal and Shan Masood. 2 permitted at the moment, which can only be a good thing. Now, I know that partly that's, Kev, because of the end of the Kolpak era, that they've had an extra overseas player permitted, but it feels like, at least from the outside looking in, but one person's opinion from following this on the other side of the world when I was a kid growing up, Masood, more runs down to long leg. He's got 28 of them now. That having that second overseas added to the mystique of the championship.
Absolutely. I asked Tim Mercer actually about 1999, his first year, comparing it to now. He said the biggest change is Kolpak's really, that they were a very controversial subject, the Kolpak players in county cricket, but he said what it did mean is obviously the pool of talent was bigger.
Yeah.
Now the flip side of that is they were blocking off English talent coming through.
What was that fixture where there were, was it 14 of the 22 players were Kolpak? Something absurd like that.
Yeah, there was one of the infamous fixtures, I think it was Northants Leicestershire maybe, and the umpire said it was Afrikaans. It was spoken throughout the entire match on the field.
Yeah, and there's no right or wrong answer in this, of course. There's a lot of grey area, but yeah, it has changed the landscape, and in some respects for the better in terms of the South African players who were over here, and the fact that they can go back to being international cricketers again. They've allowed a second overseas, so someone like Kyle Abbott or Simon Harmer or Dwayne Olivier, especially the latter two who are back playing Test cricket, that door was shut to them when they were Kolpak registered, and now as the second overseas, if you like, if you want to call it that, they can do both. Harmer playing a Test match right now, actually. We'll go see how he's going. He's in the second Test match against Bangladesh. He was involved in that extraordinary collapse for Bangladesh last week, all out for 53 and 114 balls. End of Roland Jones over. He's bowled 4 of them, none for 14. Started well. 46 for none, Derbyshire, in response to Middlesex's 401. Dismissed on the stroke of lunch on this second day. South Africa are batting rather than bowling on day one of the second Test match in that series, and yes, Dean Elgar made 70. Keegan Peterson, who's been a revelation this year, is past a half century as well, and Temba Bavuma on 44. And yes, both Olivier and Harmer are in that 11 in that second Test. That Port Elizabeth there, St George's Park, one of my favourite grounds in the world. Helm round the wicket, 2 slips of gully, so they're taking out 1 catcher. Masood untroubled so far.
Talks about Masood coming in, what he can offer, what it offers to the dressing room. That's a huge part of why Pete Hanscom was being brought in by Stuart Law, was for that change of culture that they wanted in the dressing room, and the way that he carried himself, the way that he reacted to situations. Obviously a vastly talented batsman, he's shown again in the Shield in recent months, but wanted in on a human level as well, bringing the man in as much as the player as captain. That's going to be in a couple of weeks. I guess his arrival's imminent actually. He'll be playing in a couple of weeks down at Cardiff against Glamorgan. But yeah, it's fantastic to have the 2 overseas. It's something that I always lamented really throughout all the years that I was watching County Championship cricket. The first year I started, it was only 1 overseas, and it's taken till now for 2 overseas to be in, and I'd always called for it. It was an obvious move. That's nicely steered, just fine of the mid wicket for a couple for Masood. He might turn for the 3 with that big boundary he does as well. He's on 31. Yeah, it was honestly all the way through. It just smacked of it, and it was seen that that Colpack was being used as the cheap overseas option, rather than bringing in really high quality overseas to fill a gap and then benefit massively those around them. And Jason Gillespie, mentioned back to him once more, and you mentioned David Visa down at Sussex. If you're going to have in a Colpack, then you want somebody who's going to bring loads, and that's what Visa did down at Sussex. Bats well, he's a bowler primarily.
Snuck through, albeit off the edge. Interested for a moment, pulled out of the appeal. Just trending down the slope around the wicket to the left-handed Godalman. Good approach.
But also what he brought to the dressing room, he just brought so much all round to the dressing room, to training. Similarly, with Hanscom signing for Middlesex, I think that was one of the big reasons. But yeah, with Shane Afridi and Pete Hanscom in, you're talking about top table talent, really, aren't you? For both of them, Test player Hanscom.
Good stop there in the gully. Davies there. One of the myriad wicket keepers in the Middlesex cordon. Good reflexes, moving to his right. Godalman stays on 18. He's been out there for 58 deliveries. Yeah, Weiser now Namibian hero after what he was able to do last year at the T20 World Cup, getting them into the main stage of that competition. No runs the call. End of the 21st over, 49 for none. Godalman 18, Masood there on 31.
But yeah, Sharma Masood out there with Billy Godalman. This is a fine opening pair for Derbyshire, and the effects that Masood will have on that dressing room, just in terms of watching talent play, watching talent perform on and off the field again. It's a huge reason for having 2 overseas slots. Can only be to the vast benefit of English cricket.
Especially with 18 counties too, it's a little bit different when you see domestic competitions with fewer teams, where there is that genuine argument that you're precluding younger players from opportunities. Roland Jones to Masood, who defends. Like, take the Sheffield Shield, 6 teams. If you had, and international players haven't really culturally been often part of that. From time to time, you'll have an overseas come over. Of course, Imran Khan, Ian Botham, Victor Marks,
Mason Crane.
Was
it first first overseas leg spinner for something like 30 years? Was it?
And the rest probably. You do see it very occasionally. Yunus Khan, Andy Flower, but we're talking Joel Garner, but we're talking a season here, a season there. Square driving Masood, but can't get it beyond the man. De Cares there, working around from extra cover point. There has been the case made that the Australian competition should expand, by the way. So whilst we're having a slightly different debate in the UK, in Australia the argument is, well, is 6 teams enough? Are we seeing a situation where potential international cricketers aren't getting enough of an opportunity at Shield level? It's always been where potentially the ACT and the Northern Territory, or a Northern Australia team and an ACT team based in the capital in Canberra, could be part of that. And if that were to be the case with an 8-team competition, as it is in the Big Bash, you might be able to advance the case for more international representation, and that might be where some England players could get a further opportunity. So straight. Looks really good here, Shah Masood on 31. But I think that where they really need to get to is just a more sophisticated A and lines system again, which is what it was before the pandemic. But you look at India, for example, and we see a bowler like Mohammad Siraj and we think, gee, what a revelation. Where do they find these guys? You know, they lose a fast bowler, they replace a fast bowler. When they beat Australia at Brisbane last year, it was with Natarajan, Mohammad Siraj, Shardul Thakur, Washington Sundar. Quick single, nope, not on. That was basically their third string attack, led by Siraj, who made his debut a fortnight earlier. Well, the short answer is he'd taken 70 wickets for India A at first class level before playing Test cricket, because India have an A team they send around the world constantly, whereas the same can't be said for Australia A. And the Lions did a bit of that, but nowhere near as much as India. So I wonder whether there might be a world where an A team could come out to England most years and play a dozen county games, for example, and where the favour might be returned as well. 22 overs gone, 49 for none, where you could see an England Lions team coming out and playing all 6 Australian states. Not just every 4th year, but why not every year? Or every other year? I know these things are expensive. They're an investment that doesn't come cheap, but it doesn't seem like it's a ludicrous proposition that every other year, or you might send a team to Australia to play all 6 states one year, and the next year pack them off to India to play half a dozen teams in the Ranji Trophy, and then fold in New Zealand and in Pakistan and South Africa and other teams that play at different times of the year into the mix. Home again, round the wicket, his 6th over. It just feels to me like that's probably where you can help bridge the gap that India have been so effective at the last 5 or 10 years.
I'm all for expansion, Collar, you know that. One of the things which we touched on first thing yesterday morning was the great work that Middlesex are doing and have been doing for a couple of years behind the scenes with the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Committee that they have. It's a huge drive for Middlesex. The uncomfortable percentage across the country is the 35% participation at recreation level for cricket from diverse and minority ethnic backgrounds, which just doesn't translate into professional cricket in this country. If the ECB can unlock that, bring that 35% at recreation level, participation level, into the first 11, that's an expansion. That's not a need to shrink. You're basically saying that, what is it? I think it's 5%, isn't it, in professional game from minority ethnic backgrounds.
Yeah, whatever the number is, it's clearly not enough when you look at the combination, well, should I say the contrast between recreational cricket and professional cricket. There's a disconnect there, and it's not getting better, it's getting worse.
But as soon as they solve that, which they must, and the push and the drive is there now, certainly, as I say, Middlesex, back before what was a horribly uncomfortable time for English cricket, and the spotlight's been shone on it, rightly so. Following the Azim Rafiq, testimony, but back since 2020, Middlesex with that ED&I committee have been doing some really strong work. Ankit Shah, again, co-chair of the committee, speaking to him. It says there's an awful long way to go, and there's an awful lot of work to do. But once English cricket starts to reap the benefit of changing, Ankit Shah put it, as a perception, and as long as there's a perception, then there's a reality. There's a perception, there's a problem, then there is a problem. You've got 35% at the moment that isn't being reflected into the professional game. Again, you're cutting off a big part of your pool of talent that aren't going into the professional game in this country. And that will add to the 18 counties massively once that is corrected.
Yep, I think that's right. It's about adjusting the settings so that the pathway does a better job of finding cricketers who would be on there if they weren't from a diverse background. It's as clear as that. Anecdotally, I spent a bit of time doing some work on this a few years ago. Last ball of the over, left alone. They've been stuck on 49 for 4 overs here. 4 maidens on the trot. 49 for naught remains the score. Godalming 18, Masood 31. Building the pressure, Roland Jones and Helm, who've sent down 5 and 6 overs respectively. I went to visit a part of Bedfordshire that was exactly a mile from Alistair Cook's school, the Bedford School, and the contrast, it's a while ago now, but the contrast was something like one of the most resource schools in the country, and a mile away was one of the lower socio-economic postcodes in the country, and it was such a striking sort of wrong side of the tracks, right side of the tracks contrast going on there. But it was an inspiring and brilliant story that came out of it. Roland Jones again to Masood, continuing his contest, leaving alone. There was this local competition which had started amongst a group of Pakistani kids, and there were 8 teams playing on a Sunday. They ran their own competition and they just did their own thing. They weren't involved in the local comp at Queen's Park there. And then due to some forward-thinking administrative work from the local Bedford League, the Premier League there, that's the 50 stand. They've had to wait for the 50th run, but they've done well. Building a base here, which they need to do after Middlesex posted 401. Signalled as a leg by, so Masood remains on 31. Godalming, the captain, down the other end on 18, but they've been together for more than an hour and a half now in this middle session of day 2. Steady as she goes. No meaningful opportunities. A couple of half shouts, but rightly turned down. Now they have the chance to accelerate and start to put a dent in this first innings tally that they're after. The 401 that Middlesex were bowled out for on the stroke of lunch. So Godalming up against Roland Jones for the first time in a while. Finds the outside part of the bat immediately. And yeah, there was a local administrator who happens to be very much involved at the ECB. He's on the board of the ECB now, Martin Darlow. He might actually be the vice chairman of the ECB at the moment. And he tapped into this, a local police officer. He worked out what was going on, and one thing led to another. 8 teams became one, effectively, like one first 11 team, and they've risen up the ranks to the point where they're playing in the top flight of the Premier Division there. Now tell me that's not the model for the future around the country. Finding where these competitions are being played that aren't conventional, and I know a lot of work's done through cage cricket as well, which is really good stuff. Chance to shine, have a role to play here, but there are people who are playing our sport in this country who aren't being tapped into for competitions that we're watching in front of us here. And if anything out of the last 6 months has had a light shone on it, it is that.
I went into the bank a few years ago, and chap serving me behind the desk.
Extra bounce.
Which got onto cricket somehow. All things in banks being things in bank take a while. Started talking cricket. Turns out he was Sri Lankan and he played in a Sri Lankan league. I said, oh yeah, money in there? Yeah, 7 clubs, teams. No, leagues. That was just Southwest London.
Yeah.
7 leagues in Southwest London, Sri Lankan completely out of the system.
So close. That's that prodigious movement Roland Jones can get bowling over the wicket from the pavilion, as he's done for such a long time for this club. Not far away from collecting the edge of Godalman on the way through. Good over, 50 for none. Masood leading the way on 31, the captain down the other end on 18. 24 overs gone.
Played myself a couple of years in a West Indies league in South East London when I was 16, 17. It was brilliant. You know, learning curve in life, not just in cricket. It was a wonderful experience for a couple of years. And yeah, again, completely out of the system. But then moved into the Championship. It's the Kent Championship the next year I went to, and no difference in standard at all. Facilities, yes. Talent, no. So there are huge untapped parts, interests in this country.
Murtagh starts a new spell. Single taken. Shan Masood just finding enough of a gap there between cover and mid-off. And scamper through 51 without loss. He's 32.
This is an important spell for Middlesex right now, isn't it, Mercer? Just 9 off those first 6 overs. 11 overs to tea on day 2. And they've kept it tight. They're only scoring at 2 and over, Derbyshire. Middlesex have passed the bat a fair bit.
Right on it to Godalman.
Out there in the lovely sunshine now, though. Looks a nice time to bat. Afternoon of the second day.
It feels like yesterday, and that's probably the best thing here for Derbyshire. They'll know that pitch is flat enough that once you can get in, and that's not said as a criticism. In fact, I think it's a good thing that it's a good, nice, flat batting surface, but still giving something to the bowlers when they hit the seam. But sun out. Chance to take advantage. Patient partnership so far. That was a probing opening blast from Murtagh and Bamber. Murtagh sent down 6 overs, none for 9 to begin, and Bamber from the pavilion end.
They bowled well. It was the best combination bowling of the match so far. So
yeah.
Huge credit to Godalman and Shah Masood. They've seen off, as you said, the 110 wicket pairing from last year, bowling well. Going to do it a second time again now before tea. Expect Bamber will be back soon enough. Roland Jones done for 14 off 6, 3 maidens.
No frontline spinner for Middlesex this week. Thinking where the part-time overs might come from.
Yeah, no, Sam Robson.
Sam Robson was the man they turned to a couple of years ago for a little bit of that.
Bit of leg spin.
A match-winning spell against Surrey, which came from nowhere.
Max Holden's off spin.
Max Holden. Bowled a fair bit in warm-up games, Holden, didn't he? No Holman. No
Gubbins.
No Gubbins.
Gubbins
yes.
is... leg spin was a thing of beauty, or particularly his run-up for his leg spin. He'd put the ball under his neck like a shot put, wouldn't he?
Well, you can go back a bit further. No, David Milan, who I saw take a couple of test wickets in Australia over the winter. In fact, I think it was his first test wicket there at Adelaide Oval when they were in dire straits. Ollie Robinson bowling off breaks in the speed dealer sunglasses wasn't a high point of the Ashes tour for England. Into the 25th over, just a single coming from it. Murtagh's bowled 7, 51 for none. Masood 32, Godalman 18. 42 overs left on this second day.
Alan Coleman said he was keen to see Holden kick on. He took 3 for 27 from 10 overs here against the Australians when I think it was at Travis Head. Absolutely teed off. They all did. They took Middlesex to pieces that day here at Lord's. Absolutely sent them to all pass. And young Max Holden returned 1 for 27 from 10. And
was that the 50-over game in 2018, is that right?
That would certainly be round about right. Yeah, because that would have been the year after he was at Northants then, wouldn't it? So
yep. that Justin Langer returned to Lords when he did that press conference as he took over as coach. And yeah, that series didn't go too well. England won 5-0, won the T20 as well. Roland Jones to continue at Masood.
One more for him. You doubt he'd go into an 8th. Bamber maybe, where is he? Warming up anywhere around the park. But yeah, Holden, I think they will have to give him a go, won't they? You think of the amount of work that, albeit they were a man down, Derbyshire, that Thompson got through.
No time to nod off quite yet, is it? Hasn't quite reached that stage. I know it's a relatively pedestrian run rate, only a couple of runs and over, but young fella, give him a pat on the shoulder.
Dreaming of Brian Lara cricket on the PlayStation.
Looks like he's wearing a school blazer or something like that. That's dream come true stuff for me as a kid, getting taken out of school to go and watch cricket at Lords, sitting in the front row by the looks of things.
I was just thinking, is it last day of term? So he's probably he's been able to get off early and get here. They're probably half day last day of term.
He is dead set asleep. He's done for.
There you go. He's getting a message now, Dad. Being told they're on camera. Smile, Dad. He's taking a picture of him.
Oh, that's perfect. Let's past the inside edge. That's why Roland Jones is still in the attack. We saw last year him take wickets deep into spells. He's got a knack of doing that. So one final blast here from the big veteran, and yes, that cut Masood in half and wasn't far away from finding the inside edge and getting John Simpson into the game.
Yes, as much how much do you want to put him through this early in the season, isn't it, for Toby Roland Jones?
Well, quick single wanted, sent back, rightly so. Wouldn't want to burn your captain after a start like this, and Godalming was right to say, get back. Do not take another step forward. Pressure building. Only 2 runs added across the last half a dozen overs. Still plenty of chat out there from the Middlesex fielders. I know they're close here. Wafting outside the off stump, down the slope, Roland Jones. Around the wicket. Little tempter. This might be the catalyst for him bowling an 8th over.
I was just about to say the tempter's got to be there, hasn't it, to give him an 8th.
Yeah, Masood won't be happy with that shot. That's the first bit of ill discipline we've seen from him, really. He's been the happier of the pair to put that on ball. Godalming's been leaving closer to the off stump, but still that was well wide and on the slope. Should be shouldering arms. Defending here to finish. Good cricket all round. 51 for none. 26 overs gone. So that'll make it another 9 until tea. I wonder if that young fella, whether he's been woken up, it looks like he probably by his dad, based on the fact that he had his arm around him, the school uniform on, taking a photo of him, whether someone's told him, hey, you're on the stream. Wake up.
See if we can go back and find Dad. He'll have got the message by now, won't he? For anyone that knows them's watching.
Feet up on the seats in the grandstand there as well. Plenty of people enjoying their Friday afternoon. Murtagh here. Movement back down the slope. It's that delivery you've been referring to, Kev, when over the wicket Murtagh can, to the left-handers, just get the ball to hold its line or edge back towards the off stump. Gives them something to think about. And that ball's not about getting a wicket there, it's about getting Godalming to play the next one that pitches there that might trend up the slope and then suddenly game on for the cordon. Always part of the bigger picture when Tim Murtagh's in operation. 3 catches in weight. Godalming does well and leaves it alone. That's exactly the kind of delivery that can get you in trouble after one that shapes back. There they are, feet up on the seats, having a natter, putting the world to rights, all the rest. Cricket jumper, long sleeve cricket jumper. Got a few of those in my wardrobe. Squeeze down to fine leg. Couple in it, Godalming into the 20s, 53 for none.
I haven't seen Bamber down there warming up just yet, which suggests maybe Roland Jones has got one more to come.
Ordinarily, they would have Anderson as an option, and they would have at least one of the part-time spinners that we were referring to. They have really doubled down on right arm over, haven't they? Right arm seamers. I know they're all doing a slightly different thing, but Murtagh, Bamber, Roland Jones and Helm. And last year against Somerset, you could throw Anderson into the mix as well. It was the same attack plus Anderson, 5 right arm over the wicket seamers. So when Somerset got set on the final day, there wasn't a point of difference. You can understand why April at Lords after what happened last year, but yeah, Thompson in the first innings of the match did pick up 4 wickets and was required to bowl 32.5 overs. Granted, that's partially because of the injury to Sidebottom, but still.
Yeah, one of those things, isn't it, as a match plays out. And when had Sidebottom not have been injured, at what point would Thompson actually have started to bowl yesterday? Because of his injury, he was on in 12th over. Middlesex not going in with a spinner on this one. The part-time stuff of Holden. If these do creep towards tea, then it is the off-spin of Holden. They'll surely give him a go just before the tea interval.
End of Murtagh's over. He's bowled 8. 27 gone, 53 for none. We saw Josh De Cares bowl a little bit in the white ball stuff last year.
Yes, he did. Do you know, I'm looking down at my scorecard here, and of course I'm going straight past De Cares.
He's up. The young fella's awake.
Oh, he doesn't look too happy about it though.
He might have been woken up on account of our intervention.
Is he given a nudge? Trying to see where that is. Oh, it's in the Compton, yeah, down below, so we won't be able to see.
Unfortunately, gone are the days when they can come on the ground at tea and lunch. Does that happen at any counties around the country at the moment, where you can get on the ground?
Post-COVID, I don't know. Let's try and cast my mind back to when they last did have a bit of perambulation here at Lords.
Roland Jones does go again. The ball called.
He's got 6 more to go again.
Add to the spell. They would know that if they can get Masood before tea, that this could open up for them. But if they don't, it could be a very different game of cricket. Derbyshire needed a good session this morning to start. They had one of those, taking 8 wickets. There's 6 wickets rather, and bowling out Middlesex for 401. Well, after winning session 1, they're on the cusp of winning session 2 as well. The back foot punching hard, straight out the middle of the bat, but can't find the gap. Stays on 32. It's actually a really nicely set up game of cricket.
I was trying to think where it was. I think it was Lancashire last year where Josh De Cares bowled really nicely with his off spin. So yeah, they do have a couple of options. I was looking down the scorecard where Robson was scratched out, and I completely forgot about De Cares. He bowled really nicely.
Runs. Not in complete control of the stroke, but a big gap there in the cordon. Had a nice flash at it, Masood, to 36, 59 for none. Just having a quick look around the grounds as we edge towards tea, and Essex have really unleashed after lunch. And guess what? The man from Derbyshire, Matt Critchley, is 111 not out. I wasn't joking when I said earlier today that I'm going to talk him into the test team by the end of the summer. I was deadly serious.
So is he a regular on the podcast?
No, we just picked him. We said, you're the man this year. Masood on the drive, can't beat cover. Quickish shingle. Murtagh on the throw, through comfortably. Masood 37, 60 for none. I saw enough of Critchley last year to think, gee, there's something about this guy. 1,000 runs, 32 wickets. Bowls leg breaks, has a great wrong-un. Nice and tall. Thought, a lot of counties were after his signature. Essex got there first. Thought, well, on the basis that England could probably do with a leg-spinning all-rounder at the moment, he might just be in the frame. So, had him on to get him to tell his story so far and declared boldly that he'll be a test cricketer this year. Goes off and rattles off an unbeaten 112 to start the season. Thanks for coming. Second no ball in the over. Toby.
How's that 8th over fielding now? Fielding now for Roland Jones.
Conceded the boundary. A couple more and a couple of no balls.
I think if it weren't for the emergence of Holman, then Middlesex certainly would have been interested, because everybody was interested in Critchley.
Yeah.
I think going back a few years, they knew about Critchley and were interested, but whether they were ever involved in any talks with him ahead of the move to Essex, I'd imagine they were backing Luke Holman, to be honest. Nathan Souter, they've got a lot of spinners at the moment.
Runs again. In the same region as the start of the over. Look for 3. Masood to the danger end, but there's no danger because he's galloping down there to make sure of it. Godalman 23, 65 for none.
And you got the finger spin of Walla Luita as well.
I wonder if you were doing a depth chart, who is the number 1 spinner at the club? Walla Luita or Holman? Holman, 10-wicket match last year at Hove. First spinner to take a 10-wicket bag, first leg spinner to take a 10-wicket bag in the county championship for 11 years. Adil Rashid was the previous man to do it. It's better from Roland Jones, threatening the inside edge. So I think it's over, but there was a second no ball, so they'll have to go back to their places and do it all again. But Walla Luita feels as though he's the guy they're investing in. He's kind of the long-term first-choice spinner, although his numbers don't reflect that as yet.
Nathan Souter, of course, came in as a white ball contract player originally, just as a T20 contract, I think, and worked his way up to a full contract.
He's never really worked out as a red ball player as yet, has he? Masood, nice high elbow to finish into Roland Jones' 8th over. That'll almost certainly be it for him for the time being. 65 for none, 28 overs gone. 28 untroubled overs for the visitors who are in pursuit of 401 in the first innings.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting call, isn't it? Because I think they'll go straight back to Souter as soon as a white ball's thrown to them for the T20 with Majib. But speaking about Holman, one or two have said, look, the talent that he's got, it's not clear whether he's going to be a better spinner or a better batsman. That's not meant to slant, that's a compliment to both disciplines for Luke Holman. So yeah, it's a good problem to have, I think, was the answer that Richard Johnson came up with. It was a good headache to have, as the football managers say.
Yes, good problem to have and all the rest. Do you want to take us through to the tea break, Kev? 7 overs until then.
Yeah, good start there from Mercer. I think we've seen again today, the question was, would the pitch quicken up a little bit today? The opening spell from Mercer and Bamber, I think that would have got through many a visiting top order here at Lord's, but Godalman and Masood, they've just batted incredibly well, the pair of them. Such discipline. You look at the scoring rate, it's low. That's got through. Mercer goes through the gate and Godalman's gone. Top of off stump rocked. Just got it to dip back in and beat the inside edge. Godalman's gone for 23 and it's Captain Mercer with the breakthrough in his 9th over. Derbyshire 65 for 1.
Of course it is, and you can go back to the previous over where he bowled a very similar delivery to Godalman that went just over the top of the off stump, trending back down the slope. He bowled 2 subsequent deliveries that went away from the left-hander, left alone, astutely by the Derbyshire captain. But then the ball that comes back on target, top of off stump. Talk about bowling to a plan. That's why he's the best in the business, and that is Tim Murtaugh's 900th first-class wicket.
Magnificent from Murtaugh, absolutely magnificent. 65 for 1, a breakthrough that he had to work oh so hard for here. He's really managed to probe, persevere, stick at it and lead from the front, and they've needed that. We talked about just how well Masood and Godalming have batted for Derbyshire to hold off Murtaugh and Bamber to begin with. Hellman and Roland Jones, you've seen Roland Jones that last couple of overs in particular testing, but Murtaugh has produced his magic, and he manages to pick up a breakthrough that Middlesex desperately needed themselves in this session, because it was just getting to that point where you thought, oh, they're going to be the ones now under pressure at the start of the evening session just to try and get a breakthrough going.
Absolutely, and you can easily see a world where Derbyshire are 80 odd without loss at tea, and your heads might drop a wee bit and think, gee, it's a tough road to head to a result from here. Sure enough, the captain comes back into the attack, sets it up perfectly to the left-hander. Now gets a look at the young man Brooke Guest at number 3, who's been elevated up the order. He was batting down at 4 and 5 last year. And now an opportunity to open up the visitors with runs on the board already. Immediately the catches return to the cordon, 3 slips and a gully.
Leave alone outside the off stump for Brooke Guest. First ball. Tested little spell for him now through until tea, 6.5 overs.
Yeah, Brooke Guest 489 runs at 26 last year, and his first proper go at it. Half of the season as the specialist keeper. Made a century, his first century last year. He was originally part of the Lancashire setup and couldn't quite force his way in with a lot of top order players, and that was after having been with the Australian under-19s.
I played Watchfully Done, waited on it, Guest.
Originally from West Australia, played for the WA 17s and 19s, and he was there and thereabouts and had to make a call. Ended up over here, made a mountain of runs playing for Sale in the Cheshire League, and got himself an opportunity to join Derbyshire on loan initially in 2020, and he's just signed a year extension to his 2-year deal as it is, so they clearly rate him. And a real luxury having a wicket keeper who can bat number 3 as well. It just gives him that flexibility through the list, and he's played at Lords before as well. Played here last year in his corresponding fixture.
He'll be glad of that Godalming and Masood partnership, just to give him a little while to put his feet up. In the field for a fair old while.
Yeah, he would have. That's the risk, isn't it? If you're a wicketkeeper batting 3 and you're out there in the first over, that's not a lot of time to decompress.
Oh, just an inside edge on that one. Comes back in, up the slope from Murtaugh. Hands on head from him. Very nearly another at the end of the over. The breakthrough of Godalming, Middlesex captain, picks up the Derbyshire captain. And the first breakthrough of this visiting innings, 65 for 1. Godalming gone for 23, bowled Murtaugh.
Yeah, he got a first bowler here in the second innings last year, Guest. He was knocked over by Roland Jones when he was part of that ferocious spell that ended up finishing the game inside 3 days. But yeah, on this occasion, they're going to throw the ball back to Ethan Bamber. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17 from the pavilion end to start his afternoon. And yes, they'll give him, what have we got until tea? We've got at least half a dozen overs till tea, I think it is. Where are we now? Yeah, an even 6. So 3 from Bamber and presumably 3 from Murtaugh, and see whether they can open up this Derbyshire middle order, who were so inconsistent last year. A lot resting on the shoulders here of Shan Masood on 37.
Picks up that single again to a straightish mid-wicket. U's and R's that they thought he might be late down on the bat with that one, taking it from a straight line. I'm just going to that list where Murtaugh sits now on 900. He went past Fraser last year, didn't he? I think he went past Wayne Daniel last year.
Yeah, more wickets than Fraser, Cowans, Daniel. I mean, they're giants.
I think there's only one more seamer in front of him, isn't there? Other than that, it's the spinners, if memory serves. I'm just looking at the list now. Pushed up to mid-on.
And you look at that overall record for Tim Murtagh over such a long stretch of time, like 900 first-class wickets at 24, that speaks for itself, but he's been doing this since 2000. He's 40 years of age. You look at his returns in recent seasons. It's year in, year out. Even now back as a white ball player last year, I mean, it says a lot that he's been able to get himself back into that form of the game. He's bowling that well. In the warm-ups, he showed that he was in good nick, frugal, effective, 3 for 23 or 15 overs against Kent, for example. As you said, this is all, a quote of his from the media day, this is all bonus territory now. I'm not sure if I can keep playing for as long as Darren Stevens, but I'll try.
I remember asking him last year, I said, look, 900, 3 more years and we'll certainly at least be very close to the 1,000.
Yeah, we did. We sort of speculated about this last year, about what would need to happen in order for it to be so. James Anderson, of course, reached 1,000 first-class wickets last year, and we pondered, might he be the last Englishman to do it? Combination of factors, because of the cricket they don't play now compared to what they once did, and central contracts and all the rest of it. But Murtagh kind of arrives back when it was 16 round cricket, which you've referred to a lot. You throw in there a bit of Ireland stuff.
Well, the thing as well for Murtagh is that really his substantial wicket-taking seasons didn't begin until he was 27 years of age.
Yeah.
He had those years at Surrey where really he was just a white ball player. That's how he was only seen. And even when he arrived here at Middlesex, there were one or two that said he'll only ever play white ball. He won't play first-class cricket for Middlesex.
A few of those clouds over the back of the Warner stand looked like they might be part of our conversation later in the day. Let's hope not. But they're still quite high, the sun doing its thing over the middle of the ground.
Looks rather ominous on the stream, that one, doesn't it? It doesn't feel it here at the ground quite as much, does it? It's just one, we hope, rogue cloud. Brighter parts all around. Yeah, there was that little threat just after lunch, wasn't there, of rain, but not so. 65 for 1. We've got 5 overs till tea. Matt continuing at the nursery end. And Frank Tarrant is 10th on the list of all-time Middlesex takers with 1,005 wickets. And to say that if he were to hit 1,000 and just nudge past Frank Tarrant, I think Alan Moss at 1,088 is going to be too much of a stretch, surely, even for Mercer, unless he does go into Darren Stevens territory. But if he could get past Frank Tarrant, which is what, another 105 wickets away, you're on the top 10 list of all time, which, as you said, with the way that cricket's played now and the reductions that ever seem coming, it may be that nobody ever touches that list again. That's a nice one, swinging away through the air from Masood, but just a little bit too full, and he was able to get forward to it and just dabbed that away into the offside.
Yeah, comment here on the stream from Peter saying that surely Broadie's in with a shout of 1,000. He's currently on 854. Maybe, but I wouldn't be surprised if Stuart Broad finished up as an international cricketer. That he might just say, well, I'm going to move on and start the next phase of my life. I mean, he's clearly going to be an outstanding broadcaster. He already is. He may not continue as a professional cricketer. He might just finish up there and then. In fact, I'd say that's the more likely outcome for Broad. I don't see him doing an Alistair Cook. So are there another 146 wickets in Broad? Yeah, of course there are, but it'll probably have more to do with whether the national selection panel still see him as a major part of their thinking through the summer of 2022, and that's far from resolved at this stage.
Oh, yes, no. Throw to the non-strikers end. They're back. Throw coming in from Tom Helm. Ethan Bamber, of course, at the other end, having hit 100 wickets.
Yep.
Average of 23. At 23 years of age.
Dream big.
Chance.
Yes, dream big. If he Bamber might fall into that category. I mean, who's to know? You don't want to sort of rule things in or out, but he might be the kind of cricketer who doesn't really get considered for higher honours purely down to the way that we talked earlier about the way that the medium fast bowlers are conceived of it at the next level up. Although in saying that, they didn't think he'd be a major factor in the Under-19s World Cup a few years ago, and he certainly was. But if it were to be the case that Bamber has a long career purely as a domestic cricketer, he'd be within a... He'll give it a nudge. I'd expect he's a quality cricketer. As you say, already a tenth of the way there at 23.
I see nudge just in between mid-wicket and mid-on for a single. End of the over. 68 for one. Guess getting off the mark, keeping the strike.
Speaking of Stuart Broad's club, Nottinghamshire, they're 94 for 4 after Sussex were all out for 375 as we start to go around the grounds before tea. For Notts, who's in the wickets? Stephen Finn has taken 2 wickets for Sussex at the top of the list, 2 for 25 from 10. Haseeb Hameed caught behind from the bowling of Finn for 5, and then Joe Clark also caught behind. So 2 pretty decent scalps there, Hameed and Clark both out to Finn to start his new career, or the last part of his career at Sussex.
Side edge onto the pads, just rolls away. Yeah, it's going to be quite the match, isn't it? Finn's return. And Harris in 2 weeks.
Yep, that's right.
That's what they're up against, not just Notts and Durham's get past this year. Also, when they face Harris and Finn, they'll be coming at them hard.
Absolutely. You'd expect nothing less.
I mentioned Godalming here with a couple of centuries. It's his old county.
Gee, Hampshire have been busy. As we go to Division 1 first, they've piled on the runs. They're 339 for 4 in response to Somerset's 180. They're well on the way to an innings victory. Joe Weatherly made 168, bowled by Peter Siddle. Ian Holland 81. That was an opening partnership of 180. So Hampshire well placed to start the season, taking all the points there at home ground. Surrey are 341 for 7. So Ben Folkes has batted throughout the day. It was a rain interrupted first day. He's currently on 84. That's up against Warwickshire, so a good start to the season for the South London club, having finished up in Division 2 last year. We mentioned that Gloucestershire were all out for 223 at Wantage Road. In reply, Northamptonshire 144 for 7, so Gloss have had a good day with the ball. Ryan Higgins, former Middlesex, 4 for 45. And Rob Keogh still there for Northampton on 54.
It's a good stop by Mark Sloman. Picks himself up, saves the boundary. Sood on to what, 42 now.
Looks like Essex are trying to bat once and bat huge. They're 508 for 9. My man Matt Critchley, 129 not out, 13 boundaries and 2 sixes. Remember the name after Brown and Cook made centuries yesterday. Tough couple of days out there for Kent. Jackson Bird 3 for 85, the best of their bowlers.
Solidly behind that one, guess.
Worcestershire, in a game that took a long time to get going yesterday, a 322 for 8 at Grace Road. Brett De Oliveira, 105 not out, leading the way there. 3 wickets for Ed Barnes.
pad together. We're just about to go up, thinking they were through. End of the over, Guest 2, Masood 42. We've got 3 overs here between Middlesex and Derbyshire at Lords until tea on day 2, 72 for 1.
They've already called stumps at Cardiff with the snow. Glamorgan were all out for 234. They had their innings wrapped up earlier today with Ingram top scoring with 87.
Iced off.
And then in reply, Durham were 5 without loss with Alex Lees opening with Michael Jones. Just 1 over there from Michael Hogan when the snow hit and they called the whole thing off, which is perfectly reasonable given it's snowing there at Sophia Gardens.
Mercer's gone back to helm again here. So what did he have? Just 4 overs in that spell, Tim Mercer. Back to helm, none for 9 from 6. Economical stuff from him, so he will have 2 overs from this end before tea. Starts up around the wicket.
And that's the best way to start the over too. I think they want Helm up against Guest. Helm bowling down the slope. Was getting quite a bit of movement to the left-handers around the wicket. He'll adjust to over the wicket to Guest, the new man in. As you say, he'll get 2 bites of the cherry before tea, but if you can take advantage of the slope, you'll have 3 catches there waiting, 3 slips, alongside the wicketkeeper Simpson. This is the matchup they want, so he might have been happy to concede that single off the hip to Masood. That might have been part of the plan. So that extra pace from Helm. Can he get it on the money here? That's close.
Nice ball to start. Just managed to freeze frame that Stoneman stop in the previous over. He'd flicked it back just before his hand was put down. It really was tight. I remember looking at it first time thinking, wow, that must have been tight. It really was.
Speaking of technology in county cricket, for the longest time it would have been impossible to have known it was all done on the honour system, and now we can go back and check these things out. As Lewis McManus found out last year.
Yeah,
that's a really good start from Helm. That's something to work from there. Nearly clipping the front pad flap on the way through. So Guest is committed early to the leave, getting a good stride in. But yeah, I'm enjoying this already, this contest, and maybe just half a foot fuller or a foot fuller will prompt a shot from Guest, and then anything's possible.
Goes back up the slope. Yeah, we mentioned the spotlight on the umpires with all the streaming technology now. Well, first it was for the static cam, wasn't it, for the umpires? Then with the streaming technology, everybody around the field now, really. As you said, the wicket keepers, but also those out in the field. Right up there on that one from Helm, but good stride from Guest getting in behind it.
I like this comment about Guest. You can see in shot here and jumper number 29, a comment here from Peter. The way that Guest wears the loose sweater, there's something of a skateboarder in him. I must say I'm not much a fan of the of those types of cricket jumpers.
The baggy hanging ones.
Middlesex's cable knits are streets ahead on that front. I mean, I'm an impartial commentator, but on that, I have a dog in the fight. Only cable knits.
Bowled again, well played. End of the over. 73 for 1. Only thing about the cable knits is the numbers. You can't put numbers on the back.
That's true, and that was raised when the ICC moved to having numbers on the back of the shirt for the World Test Championship in 2019. One of the first questions at the press conference was, well, what about when you're wearing a cable knit jumper? And they weren't able to adequately answer that question because you can't unless you tried to find a way of sewing it on the back, but that wouldn't be right. That'd be trash.
Fashion guru Adam Collins. It's a single through square leg. It's Masood off the strike. So another look at Guest for Bamber, his last over before tea.
Yeah, again, I don't think that's a bad thing as far as Middlesex are concerned, getting a look at the new guy before tea. Mentioned yesterday that he played with Josh Philippi, who's been in the Australian setup recently, Jai Richardson, Tim David through the junior rep ranks. So from good pedigree in Australia. A bit of experience now as well in this part of the world. Made 66 last week against Oxford in the final warm-up game.
Oh, let's check that one. Guest nearly going through it too early and chipping away.
He was unlucky in the 19s World Cup, Brooke Guest. He was going to be Australia's first choice wicketkeeper in the World Cup in Bangladesh in 2016, but of course that competition was affected by security concerns that it didn't go ahead as planned. Australia pulled out, so he didn't get that experience before moving over here the following year. No ball signals. Seen a few of them today. Richard Illingworth, the man at the pavilion end. He won't like me to mention that he once called a no ball in a test match that proved to be deeply problematic when Adam Voges was bowled off what seemed to be a front foot no ball. Replay showed that the foot was behind the line, and Voges went on to make 230 odd and won the test match for Australia. Nothing you can do about that. It's part of the reason they now have the front foot automated by the third umpire, the television umpire, because there is no recourse when a front foot no ball has been called when the foot has been behind the line. Nothing you can do about it. You can't assume that the batter didn't hear the call.
But the inside of the bat to flex away into the onside, getting the excitement out there. Josh DeCare's doing the fielding at mid-wicket. There is Mr. Illingworth.
It must be slightly odd for these ICC umpires to adjust to calling the front foot again.
That's a good point, actually.
So they wouldn't oversee too many 4-day games these days in England, Illingworth and Kettleborough. I mean, maybe a couple in April to get their eye in.
Yeah, you're probably right there. Yeah, they might have a couple early season. Yeah, that's it. See them around now and again, so it must just be early season, as you say.
Yeah,
odd one here or there, but
I mean, it's wonderful that these young players can have these umpires with them out in the middle, because you just having the conversations you do with match officials out there, they'd learn a bit and pick up some more about their game.
Second mid-wicket just stuck in here by Bamber. Put up there again, seeing if Guest did think about closing that face, just turning a little too early into the onside. End of the over though, one more to go until tea. 76 for 1. Bamber a solid 9 overs without reward now. He's threatened. Merton, the man with the breakthrough, picking up Godalman for 23. Derbyshire's session again. They've won the first 2 sessions of the second day, having lost all 3 of the first. 6 for 69. They picked up this morning from wickets 5 to 10. 76 for 1. Even a wicket in this over, I think, only evens the session. But even still, I think Derbyshire would come away from it feeling reasonably happy. But they'd very much like Masood to remain. Single first ball of the over again from around the wicket helm, so chance to have a look at Guest once more. 5 more balls to see.
Yeah, 3 overs consecutively that's happened, where Masood's taken a 1 first up and given the strike back to Guest. Yeah, I agree. It'll be just as Middlesex felt at lunch yesterday, that getting through a session, only losing 1 wicket to start their season after what happened last year. I know I've said it before, but out for under 211 times. I mean, that's nearly sort of half their innings where they were skittled, bundled out for a tally that was just nowhere near enough. Just to get to a place of relative calm. And I know that we're into the 35th over and they've only added 77 runs, but it's not so much about runs, it's about the energy of this match. It's at the start of today, it was about, well, can Middlesex boss it? Can they, maybe rack up all of the bonus points, or at least get to the fourth one comfortably? In the end, even that was a scrap. They bowled out on the stroke of lunch. Maybe a little bit short, but still very competitive, 401. No qualms about where they finally arrived at. But nevertheless, now Derbyshire responding in kind and getting more or less a quarter of the way there, only losing one wicket if that's where it ends up. That provides them with a great opportunity against an older ball. They won't have to face a second new ball this evening. And we identified it, didn't we, Kev, before the match started? If Shan Masood can be a big contributor here, then, well, that makes Derbyshire look like a very different team to what they did in 2021 immediately.
Yeah, that was something we said before the match as well, which still rings true now. There's no better time to play Middlesex this season in the championship. There's no Shane Afridi, no Pete Hanscom, and then the added bonus of no Sam Robson. But Masood, it's a huge wicket for Middlesex here, isn't he? Huge wicket for Derbyshire. If he can go on and replicate Eskenazi, get a century. He's still a long way behind, of course, even though they've won the first two sessions of the second day. Long way behind in their first innings, I mean. 77 for one. Even after lunch, we were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? 2 quick wickets on that board and all the hard work in the morning session from Middlesex undone. That's what they'll be saying to themselves here, and likewise Mickey Arthur. You need to, for all the work they've done today to get into a position of stability, really, after a very tough first day. I mean, they could easily have been looking down the barrel of 500 in reply, couldn't they, if things had gone well for Middlesex today.
Carry.
Yeah, turns away disappointment. Helm, all that effort and a good ball to finish. It'll feel good. It'll feel like he's extracting something up the hill as well. But very well batted by Guest there. Waits for Masood. A very good session for Derbyshire. A very good second day, which will really come as welcome news for Derbyshire fans after what was a very tough first day. Middlesex will still be happy, though. They'll know that they bowled well in that session. I don't think they'll walk off feeling that they've done much wrong, which was pretty much our summary of yesterday for the Derbyshire bowlers. They haven't done much wrong. But Middlesex, I'm sure, particularly in the opening burst, Mercer and Bamber, they'll know that Masood and Godwin had to bat very, very well to get through that.
Yeah, they stuck to their task yesterday. They made the most of the second new ball today and fought back well in the first session to knock over Middlesex for 401. And now they've made it through their first session of the season with bat in hand, losing only 1 wicket at Lords on the 8th of April, which is typically such a difficult time to bat around the country, especially at Lords. So credit to Shan Masood especially, who's on 45, but we know he has it in him to bat for an awfully long time. So that'll be the conversation in the Middlesex dressing room at the tea interval. It'll be about how can they break this partnership and get a look at a middle order that was vulnerable last year. But Masood on 45, leading the way so far. We'll take our tea break as well on the Middlesex Live and Heart stream. Back in about quarter of an hour with Derbyshire to resume at 77 for 1. Welcome back to Lords for the Middlesex Live and Hunt stream. Final session of the second day. Toby Rowland-Jones, ball in hand, bowled 8 overs from the pavilion end between lunch and tea, none for 26, but looked threatening. In here at Masood on 45. Round the wicket. Defender back to the veteran quick. To recap today, Middlesex began at 3:07 for 4 and all out for 5:01. 4:01 make that on the stroke of lunch. Eskenazi top scoring on 118. Josh DeCares yesterday making 80, half century. Also for Robbie White making 65. 4 wickets for Thompson. 3 wickets for Connors for the visitors. Masood, first runs of the session, finds a gap at mid-wicket, out towards the Warner stand. Might go all the way. Tim Murder, work to do. Just hauls it in, the skipper. Come back for an easy 3. He advances to 48, Masood. 80 for 1's the score. And in reply to that 4:01, it was a 65-run partnership for the first wicket between the captain Godalman and the overseas Sham Masood. Godalman was the 1 wicket to fall between lunch and tea, bowled by Murtagh for 23, back through the gate from the nursery end. How many times have we said that over the years? And from there it was Brooke Guest, the number 3, who made 2 from 31 balls before tea, so had to fight hard to get through a tough interrogation. Along with Masood, who's now faced 100 deliveries for his 48. 3 slips. Adam Collins with you and Kevin Hand back with me. First session with Middlesex having collected the 4th bonus point and getting beyond 400. You could say relatively even honours, although Derbyshire did really well to take 6 wickets and ensure that they were batting in the middle of this second day. Certainly their session to start, considering their batting woes in 2021. Now a fascinating couple of hours to take us to the close. Can Middlesex get busy with the ball? If they can't, and it is Sham Masood batting through to the close, and he can find some support from Guest especially, then it'll be Derbyshire's day and beautifully set up for the weekend.
Battle of the photographers downstairs at tea over Tim Murtagh's 900th first-class wicket. They were coming up with stats for it. David Griffin, Griff, who follows Derbyshire around, cameraman. He did it in days. 7,961 days after he took his first-class wicket, Tim Murtagh reaches his 900th. From which he also concluded Josh DeCares wasn't even born when Murtagh took his first. Matt Bright, that's snapper good. For photographer, snapper for Middlesex. Worked out he's got rolls of camera roll older than Josh DeCares.
End of the first over of the final session. 3 runs from it, 80 for 1, Masood 48.
He did also add he's got T-shirts older than Josh DeCares, but I'm not sure I was supposed to add that bit.
Yes, I do enjoy that. So DeCares was born in 2001, I suppose. Would that be right? 2002? 2003?
3, I think. Or 2 from the back of the box. Let's have a look.
You'll have that somewhere nearby. I can see on the left-hand side of your screen there. That'll get you what you're after. Starting after tea is Tom Helm. Bowled a couple of overs to start this second spell before the short break and shaped the ball nicely away from Gueston and a couple back up the slope. So he's finding that natural movement he gets with his action, but also that variation when hitting the seam.
I didn't realise it was on his page, sorry. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, 2002.
April 02, okay. Driving, square driving. What a lovely way to bring up a half century. At the first time of asking for Derbyshire, Sham Masood raises the bat here at Lords. That's his 6th boundary, 101 minutes, 140 7 deliveries, and yeah, from the moment he walked out to the middle, the moment he faced up and took guard, he looked a cut above exactly what you want from your overseas professional, and the start of what Derbyshire will hope will be a long and productive association, providing some ballast at the top of the list that they sorely lacked for last year, and setting himself up for what they hope will be a long stay here at the home of cricket.
Yeah, just the knock that Derbyshire needed, and perhaps just the signing that they needed as well. We mentioned that the batting, perhaps their strongest suit in this match. Bowlers really toiled away hard, did a good job, and again their performance yesterday is put into perspective, I think, by the start of this innings. Middlesex are bowling well. Again, not doing much wrong, but being met by some fine batting.
Just the sound it makes out the middle of the blade there. We've talked about the volume of cricket that Shah Massoud has played here as a student at Durham, and then subsequently as a test player in 2020 in the bubble. He knows what it takes to face the moving Duke's ball, to face competitors like Murtagh and Bamba, and the pace of someone like Helm as well.
Yeah, it's a good matchup this, isn't it, Helmans? Massoud, again, go back to that spell at New Road when all the England bowling hierarchy were there, watching him. 5 for 32 springs in the mind. I'll double check it in a moment. But he absolutely ripped them to pieces that day, and everybody was looking at him thinking, well, he's next cab off the rank really, but injuries have been unkind for Helm. This will be a good early season test for him, and that's talk about the early season wickets, what it does for batters, or more to the point, what it doesn't do for batters. There's also for bowlers. Both sides here are bowling on a good deck at Lords, a good early season deck. Maybe a fraction on the slow side, but at this stage of the season, I don't think you could possibly imagine a better track than this, really.
I agree. I think this is quality. Short and pulled away. 2 men out for that shot. So controlled it out to the square of the 2. Massoud to retain the strike. He's 53, bringing up his half century in that Helm over. He's bowled 9 of them, none for 16. 85 for 1 the score. Getting comments in on the YouTube page, as we have throughout the day. If you want to talk to Kevin and myself, that's the easiest way to do it. You can also follow Middlesex on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, probably AOL Messenger. Maybe there's a live journal entry or 2 floating around. That dates me.
It's TikTok that's the one to the players.
TikTok?
The players want TikTok.
They better have... if they don't have TikTok yet... I'm looking at the back... there's no TikTok yet. Even I'm being told, as someone who's, there's a bit here and there, that I have to set up a TikTok at the moment. I've been very resistant. I think if you've got a 2 in front of your age, you shouldn't be allowed to have TikTok. Beating the edge. I thought just for the briefest moment. Certainly the cordon did. Eskenazi was ready to start celebrating. But Richard Illingworth kept the finger down, and in fairness to Toby Rowland-Jones, he pulled out of the appeal as well. So for the second time in the innings, we've seen Massoud make contact with bat on pad, prompting a loud shout, not to be, but nonetheless good bowling. So a comment in from Peter Lawrence. He's enjoying the coverage from Adelaide in South Australia. It must be getting pretty late now in Adelaide. I think they're 3.5 hours, 12, doing the math. Might be 1 in the morning there, I think, or thereabouts. G'day, Peter. Glad you're enjoying it. Anonymous Dog says Massoud's a much better option than Imam at test level. I would have made the same case until Imam rattled off 2 classy hundreds in a test match against Australia a month ago. But, yes, I think they're both good prospects for Pakistan. Masood again pulling hard, flat, all the way to the rope. Short boundary. Had his front foot in the air as contact was made. He's a classy cricketer. His 7th boundary moves up to 57. 89 for 1. Derbyshire have started well since the break. You could hear that thump into the advertising boards. So a couple of boundaries in the 10 minutes since tea. Roland Jones staying around the wicket. Oh, cover drive, one of the best of the day. Finds the gap, times it through it. Out towards the tavern stand. Back-to-back boundaries. Masood through the 50s in a flash. He's 61. Derbyshire up to 93 for 1. Well, they might have batting points on their mind as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, those are the thoughts at the beginning of the day, which I think it did unsettle Middlesex a little bit this morning, didn't it? Certainly, the fact that the 4th itself was starting to get out of reach. Took a few big blows from John Simpson, the wicket of Toby Roland Jones, a big blow from Helm.
How will Roland Jones respond? Back of a length. Yeah, you watch a player like Shah Masood in this kind of form. It's slightly perplexing that he could have found himself out of that Pakistan Test team. As I say, there was 300s on the trot between 1920 through the COVID period, including that big 100 at Old Trafford, and then 3 ducks in a row, and they dispensed with him. I would have thought the 300s would have been enough of a bank of evidence to stick with for a bit longer, but rough trot, out he went. Hasn't got back 15 months later. Into the over. 38 gone in Derbyshire's response to 401. They're 93 for 1 with Masood up to 61. Guest on 2 from 35 deliveries. Dino 86 is listening in North Carolina. Hello, Dino. Martin Williamson says he tested positive for COVID this morning, and this is helping take his mind off that. Just hoping this goes the distance. Well, for your sake, Martin, we hope it does as well. We hope you get well soon and you're not feeling too poorly. Helm to guest, 3 slips. Waris Abdul, Masood should play every format for Pakistan. He's such a classy player. He did have the second most runs in the PSL this season at an average of 48, I think it was. So he's making a case for inclusion in those white ball teams. Stack Overnight says, looks like cricket in April isn't such a bad idea after all. I suggest that's probably him replying to my argument from yesterday, and that's fine. Tim Lucas also likes Masood as a signing for Derbyshire. Hitting the gloves hard there is Helm. So get any comments in where you're listening around the world on the Middlesex YouTube page, and stay in touch on social media as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact of the matter is we've been very lucky with 2 reasons here. The overheads, we've been very kind, haven't even needed to turn the lights on at any stage in this match so far, but secondly, underfoot, it's a great track. Really couldn't have dreamed of a better track for this time of year. She's making the bowlers toil, but they're in the game.
Edged and taken! Robbie White at second slip, safe pair of hands. And Brooke Guest, his troubled stay in the middle, couldn't get going. Caught in the cordon for 2. Derbyshire lose their second wicket with the score on 93. And Tom Helm using the slope to his advantage. Bit of extra pace, bit of extra movement. Nice piece of bowling and a safe piece of catching.
Yep, you said it about Helm. 2 guests, and that's a big wicket for him, for Tom Helm. Big wicket for Middlesex just after tea. Haven't made that breakthrough of Godleman beforehand with Murtagh to pick up another after tea. They dearly love Masood, wouldn't they? But they're going to bring some of the real big guns together now. Masood, Madsen, Deploy to come. Lewis Rees. It's a powerhouse middle order actually for Derbyshire. We said that their strongest suitors with the bat. They'll want to get in amongst them early, Middlesex, because otherwise Derbyshire will be very, very capable of matching Middlesex's 400 and potentially even surpassing it.
And on the other side of the ledger, this is the opening that Middlesex needed. They needed to get a nice early look in this final session to rest back what control they lost through that middle session. And in fairness to them, they did keep a tidy economy rate the whole way through and did create some half chances. But yes, first genuine edge into the cordon. White makes no mistake. And now they get a look. Wayne Madsen, the veteran of this team, 38 years of age. He's made 31 centuries for Derbyshire across his 13 seasons at the club. Injury interrupted 2021 with that hamstring injury. He was in and out of the team, but he knows what it's all about to play at the top level in the county championship and do a job for his side, and he'll need to do so here because, yes, as you say, they have got some power hitting to come, but Middlesex have a high-quality seam attack, and once they get into a side, as we saw a number of times last year, once they get on a roll, they can be tough to stop.
Yeah, regarding top order batting in this match so far, we've never really seen one become too quickly. Guest has only gone for 2, but he managed to see off either side of T to some extent. Middlesex snaffle 2 here quickly.
So Madsen's first ball, past the outside edge, that wasn't far away. Good spell this from Helm either side of T. It's that natural shape that he gets with his action, and the occasional one that holds its line that introduces a degree of volatility there for any batsman facing him from this end.
Yep, he's got everything, Helm. An incredible white ball bowler, isn't he? His death bowling. Defending, he's defended 5 final over in T20. Right on the spot again to Madsen. I guess what we probably haven't seen, as I said, not seen one become too quickly with regards to top order. We haven't seen a bowler get a spell going, really, have we? Where that spell, and they've just managed to bag 2 or 3 in a spell to really open up a passage of play from a bowling perspective. Yes, Middlesex's first innings in the lower order went quickly in the end for varying reasons.
Last ball here. Madsen off the mark. Inside part of the bat. Down to the shadow in front of the Warner stand. A successful over for Middlesex. The visitors 94 for 2. Guest gone for 2. Pouched at second slip.
Yeah, and Lords looks lovely now. Sun's out. That's what we were saying about April. The light is good.
It's in the comments. It's back and forth. We've got one in here from Mex saying, nursing a cold after a day in the pavilion yesterday. Cricket in April, not a good idea.
I particularly have a problem with cricket in April because, again, what was it? It was only a couple of weeks ago. It was 20 odd degrees, wasn't it? Balmy temperatures around St Patrick's Day, as it always is. Always sunny on St Patrick's Day.
I'll take a note of that. Roland Jones down the hill. Nice carry. Plenty of people watching along in Pakistan. Has Haroon saying, I wish Abdullah Shafiq was in county cricket. Well, so do I. Having watched Abdullah Shafiq bat out of his skin across that series in Pakistan, I can't wait to see him around the world. He's going to be a superstar. We've got another user, Pakistan Cricket Juon. This is his username. Listening from Lahore. Sorry, listening from Pakistan. We've got another listener in Lahore watching Shan Masood bat. So, welcome one and all to the county championship at Lords in first week of the season.
Is that something, I haven't seen as much Pakistani cricket as you have of late. Is that something the championship perhaps and the Blasts need to think about, getting more Pakistan players in?
Well, if Abdullah Shafiq's available, he's going to make 10,000 test runs. So you're going to get him soon and get him wherever you can. I think he's going to be a superstar. He's an extraordinary story. He played one game of domestic first-class cricket. He was rushed into the Pakistan A team, made 100 there, straight into the Test team, and made 100 against Australia at the first time of asking. Averaged 90 odd for the 3 Test series. Looks $1 million. Bats with the temperament of a 32-year-old, not a 22-year-old. And they've seemingly picked him from nowhere. Great story. Past the edge. Standing up off the seam. Roland Jones here in his 11th over. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that'll intersect with their commitments at home, but yeah, I mean, Pakistani players, typically it suits them playing at this time of year because they've just finished their home summer, PSL, in the cooler months into a bit of Test cricket, and often they can get a window around now to play a little bit more.
We see county cricket doesn't benefit, or English cricket at all, in any of the competitions for Indian players particularly anymore. So
yeah,
there's obviously a huge pool of talent to pick from in Pakistan as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the very fact that you've got Naseem Shah playing at Gloucestershire and Shaheen Shah-Afridi coming to Middlesex says a bit, I think, about how they view this as a bit of a finishing school for their cricketers. Into the over, 40 gone, 94 for 2 remains the score. Madsen seeing out that maiden on 1, Masood on 61 down the other end.
Well, the world very much does. You know, it's the way it's viewed, isn't it? Is it Rabada? Played for Kent a couple of years back, and you know, immediately it was said, look, it's a finishing school. We want all of our players to go to England and play. If we can get our players to England, then that's where we want them to go. That's the final place, really, to polish their game, really.
It's how it was seen when Australia were on their rise to the top of the world, and where they stayed at the top of the world is that they had this group of players back in the era of 2 overseas, of course, which gave a bit more flexibility. But I mean, pretty much every Australian cricketer who was in the Test team or trying to bang the door down was doing so with a weight of runs in England as well. So be it Matthew Hayden, Mike Hussey, Stuart Law, Justin Langer, Simon Kadich, squeezing through their helm. Good spell this. Masood down the non-striker's end from the first ball of the over, 62. Gets another look at the new man Madsen. Michael Bevan. Before that, Steve Waugh and Mark Waugh, with the opportunities they had at Somerset and Essex respectively. And there really was an entire generation of cricketers. Later in his career, Dean Jones, of course, at Derbyshire. They had that wonderful season under him in 1997 where they were the second team in the country.
Go back to the Middlesex overseas. I'm not sure we mentioned Jack Callis, did we?
Probably should have. Yeah, you're right, Jack Callis.
Just trying to think which one of them it was. One of them only had a short stint. Was it Langer or Callis? Was it just one season for Langer, or was it just one season for Callis?
I think Langer played a couple of years here.
Callis had just the 1 year,
Yeah.
I think, but made a big impact, didn't he?
Langer certainly spoke fondly of his days at Lords when he took over as Australian coach in 2018, and before he played the Test here in 2005 as well. Spits out towards the gully, helm again, finding the outside part of the bat.
I guess the innings, when we're talking about Middlesex overseas, you can't not talk about one particular innings because he'll be screaming at both of us if we don't. Chris Rogers' score here against Yorkshire, and the game was Jed chasing 472, 241 yes. Not out, and Angus Fraser afterwards, he was almost a little bit emotional when talking about it because he mentioned Callis, he mentioned Langer, Ram Prakash gassing. He said, I think that's the best innings he's seen by a Middlesex batsman.
Yeah, Joe Root's first game as captain
yes.
of Yorkshire as well,
yes.
wasn't it? It was part of the bank of evidence at the time that just reinforced why Rogers had to be a Test cricketer. I know he was at that point, but just through that little stretch there where Rogers was just made a case that was undeniable And he'd done so for years. I mean, he'd been such an effective player in both Australia and England, but when he started dominating the way that he did for Middlesex, it became impossible to ignore. Oh, that spat at pace past the shoulder of the bat. That's what you get when Tom Helm's on. That's a ball that Madsen had to play at, especially given a couple have come back towards the right-handers after tee from the nursery end. Yeah, I think they've got it right, bowling him from this end.
We talked about the extra lift that you can get, even though all the seamers, they do want the pavilion end. Big, quick, nasty seamers.
Good once more. End of Helm's over. Bottle 11, 1 for 18, his figures. If there was a criticism of Helm last year is that he did leak runs, he wasn't consistent enough. Well, the very opposite of that today. And he's got an important wicket after tee to get Middlesex going. 95 for 2, the visitors.
Well, the bowlers got a huge amount of support now, don't they, from the head of men's performance cricket, Alan Coleman, Richard Johnson, the head coach, now Jay Dernbach as well. And there's 3 highly respected. I mean, 2 obviously in terms of coaching. Coleman and Richard Johnson, highly respected bowling coaches. Dernbach at the start of his coaching career, really, but nonetheless, the 3 of them, the experience and the talent as coaches, all melded together. And certainly the Middlesex bowling setup can have no complaints. Batsmen have got, or the batters have now got Mark Ramprakash, of course, as a batting consultant. Rory Coots as well.
Past the edge again. So the question really is here, can the 2 quicker Middlesex seamers in Roland Jones and Helm, can they have a big say on this final session? 1 further wicket here, especially if it's Masood and then Derbyshire are opened up, and you can use Bamba and Murtagh to threaten the stumps, and as Alan Coleman put it, threaten the shin of the front pad, as they did so often last year to middle and lower orders at Lords. More leg side, and Masood's happy to tuck in through mid-wicket for the second time in the session, clipping out towards the rope in front of the Warner stand. He moves to 66. It's 99 for 2.
Yeah, he just got that one to slide past the edge down the slope, didn't he? Roland Jones maybe just went a little bit straighter there, searching for that wicket. Masood puts it away. Yeah, you mentioned that. It's not a pitch to blast the front pad off, this one, is it? But bowl at the shins was more the want of Alan Coleman at this stage. And when they were going out to field at Merchant Taylor's a couple of weeks ago, I think it was Robbie White that day, whether he was given the task in the tent, as you'll all know, around close to the pavilion at Merchant Taylor's School. You're very close to the players, they go in and out. Yeah, that was very much, the reminder. At the shins, lads, at the shins. Just keep reminding each other of it. This one's a more disciplined pitch, though, isn't it? You do need to persevere on that line of length, as Middlesex have done well. Plenty in this surface for both batters and bowlers.
Yeah, I think there is. If you can hit the seam, you're in the game. Yeah, won't be hearing any talk about this being a dead pitch. It's not a dead pitch at all. It's flat. It's been flat, I should say, in that it's not been standing up on any live grass or anything like that, as we might have seen this time last year. Again, Masood through mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot. You'll only get 1 for it, but make that 2. Nice hard running. Up to 68. And in turn, Derbyshire past 100. 101 for 2. So they've had a partnership of 65 to get them going. They lost Guest just after tea, but now the experience of Madsen and the class of Shah Massoud seeing them into three figures.
We can say with relative confidence they're now trailed by 300.
That we can. Cuts away for 4. Yeah, up on the top of the bounce and just carving in that direction. Nice big gap. Shah Massoud's moved from 45 to 72 in the half an hour or so since tea. 105 for 2 the score. And given we've been going about half an hour since that break, I'll hand the commentary microphone to Kevin Hand.
Yep, nice way to nudge it down below 300 now. Long way to go for Derbyshire in this innings. A lot of work to do still. I think the scoring rate's the significant difference between the innings at the moment. That's what Middlesex will be pleased with. They're always going on at there around about 3.2 and over. Middlesex with the bat. Derbyshire being held for the best part at about 2.5. Nice ball landed, first ball of the over from Helm. Yeah, going back to that Rogers match. Day 3 at tea, Middlesex went out to bat, set 471 to win, and said to Chris Rogers at the end of the match, what were you thinking at tea on day 3? And he said, all I was thinking about was I just wanted to put some respectability on this score because they were heading towards an extremely heavy defeat. He said, I just wanted something on the boards to take a lot out of that 471 so it wasn't such a heavy defeat, and that was all he was thinking. It's a heavy, pretty embarrassing defeat, and they don't want it to go like that. Gary Ballance, actually, the day before, he had taken Middlesex, well, probably the afternoon before, taken Middlesex to pieces that day. I remember tweeting, Super Balance goes ballistic. Didn't finish it off, though, with Middlesex are atrocious. I'm glad I didn't, because Middlesex won the match.
Yeah, it must be one of the biggest chases in first-class history, 472. Biggest in Test cricket's 418.
Yeah, Middlesex, I think, still holds the highest first-class chase, or the highest championship chase. I think it was the second highest at Lord's, but that was the University's match was the other. To pads, he's fallen across a long way. Madsen survives. Nothing doing at all from umpire Kettlebrook.
Watch for the replay on this one. Felt like just on the first impression that it might have hit him outside the line, but watching it again, I don't think that was the concern.
Front leg was angled, wasn't it?
Yeah.
As he fell across it.
I think that was a pretty good shot, you know. That wasn't outside the line of the off stump.
I think that's a really good shout, isn't it?
Maybe going over leg stump at a pinch. And often tough to give those when you know the sort of bounce that Helm's generating. They've seen a lot of balls carry through quite nicely to Simpson, but still. As you said, it's not really been the kind of game for blowing off the front pad as yet.
End of the over. Madsen surviving that big shout on 1. 105 for 2. There's Billy Godolin, former Middlesex opener. Started his career at Lord's before heading off to Essex. Captain of Derbyshire now. Gave this innings a good start with Masood. Much needed effort by the opening pair. Just looking back at that match, Middlesex's highest, or their record run chase, 502 for 6 at Trent Bridge in 1925. So the, what was it?
502 for 6. I'm telling you, cricket in the interwar period was loose in England. If you want to find pretty much any record that stands, it's somewhere between 1919 and 1939. It was whack. Stumbled upon the story this week from 1935 that I couldn't believe when I was reading. Ethan Bamber back into the attack from the pavilion end, replacing Roland Jones, who provided plenty of pressure after tea. A couple of slips for Shan Masood. Down the slope. A chap by the name of Mandy Mitchell-Innes, who was a university player at Oxford and doing quite well for himself. He was a bit of a prodigy at school. I can never pronounce this correctly. Is it Sedborough up in the northeast?
Sedborough.
Sedborough. But they played some List Day cricket still, don't they?
Or is it Sedborough?
Yeah, the spelling versus the pronunciation gets me a little bit there. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
Just gets away. I'll get a couple out of reach of mid-on. Swooping up, coming around from deep mid-wicket, Toby Rowland-Jones. Sedborough, I'm sure it is.
Sedborough. So he was playing school cricket up there and making tons of runs, picked for Somerset at 16. Okay, these things happen. That's unusual, but you see a 16-year-old player from time to time. A couple of years later, his second year at Oxford as a law student, making a considerable number of runs, but not doing so for Somerset. He'd averaged 20 for Somerset the year before. But he piled off a century against the touring South Africans. And it just happened to be that Plum Warner saw it there at the Parks and said, "You are going to play the first test match at Trent Bridge next week." And that was that. Got picked for a test match despite having a first-class average of 20, purely because Plum Warner happened to be at Oxford that week. Played the test at Trent Bridge, out early, made 5. Was scheduled to play here at Lords in the second test. Got picked again. Got a second chance. It's pulling out there, Bamber. Point of release. And because he'd been fielding in close to Headley Verity, the champion spinner who bowled Australia out here in 1934, the year before, he was so anxious about dropping a catch off Headley Verity, and he had a bout of hay fever at the time. He said, "I don't want to sneeze and drop a catch off Verity at short leg. I'm going to make myself unavailable to play for England," and sat out of the test match. The chap he was staying with in London, they said, "Well, he'll play for England instead," as you do. He said, "Look, I can't play for England, but look, Oxford's playing it at the Oval during the same week. I'll play for Oxford still against Surrey in a first-class game." Made 132 across the river playing for Oxford against Surrey when he should have been playing for England against South Africa. Never got picked again. That was it.
So scoring error of Masood again. Picked up 2 on this occasion. Deep mid-wicket coming around.
Imagine that. Imagine forfeiting or foregoing your place in the national team, which he never really should have had in the first place by any merit, because he had a bout of hay fever and didn't want to be responsible for dropping a catch at short leg off Headley Verity. He went on to have a bit of a sketchy career. He was working in the public service in Sudan after university, and after the war went back to Somerset where he'd played before the war, and they said, "Do you mind being captain?" It's in 1948. He said, "I've got a job overseas. I can't really be captain." He's like, "Just do us a favour. Just be captain as an amateur for a couple of months." So he stood in as captain in April and May of 1948. Didn't practice, didn't net, just came out and led the team and batted and wrapped it up then. That was the end of his professional career. But yes, one test match at Trent Bridge, purely because Plum Warner thought this kid's a bit of all right from a university game, and then missing out on the rest of his career because of because he didn't want to sneeze and drop a catch. This is emblematic, I think, of the way cricket in England was run between the wars.
What's the word you use? Sketchy. Is that the word?
Yes.
It's a good word for it.
Good name too, Mandy Mitchell Innes. It wasn't his real name. His name was Norman. He was known as Mandy. You don't see many blokes called Mandy, do you?
Not too many. South Africans come up with a few odd names, don't they? Just popped a little. Bottom hand off from Madsen, just riding the bounce on that one. Again, exactly what Helm's looking for from the nursery end. I was just looking up that stat of the 472 chase. It was the third highest at Lords and the third highest in the history of this ground and the third highest in the history of Middlesex. But again, as you said, so many of those would have been not only between the wars but pre-war as well.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, the highest here was Oxford University against the MCC, if memory serves. Which it probably doesn't, but it was a match along those lines.
Yes. Wild scorecards of yesteryear. Gigantic fourth innings and all the rest of it. The 11-day test match at Durban, to get on the boat in 1939 and all that.
250th anniversary of the first class match this year, isn't it? Held at Hambledon.
Yes, it would be.
Down in the south. And
they better do a celebration.
Well, I've been trying to pitch to the cricketer for a feature. They've got a whole load of things, series of things lined up. Had a match down there. I think it was a media match actually. It's just one of the events. They've got all sorts of events going on across the summer. So it wasn't the first class match, but it's the oldest remaining scorecards, the oldest history of a first class match. So as such, it's the only one that they could record and say, well, here it is, this is the first class match, because they've got the scorecard.
So who were they playing in the first class? Because the
there
first couple of years they played just one game a year, didn't they? I think it was one game a year and 3 games a year. And
yeah, I think there were 4 first class matches played that summer. Surrey, Kent. I think was it Nottinghamshire. There was one that managed to squeeze in from the north. I should remember, because I've gone through all this once already for a piece for the cricketer, because there was a call to rename one of the ends at the Aegeus Bowl, which I think was quite a clever and fitting call to rename what is currently the hotel end, the Hambledon end at the Aegeus. The fact that a few miles north east of the ground, the first class match, what's recognised as the first class match, was played just around the corner. It should really be marked. There are calls at least to mark part of the ground and call it the Hambledon corner at least, if they can't have the Hambledon end.
I found the scorecard, I think, here. So Hampshire versus England.
That's it.
From 1772.
Beautiful name of the ground as well. Have you got it?
Broad Halfpenny Down.
Yep. So that's where this match was played recently.
Okay. Top scorer of Jay Small, who made 78 out of 142. It's not a bad percentage, but half the runs. That was for Hampshire. England all out 109. Hampshire second innings all out 79. England all out 63. No idea who the bowlers were. They didn't keep that record. They just kept the runs and the score. And Hampshire were victorious by 53 runs. A 2-day match. John Small, who was the top scorer there, went on to play 111 first-class matches. Made a century. Must have been one of the first hundreds.
It's a single with the sweeper out there.
You've got to love some of the first-class team names over the years. I've quite enjoyed the smokers against the non-smokers, which used to be a game that was played in Australia. I always like the rest. So you've got the sort of the Hindus, the Muslims, the Christians, the Europeans, the rest in the pentangular competitions that were played in Bombay or Mumbai, as it's known now, in Karachi. But here you've got there's the actors of Hollywood 11. I think there was a first-class team once. Here there's the N to Z, so presumably there was the A to M against the N to Z. They were a first-class team. Right-handed, he played for John Small. Quite the set of teams. Rest of the alphabet, he played for. Rest of the alphabet. He played for the rest of the myriad first-class teams.
Just coming back to the slope, kept out by Madsen.
So Hampshire, East Kent, no dramas. The White Conduit Club, okay. England, Hampshire and Kent, but yeah, the right-handed first-class team. N to Z and the rest of the alphabet. Let's have a look at the rest of the alphabet. How many games did they get around in? Just the one. A to Z against the rest of the alphabet.
Quite a catch. Scooped off the toe into the bat, but never really offering a chance to Roland Jones there.
That must say a bit about the way that names were. Yeah, so A to C was an entire 11, and D to Z was the rest. Opening the batting for the rest of the alphabet was the Earl of Winchelsea. This is deep county cricket commentary areas.
How many did he get?
He got 6.
Thick edge. Now to reach a second, whether it would have carried to a third. It goes away for 4. Madsen's first boundary. He's on to 5. 114 for 2. An angle bat. Yeah, would have carried to a third. It's the second time for Bamba One's gone just out of reach of the slip cord, and he had the 3 slips in the. Well, Murtagh had 3 slips in the gully early on, didn't he? And just the 3 slips, but no gully for Bamba as one flew off the edge. Right in behind this one though, Madsen.
Question here from Mohammed Javed. When will Shaheen Afridi play for Middlesex? Well, he signed. What's your sense of when his first championship?
His first match will be the Glamorgan one away, as far as I know.
Okay,
so both he and Pete Hanscom will be in for that game.
Right. So his commitment with Pakistan finished 3 days ago with the T20. So the question, well, I suppose the fact that Middlesex don't play next week's to their advantage, to their big advantage, that both overseas will be there for their second game.
Yeah, and as such, all that talk of playing cricket in April, Middlesex, if the 4 days play out like the weather we've seen on the first 2, and I know it is bitterly cold out there before anybody tweets us, or the chief exec clips us around the year again. It is bitterly cold out there, but the sun out, crucially, the surface is good. By the 3rd week of April, when Middlesex have their second round, that's historically there or thereabouts when the championship generally played. You're right, it was usually the last week of April, but you're close to what summer would be. So yeah, they've lucked out in a couple of senses there, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's just one match in the first 2 rounds, and especially if the weather plays this way across the 4 days. Murtagh back on at the nursery end. 1 for 14 from 10, very Murtagh-like figures up there, aren't they? Placing Helm, 1 for 18 from 13. He'll be very pleased with that, Tom Helm. I think the coach will be pleased with him as well. Yeah, not unreasonable to think he would have been the last name on the team sheet when deciding how to put the bowling attack together. Well, maybe not the last when they didn't know about Robson and Anderson, but as far as the 4 quicks, they would have inked in Murtagh, Roland Jones, Bamba. It would have been, well, what are they going to do with the 4th quick? And he saw off Cullen for it, and
he's rewarded them so far. That was a very good spell either side of tee. I'm sure we'll see him again before the close of play.
Oh, that was noted yesterday. We touched on it earlier and talked about it around that Eskenazi and De Caires partnership. But where Middlesex are keeping it similarly tight here, what Derbyshire perhaps just let themselves down a little bit was one too many 4 balls, where they were mostly keeping it tight. But as you went down the commentary on Cricket Info and then just scrolled over by over, and you thought, okay, so they are keeping it tight, but when they do concede a run, it's generally a 4, and that's what Middlesex I think have done well here in keeping this tight. They're not letting the 4 balls get away, and that, as you say, perhaps for Helm is one of the criticisms. Catch it, the cry, the edge flies, only 2 slips for Merton out, and down to the vacant third. Even up the hill, it'll go all the way to the Warner stands. Max Holden retrieving it. Masood onto 81.
Yeah, given he started his first and second spell with 4 slips, 3 and 4 slips in position, had he gone with a third there, that would have been within range, I'm pretty sure.
Hope the little one's okay. Managed to trip over her shoelaces by the... Mum and Dad aren't too concerned. She'll pick herself up in a moment.
I missed that. We might have to go back and make sure.
Mum and Dad aren't looking too concerned at all, which is either the reaction of
There
parents...
they are. Hello.
It's either the reaction of parents to say, I told you so, or the child's absolutely fine.
Well, that's it, isn't it? If you react, they react.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, we're on the same page there, parenting then.
If you think things might be wrong, then come the tears. I've learned in my 2 and a bit years of doing this parenting gig.
Fist bump for that one, Adam Collins. Couple of runs down to deep backward square for Masood, who's to 83. I thought I was all on my own on that one. Genuinely, I thought I was the only person on the planet that had realised that.
We had an unprompted, unscheduled meltdown this morning. I said that Ethan Bamber and I...
What about the little one?
Yeah, exactly. Ethan Bamber and I frequent the same local cafe, which I've never seen him in, but I'm told about. I decided to take the little one there this morning, and she just decided to completely blow up, and I tried to remember that. Don't lean into this. Ride it out, and everything was okay.
Brings that one back. Oh, kept out by Masood. Yeah, I meant to go back to you on that. End of the over, 120 for 2 here at Lords. Merton will have strike. That was an early start for breakfast for you this morning.
Yeah. 2-year-old. Up and about.
Blimey.
We're here early, but got to be up and about. Start of the season.
So what time did you make it to the cafe?
As they opened, 7:30.
Oh, nice.
Happy with that.
Yeah, well, good effort. Did you make it back home and then in order?
No. Straight on the tube.
What did you do with the little one?
Thankfully.
Still at the cafe?
Yeah.
Dosed up on coffee.
Thankfully, her mum doesn't work on Friday, so they've gone off to have a day, had a morning in the park or something like that, I think was the plan. Blow off some steam, burn off some energy. We were speaking about the kit of Brooke Guest when he was batting earlier. I think last year with Ethan Bamber's shirt, they kind of, it looked like a muscle shirt when he was running into bowl.
Yes.
But they've got it right this year. It feels like it's more as it should be. Like he chucked it in the dryer or something like that. Not a lot of him, of course. Quite muscular through the shoulders though.
Squares him up. Madsen keeps it out.
Super fit. They say he's the fittest cricketer at the club, don't they? That he's got the best engine. Still plays hockey, I think.
Does he?
We did play hockey until recently. Which
are they allowed to? Are they allowed that? I thought golf was the only one they were allowed to.
Maybe I'm breaking state secrets there. Someone told me who he's played hockey with that he was running around.
No, actually, I'm being mischievous. But I know at one point there is a restriction on the amount of the sports they can play, isn't there? Hockey may well fit into that bracket.
Yeah.
What number of other sports they're allowed to participate in? Because of course the great debate. Actually, it was mentioned this morning or yesterday morning. No football out there for Mickey Arthur's Derbyshire. The football was banned
Yeah, there's always that counter view, isn't there? Do you see them having a net at Twickenham to warm up for a rugby test? And my response has always been, well, they should. Put on the mums and dads and have a go. Then play a rugby test.
Oh, now this is close. Not out. Whew. Very quick shake of the head from umpire Illingworth there. Madsen survives. That really did come back down the slope.
Just felt like height. First watch. Yep.
He was a long way across as he left it alone. But any time you do leave it alone like that. There's that little skip across at the end as well. Good leave on this occasion.
Yeah, we're getting in the comments a few famous injuries from football games that have been played. There was the Johnny Bairstow a couple of years ago, wasn't there, where he got in strife. There was the Joe Denley Owe Shah, would I be right in saying, Kev, from many years ago?
Oh, go on, remind me on the shot. Was he playing for England at the time?
Have I got the right players there? Joe Denley was involved, I'm pretty sure. This is in Denley's first iteration.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
England player.
That rings a bell.
There's the Glenn McGrath falling over the... Well, that wasn't...
Well, he stepped on a cricket ball, didn't he?
Cricket ball.
Had McGrath never stepped on that ball, Adam Collins?
Well,
would England have won the Ashes in 2005?
The way that McGrath bowled here in the second innings of that test, well, both innings, he took 9 for the match, but he might have bowled better in the second dig. Warne took 4, he took 4. They bowled out England for spit in the second dig and rolled on to Edgbaston, so confident with the way they were going that Ricky Ponting won the toss and bowled, and thus begins one of the more extraordinary test matches in the history of the sport. But yes, they do love playing football before. I mean, the England team, when they were permitted to, I'm not sure if it's allowed at the moment. I don't think they were allowed to play it when Ashley Giles was boss. I don't think.
Owen Morgan's introducing hurling, isn't he?
Well, I wouldn't mind that. They have that. I think there's competing versions of the story as to who invented this, but the football volleyball game that a number of the teams now play, the international teams, which is pretty much what it says in the tin. It's a volleyball net, quite low set, probably around waist height, but kicking the ball rather than punching the ball or using their hands to get the ball over the net. 3 touches in the usual volleyball way. And I think some of the Indian team claim responsibility for it, so it's their invention. And I think Ed Cowan also does. Ed might be watching, although it's pretty late in Sydney. I think Ed Cowan also has a hand in the development of that game, which of course means the probability of them getting hurt is less because they're not tackling each other and they can still sort of kick the football around, which they so love to do.
Yeah, I can't put my finger on what that injury one was, the Denley and Charles, but it really does ring a bell, that one now. Going back to the oldie worldy 11s, David Tossler, I saw this morning, new Middlesex member, long-term media contributor, book writer. Single taken through square. Big NFL man as well. David, it's good to see. He said, don't forget the 2 smokers versus non-smokers games in the 1880s, in which the non-smokers made the case for healthy living by racking up 800 in 1 innings.
I think they continued. I might be wrong, and our correspondent can check this. They continued into the 20th century in Australia as well. I think it's possible that Bradman might even have played in the non-smokers 11. I mean, there are some cracking first class team names. The Gentlemen of Philadelphia.
Oh, that one goes away down the slope from Murtagh. Nice shape on that one, really followed by Madsen.
Just going back to the football injury, yeah, it was O.A. Shah's tackle on Joe Denley. And I shouldn't laugh because I'm pretty sure it was the catalyst for quite a lengthy stay out of the team for Honest Joe. And the story reads, as you might expect, Andrew Strauss admits England could axe football from their pre-match warm-ups after suffering yet another injury scare. No, this story wasn't written last year. It was written in 2009. The England skipper plans for tomorrow's opening one-day international against Australia were thrown into disarray after opening batsman Joe Denley was injured during a kickabout on the Oval outfield. Denley was left on the ground in agony for 15 minutes after being felled by a tackle by teammate O.A. Shah. And Matt Pryor also got injured in the previous year playing football when he was the first-choice wicketkeeper.
Big Man United fan, O.A. Shah, channeling his inner Roy Keane, clearly.
I mean, I shouldn't laugh, but, you know.
I think they did capture it, didn't they? I'm pretty sure that it was just about caught on camera, the tackle as well.
Yeah.
Straight red on the day, I understand. Rescinded to a yellow after an appeal. Here we go. Josh De Cares, who mentioned his performance yesterday. Kent last year. But bowled well at Lancashire, but also Kent at Radlett. That was where he got his wicket in the one-day cup against Kent. He bowled well in that one as well. Really, really well.
Well, I saw him get Toby Rowland-Jones out earlier this morning in the nets, so we'll see how at least he'll be bowling with a bit of confidence, perhaps.
How out, please?
Stumped.
Oh!
Which might have been a sign of things to come in terms of the way that
Toby
tried to pop one into the grandstand. For the right reasons, I'll stand by him there.
Replicating Thompson, yeah. Give us a bit of off-spin, please, Josh.
He's got a nice over-the-top action, so he should generate some overspin.
Yeah. Nicely.
It's a good start.
Nicely landed the first ball from De Cares. Cricinfo had him down as a medium pacer. They still do at the moment. We'll have to... who do we tell about that? Matt's downstairs, Matt Roller. Can we tell him?
Heavy, he can sort it out. He's probably listening right now, Heavy Roller. I love this time of year covering the championship when all the young gun journos fill the press box. I must admit I've been guilty once or twice or 50 times coming down to use Lords as my office at this time of year.
Shh, don't tell him.
Always good for a sandwich and a bowl of soup if you come down to Lords at this time of year. So, yeah, De Cares did bowl 3 overs last season.
Using his feet, slams it to extra cover, who slaps the ground there. Wasn't a chance for Stoneman. They threw for a single. Disappointed, let one through. In the covers, Stoneman. Let's just come across to have a chat with De Cares about the field. They're looking at the deep cover, just bringing around a little bit further. The deep mid wicket, bringing around to deep backward square leg. He's pretty much deep square, isn't he?
Madsen 5 from 39. I wouldn't mind a catcher on the leg side here. I mean, he's not transferring any pressure back onto Middlesex. They're well ahead in this game still. Wickets are the currency. Forward short leg for one that can leap off the shoulder of the bat. De Cares trying to get that overspin. Good start. Really good start.
Yep, 124 for 2. And again, come back to it, the options that Middlesex have, and that's why, although Nottinghamshire and Durham very much favourites for this division, there is a modicum of pressure on Middlesex, especially with Shane Afridi being brought in, Hanscom as captain to join this side. Robson's try and get back in. Plenty of players banging on the door. De Cares making a good case for the bat, also having that extra string to his bow of being a off-spin bowler.
Or just sort of gaming out the match they play a fortnight from now at Cardiff.
Oh, I don't want to like that over or so ago against Masood, didn't he? That got down to third for 4. closed the face a little bit more on the previous one than he did on this. Nearly played around the previous one. This one, thickish edge.
Yeah, let's assume that next week, or next round rather, they're still playing with 4 quicks and they're not using a frontline spinner. And they have to reconfigure their batting lineup. Now, one of those seamers could be Shaheen Shah-Afridi, which is a game changer full stop, but Robson's going to come back in, Handscomb's going to come in. So it may very well be the fact that they help make a decision on who that final batting spot goes to on the basis of what else they can offer. And if they're turning to De Caires first out of the part-time crew, well, that's a good sign for him. Not quite sure how that interacts with his commitments at university, and I'm not sure how that all works at the moment, but I know initially at least he was to be available when not in term, but nevertheless it's a worthwhile conversation.
Yeah, just look at that line. I've just noticed an error on the MCC scorecard. They gave White out overnight, caught Connors bowled Thompson for 35. Oh, I hope they didn't run off too many prints of those before the error was
Hold
noticed.
on to that.
I know.
I did a feature interview with the scorecard team a few years ago on the Cricket Buzz platform. I spent some time with them. They'll be mortified by that.
Oh.
That's a collector's edition.
I only just spotted it at this stage. I was just going to go through the card in terms of, because I'd mentioned it last night, the 35 by Holden. He'll be disappointed for himself because there is a real, De Caires has laid down a big marker if he is available for Glamorgan, but equally, White's got his 50, Davis as well. The two of those, I think, if either one of those could have managed to push on, but if De Caires is available, it's hard to drop him if Robson and Handsome come back for that game. Which would leave the spin option, as you say, as De Caires. Did just see a shot on the balcony a moment ago. Luke Holman sitting down, who again, as they've said, I don't know whether he's going to be a better batter or bowler in the long run. And he took 10 for last year down at Hove.
Yeah, he first made an impression as a batter in the Blast. Made a rapid 50 a couple of seasons ago, and Murder off the short run there. We see that occasionally, don't we, to try and break the concentration of the batting pair and come off 3 steps. That's still the same pace, of course. Just to end his over, 1-2-5 for 2. So 16 overs left on the day, roughly an hour until stumps. Glorious afternoon here at Lord's.
There's that balcony with Joe Cracknell on the right, who was one of the wild card picks for the 100.
On the back of Owen Morgan's strong suggestion, wasn't it?
Yeah, Blake Cullen as well, both called up to the London Spirit, weren't they?
Went well for Cullen. Really made a name for himself there.
The best named physio in world cricket on the left as well.
Fresh over, De Caires from Pavilion End, looking to turn it down the slope at the left-handed Shan Masood, who's 88.
Sorry, not physio, Monsieur.
Shadows lengthening. Quick single. No. Had it been cut off from the man racing across at mid-wicket. That might have been a quick single, but through comfortably. Masood to 89. 1-2-6 for 2 the score. Of course, Middlesex all out 401 earlier today.
Imagine having a massage of somebody named Spike.
Yeah. Okay. Might provide me a pause for thought.
He's a big man, Spike, as well.
As David Clough, our sort of former colleague from the Press Association, who was the long-term cricket writer there, said, and so it was tweeted, coming forward here to slap through the offside unsuccessfully, Madsen. You never quite appreciate the power of the barber until the scissors are in their hand above your head. Caires goes over the top here from Madsen through mid-wicket. First sign of aggression from him to the long boundary and makes it to the rope comfortably. Murto won't mind that, or he shouldn't mind it. Madson's taken 43 deliveries to look to get on the attack and use his feet against the spin of De Caires, and that moves them along to 130 for 2, but that is played with at least a degree of premeditation.
Yeah, they've moved that deep mid-wicket around to deep square, hadn't they? And I wonder they think about bringing him back a little bit.
Nice loop.
Or just leave him around at square as a tempter with all that space out there. But bringing him around to deep mid-wicket, I don't think it'll be a massive put-off for Madsen to try and target that space, but any error, it'll give the fielder more of a chance of a catch.
Sweeping hard, out towards the onside again. 4 more, same corner of the ground located. So once on the dance and then laterally with the back knee on the ground, Madsen moves into double figures. He's 13. Couple of boundaries in that. 1, 3, 4 for 2 the score. 15 overs left on the day, but yes, I don't expect that'll be a huge concern to Middlesex with all those runs on the board, with Madsen looking to attack. That will be something that will be of interest to Murtagh as they make their decisions in this final hour. So Murtagh to continue with Simpson up to the stumps. 2 slips behind him. He moves into the 90s. I should have noted when Masood passed 58 earlier this afternoon, Kev, that he'd gone beyond 8,000 first-class runs.
Billy Godleman, going back to David Griffin downstairs, Billy Godleman's gone past 1,000 at Lord's as well.
Yeah,
today.
with his 8th run today. Another one I sort of ticked off along the way, but should have noted at the time. So Murtagh to Madsen, good matchup. Simpson goes back, looking for that precious outside edge. 2 slips in the gully. Well worked, Simpson. Athletic. Hits the stumps too. Diving away, flinging it back at the woodwork and making contact, and recognised by his colleagues in the cordon.
Mentioned the lack of Indian players coming and playing in England at the moment. Did see a tweet from Sussex an hour ago. Look who's arrived. Pujara has arrived down at Hove.
Yes. Yeah, I suspect Pujara will be available for the full campaign if they have signed him for that long. I don't expect.
It's a heck of a signing, isn't it?
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, lamentably, I just don't see him playing Test cricket anytime soon. Now that Shreyas Iyer has started so well, and it feels as though they've moved beyond Rahane and Pujara in the short term. Rishabh Pant providing them with so much flexibility at 6, enabling them to play both Jadeja and Ashwin. They don't have to make a choice. And players of the talent of Shubham Gill coming through too, and the engine room of Kohli. Even if he hasn't been posting 3 figures, he's still a permanent fixture in there at number 4. That's the shape from Murtagh. Just needs to get it a little bit straighter towards the off stump and get Madsen playing. So yeah, good shopping there. Chiteshwar Pujara. He's played a couple of Yorkshire, of course, but he's played. I feel like he's had a stint somewhere else as well. Pujara. Gap there at point. Found by Madsen for a couple. Up to 15. End of the over, 137 for 2. 14 overs left on today. Oh, that's right, Pajara was at Derbyshire as well. India back here for one test this summer, which is very unusual, but they didn't complete their series in 2021 due to the IPL. Sorry, I mean COVID-19. Kind of a middle of column A, little of column B. So they've got 6 white ball games and 1 test match, which is going to be played at Edgbaston. Reverse sweep. Nicely executed as well. Didn't quite get all of it, but to the short boundary on the angle, all the way down to the corner beneath us here.
Yeah, they just moved one more across for Madsen, didn't they? They were talking about whether that deep square could go around more to a deep mid-wicket where he was previously to put off Madsen on that big slog sweep. Instead, they put out 2. Put out the deep mid-wicket and the deep square. Just opened up a little bit the offside for the right-hander.
Ooh, close. Turned down. Just sliding down. Ever so close to a big breakthrough in this match.
Good shout with the slope, but I think you've called it right. I'd say that's sliding. Saw a lot of the stumps.
Yeah, good decision. Oh, stumped opportunity, yes! De Caires gets the breakthrough, and it's a big one. Shan Masood gone for 91. Derbyshire lose their 3rd wicket with the score on 141. But an excellent innings comes to an end, unpicked by the teenager Josh De Caires. Into the team yesterday in place of Sam Robson. He did it with the bat, making 80, and he's done it with the ball as well. Handy work by Simpson behind the stumps. A leg before shout from the previous delivery, and then one going beyond the outside edge. Masood on the advance. The keeper does the rest. Into the book he goes. 1 for 1 for 3.
Yeah, well batted. Masood disappointed as he makes his way off, gets a good reception here at Lord's. It was a vital innings, a good innings, a vital innings. Just short of the century though, out in the 90s. Massive, massive wicket for Middlesex and a massive wicket for young Josh De Caires there in the middle, with a huge smile on his face when they all managed to catch him. Great work by Simpson behind the stumps, really was. Had me out of my seat actually, that one. It's not often a wicket does, but it was really sharp work by Simpson, wasn't it? Masood hasn't given up, tried to get back, but excellent glovesmanship again, as ever, by John Simpson.
Yeah, good first wicket in first class cricket, that Shan Masood, the overseas pro, who went from 45 at tea to 91 before losing his head and losing his wicket. We saw Madsen take on De Caires a couple of times in the previous over, and that might have provided pause for Murtagh to think about taking him off and going back to plan A, but backed in the young spinner, and it pays a big dividend. And yeah, that previous delivery that went on with the arm, bit of overspin, didn't get the leg before going his way, but yeah, the extent to which that influenced the next ball and that decision from Masood to dance down the track, the more conventional off break, and Simpson did the rest. Good cricket. Lewis deploy in at number 5 for Derbyshire, and yes, we spoke about the importance of the visitors having a good first session today, and they backed it up with a very good middle session. Well, Middlesex 2 wickets, plenty of time to go in the third. End of a successful over for the home side. Josh De Cares 1 for 14 from 3. Madsen, they're on 18. Deploy yet to score 1 for 1 for 3 with 13 overs left on the day. Deploy, 27 years of age, very healthy first class average of 43, but struggled last year, averaging just 18 with a couple of half centuries. He did have a bumper run of it back in South Africa through the winter though. 3 matches for Southwest Districts and rattled off 449 runs at 150. As part of the Welsh Fire set up in the 100 last year as well, and performed nicely in that competition. His 4th season at Derbyshire. That's it on strike here to Murtagh, fresh over, the captain. Made a couple of hundreds against Middlesex in 2019, including 100 not out here at Lords in that high-scoring game. Been a bit of a journeyman through South African cricket before signing on as a Kolpak in May 2019. Get access to a passport as well. First came here as a kid to watch South Africa play, and Lords that is, and yes, having made a first class 100 here, he knows his ground well. Played here last year against Middlesex as well. Made an excellent 90 in the first innings, 90 out of 205, 13 boundaries. And he was knocked over cheaply by Murtagh in the second innings, but yeah, experience on this ground, form on this ground, and in great touch in South Africa through the winter. Deploy, joining Madsen, who will need to help steer them through to close the play with no further loss of wickets. 1 for 1 for 3. If it becomes 150 for 4 or 160 for 5, they'll be in real strife over the weekend.
Sam Robson and Luke Holman there in the Warner stand. Just finding another angle to watch.
Saw them running laps at tea, or it might have been lunch. Robson especially was putting in the hard yards, the fitness they do when they're injured, that they still have to do the same fitness that they would be doing if they were involved in the game.
Yeah, Holman will be pushing hard as well for a place. I only saw Nathan Souter a little while ago at the back of the box, who likewise will be desperate for a chance. And again, Souter, he's good with the bat, isn't he? Which, he's played some fine innings here, there and everywhere with the bat. In fact, he did so down at Glamorgan last year with the bat.
So a couple of nervous prods from Deploy. The first he made contact with, that's gone past the edge, up the slope. Good finish from the captain. So 12 overs left on the day. 142 for 3. And De Cares presumably will get another opportunity at Madsen, who tried to take him on a couple of overs ago, but now having lost Masood, I wonder whether he'll be so bold. Again, coming back to the glove work of John Simpson in that previous De Cares over to remove Masood. Just issuing yet another reminder of what a fabulous wicketkeeper he is. Many have argued over the journey that he's got the best gloves in England alongside Ben Foakes, who made 100 today for Surrey, I should say. New over De Cares to Madsen.
Yeah, it's the only thing, isn't it, that prevented Simpson getting regular higher honours. Of course, in COVID, he did manage to get that England debut. But the modern way of wicket-keepers having to contribute heavily with runs as top-order batsmen, it's been a fair old queue of batting wicket-keepers above him, hasn't it?
In hindsight, it should have been Simpson rather than Bracey who was given the opportunity to wicket-keep against New Zealand last year.
Yep.
And that's no reflection on Bracey, by the way, if you're a Gloucestershire fan who's sitting in. That's more that I think Bracey is a very likely type to end up being a top 4 player. He made 100 in clearly tough conditions at Wantage Road, all out for 200 odd, and he made 117 of those. And he started the season beautifully, including a very classy 80 odd here against Middlesex. But I don't think anyone was completely sold on his wicket keeping, and then Ben Folkes got injured when he was going to do the job, and they tried to sort of get a bit cute there. It seldom works out well when you're going for an inferior option as wicketkeeper, as was the case with Bracey. But he'll get further chances with the bat for England, I'm sure. Again, good bowling there from De Caires, just finding the outside part of the bat. Good match up this, deploy new to the crease. Still just the one catcher. Got a man out at deep square protecting the short boundary. Deep cover as well, De Caires. Asking good questions, a fraction shorter there to end the over. 56 bowled, 11 left, 1-4-3 for 3 the score. Beautiful afternoon, the old pavilion there. Club flags flying high on top. De Caires has bowled 4 overs, but the big wicket of this session, Shan Masood, stumps for 91 by John Simpson. Masood, who looked locked on for a 19th first class 100, not to be. And it does leave Derbyshire exposed, especially if they lose a further wicket before the close of play this evening. The game will then open up to Middlesex across the weekend. It will do anyway in all probability, but one more wicket here and they'll go to bed tonight knowing that their job is made that much easier against a team who collapsed consistently last year. And that might be why Toby Rowland-Jones is back in the attack. A bit of extra pace, been swung around to our end, the nursery end. He's bowled 12 overs from the pavilion and so far, none for 47, but he's been better than that. Here to Madsen, a couple of slips in the gully.
Yeah, rare look at him from the nursery end. But for a guy who does just extract that little bit of extra bounce on any surface, Toby Rowland-Jones, up the slope will assist that.
Little flirt there. Could generously say he pulled inside the line at the last moment, Madsen, but I think that was more a genuine play and miss. The gully becomes a third slip now. So looking for a short, sharp burst from Rowland-Jones, and then presumably it'll be Tom Helm to finish the day thereafter.
Yeah, 8 and 4 were his 2 spells so far, weren't they? And there was chatter about that at tea, that everybody was surprised they went for the 8th, which both you and I sat there and thought, oh, that's a good 7th over. Can they get one more out of him? But with that injury record, Everybody was wondering whether the 8th was the right move.
It's easy to get sucked into these things, isn't it, as a captain? I would have done. I would have bowled him again, given he.
Well, you could bet Roland Jones wanted to go again as well.
Yeah, yeah. Squared up just a tad.
That's where he wants to leave it. If he can find any extra lift off that length. He brings that outside shoulder of the bat into play. Plenty of chatter in the field to keep them going. 4 stumps. It's been an even session so far in the evening. 1 more wicket for Middlesex will for sure swing it to them, but with the match position overall, as you said, Derbyshire almost had to win those first 2 sessions today, which they did. 6 for 69, the last 6 wickets to go for Middlesex this morning. Just 1 down in the afternoon.
So 10 overs left on the day. I wonder how they'll manage this from the pavilion end, which is the end that the seamers will want to come down from. Certainly Bamber and maybe even Helm. Hasn't bowled from that end as yet, but initially at least it's going to be De Cares to continue his 5th over at Madsen. They've got a man set out at deep mid-wicket, but 2/3 of the way back, tempting him. Will he go again? Oh, outside part of the bat, runs away. Only for a couple.
Yeah, well, I guess this, can he get Deploy on strike, and how can he go against Deploy? How much of a threat can he pose against the left-hander? I'll hope to get at least a little bit of a look at him in this over.
Nice overspin again. You sort of see the ball get up, not quite above the eye line, as it were, cliched as it is to say, but you can see that he's not darting it in. He is giving the ball a chance to get up and get down, as they say. Now it's to the left-hander. Eskenazi waiting at slip, the only catcher behind the wicket. Easy runs there though, clipped away off the thigh pad. Interesting field. So 2 out on the leg side, square leg or just behind square and mid-wicket, and they're both conceding a single, maybe even conceding 2, but both well in from the deep rope there, maybe 30 metres in now. Will Madsen go for it? Not here, he won't. Lunging forward. Also a deep cover point on the short boundary grandstand.
Listens to Tim Mercer chirping away in the field there.
Darts this one in. He finds that man running in from deepish mid-wicket. Easy single, walks it through.
They're just knocking it around now, boys. Come on.
So 1 more opportunity in this over. This might very well be the final ball that he bowls today. Round the wicket to the left-handed Deploy. Good ball to finish. So 9 overs left today, 149 for 3. After Middlesex were all out 401 at the end of today's first session, day 2 here at Lord's. Madsen has moved up to 25 from 68 balls. Deploy's been there for 9 deliveries, making just 1 so far.
Didn't see anything there from Mercer to Cares on the way past. He'd really like a good over at Deploy, wouldn't he? He'd be disappointed by that single Deploy got early in that over. had a pretty even spread of overs so far, haven't they? Murtagh with 15, Bamber 12. So as you say, with the Bamber, and get 3 or 4, 3 from the pavilion end still, bring him up with Mercer's 15 for the day. Merlin Jones into his 14th over now. Helmswell 13.
It's a little bit of movement back up the slope there for Roland Jones.
So workload-wise there's overs to play with, as you say, this evening for Tim Mercer. You won't feel that he'll particularly overdone it on Bamber or Helm. Roland Jones, what did he have? This is the second over of this spell, so another over or two more.
Clipped away nicely. There to be struck. Half volley on leg stump. Madsen takes Derbyshire beyond 150. 153 for 3. They've been batting for just on 4 hours, and Madsen, arriving after tea, has 29 of those.
It's a little grunt of effort on that last one from Roland Jones, wasn't there?
End of the over. 153 for 3. Oh no, there's not. Why am I've been duped by an enthusiastic fieldsman. It's Mark Stoneman in there at cover, charging in. I thought, well, that must be that. But no, 2 balls to come.
Helm warming up at mid-on.
Yep. Yeah, not surprised to see that. Yep. Enjoyed his work from our end, but I wonder how he'll go bowling downhill. Another couple. So Rowan Jones not quite as effective as he was from the pavilion end earlier today. How might they mix this up? 8 overs to go. Going to try a number of combinations. They might look at Bamber possibly from the nursery end. He hasn't bowled from the nursery end today. Doesn't often do so, but did occasionally last year when they wanted to mix things up. Maybe the captain himself. He's been known for taking wickets late in the day. Quick single to finish through.
So
Holden does the fielding. 156 for 3. There's 8 overs to come on the day. 59 gone with Madsen on 32, deploy on 1. Sorry, Kev, I cut you off, but what I'll do is I'll hand back to you to call the last 8 overs.
And so if it is De Cares to continue in a moment after the drinks of the batsman there, then Madsen's also managed to keep deploy off the strike very well. With that quickly taken single, I think they'll be disappointed with that Middlesex, because it looks as though it is De Cares going to carry on. They'll be disappointed. They let him scramble that single in the offside there. Should have been very much on his mind and theirs at the end of that over, but Madsen doing a favour for his mate, deploy it at the end of the day, just trying to keep him away from the off spinner. It's Derbyshire look to steer 3 down into day 3, which again, it kind of said yesterday evening at the close, didn't we, at Stumps, you couldn't have really asked for a better day for Middlesex. You couldn't have asked for a much better day today if Derbyshire were to get in 3 down. There's a single tickled out to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, certainly remembering the context of them having to bowl without Ryan Sidebottom. Kind of can't really overstate what a challenge that is, coming in with 3 frontline seamers and losing 1 inside the first hour. Sure, they set Middlesex in, but the degree of difficulty ratchets up at that stage. And 307 for 4 overnight. They needed to fight back, and fight back they did, to their credit. And they're in the game here. But they need to make sure they stay in the game, and that's in their control here. They need to be 3 down at the close and regroup. Return tomorrow and start thinking about eroding as much of that first innings deficit as they can.
Just a little leg side on those last 2, Swan allowing to deploy the single. He's taken out slip, moving Eskenazi into a straight mid-wicket. Not sure about that one, are you?
I want another catcher. Purely because he's getting the ball up and down. Like if it was going through flat to Madsen, then moot point. But if one does catch the shoulder of the bat, yeah, it's a moot point. Left-hander back on strike.
Just bring up that cover as well for deploy at this stage of the day. It's a comfortable one for him there, but maybe they're asking him, look, go on then, push for it a little. There he's going to get, probably would have got it through there anyway.
Yeah.
A single, but
we probably shouldn't question Tim Murtagh though, into the over. 60 gone, 160 for 3. As Simon Whiteside puts to us on Twitter, reminders of Tim Murtagh's captaincy record. It's pretty good, as he recalls, and
yeah,
he's right. There was a string of wins.
Is it 5, 4 on their bounce? They won the last game. Well, the first 3 of Division 3, didn't they? And then lost the final one to Kent.
First 3 of Division 3, having taken over. He captained when Pete Hanscom was out with COVID at Merchant Taylors. They won that game.
Leicestershire, was it?
That was against Leicestershire, and I think there's 3 on the bounce to start the divisional. So yeah, his first 4 were wins, so 4 and 1.
Another one for Roland Jones, who are thinking it may have been Helm to bowl the this over from the nursery end, take over, but Roland Jones it is. He's 15th now, so this will bring him level with Mercer on the workload today. Oh, inside edge. Ricochets to Jack Davis, who just moved across from third slip to square leg. 5-4 fields for Mercer to the left-hander. Over 8 -3, that was something Pete Hanscom sorted out pretty quickly last year. When he took over, the over 8 disappeared. The over 8 issues that Middlesex have suffered over the years disappeared pretty quickly.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to lose a point owing to over 8s, and that's the sanction. So they'll need to be mindful of that as they work towards the close of play. They're quite generous, the deductions, the way they're calculated. There's a process that the umpires go through with the match referee, and they're forever tweaking that number on the board. It isn't hard and fast. People think that it's simply an equation where it's minutes divided by overs equal. No, it's not that at all. I mean, that's the starting point, 16 overs per hour. But then each time there's a wicket, they provide an allowance of time. Each time there's a drinks break, or each time there's an injury break, and they're monitoring that in real time, and then they're making an adjustment on the board. Indeed, there's been an adjustment made just now. It's -2 instead of -3.
Oh, chipped up. Just short of Tim Murtagh at mid-on. Mark Stoneman with the hands on hips. Couldn't quite believe it. Lackmel had one like that earlier this morning, didn't he? Diving forward at mid-on. Couldn't quite get underneath it. That one hung in the air for a while, to the extent that Stoneman from mid-wicket nearly got across.
I think he got there.
Think he shelled it?
I mean, it's hard to tell, but we'll get a couple of looks at the replay.
Oof. Inside edge onto the inside thigh. Pleasant for deploy.
Yeah, difficult to tell from the angle that we've seen. If
the
we
trajectory
had one
suggests that he should have got there.
Well, yeah, that's right. So it felt like maybe his hands and the ball were, or rather the hands were pushing the ball into the turf rather than getting his fingers underneath. But it did look like he got some of the ball at least.
Didn't even get to go back to the shot really, because we were so focused on whether it carried or not. I'll scrub back and have a look. As is the way with the stream, you get the benefit of scrubbing back if you want another look at something. It runs here, and towards the vacant third it goes. Nearly a collision as they turn, but that will certainly prevent any thought of a third as the throw comes in, so they had to steer one way or another sharply, the pair of them. Yeah, just played it rather awkwardly, didn't he, to deploy that one up to Mercer at mid-on. The bat place rather closed in his hand on connection, and it looped up. Again, Roland Jones from the nursery end against the slope. He is a bowler who will just get that ball to lift that little bit more than most batsmen will expect. Just doesn't come onto the bat quite as they think from the length he's bowling. On the spot again, but deploy solidly behind this one. He has 5. Madsen, 34, will have the strike. Are we going to see that change at the pavilion end now? 162 for 3.
Yeah, just to finish that point around the way that the over rates are calculated, it's the beauty of the championship and the way that it's used is that provided the light prevails, they'll still get the overs in. That's the distinction to Test cricket, where once you've reached the cut-off time, that's it. You lose your overs, and that's where the frustration lies for Test cricket fans. It's that there's no provision to complete your overs. Now here, Middlesex, behind the over rate that they are, they'll still have to bowl them, and they'll lose their points. So I wonder whether there's something there in Test cricket to be found. Ethan Bamber is going to get the chance from that pavilion end, replacing De Keers, who bowled 5 overs. Crucial wicket of Shan Masood for 91. I think having that real-time penalty is important.
Oh, it's a good start, and he's gone. Right up there and right on the spot straight away. Bamber has his first wicket of the season, and a big wicket as well, as Madsen departs for 34. Plays around one, full and straight. Not too much of a decision to make on that one at all for umpire Illingworth. And Derbyshire, late on this second day, lose a very, very big 4th wicket. 162 for 4. Madsen LBW to Bamber for 34.
Yes, that was very, very outs watching the replay. The easiest decision of the match so far for umpire Illingworth. He's been reluctant to put his finger up, but had to there. Madsen caught just beneath the knee roll, falling across his front pad. And Bamber, as we saw on so many occasions last year, his haul of 52 wickets, so many of them were down the slope from the pavilion end. Well, he's got his account going for 2022 at a crucial time for Middlesex as well, to get a 4th wicket before the close of play. The experience of Madsen walking back up the steps here at Lord's. It might be cause to send out a night watchman possibly, but either way, they give themselves a big sniff here at opening up this game ahead of the weekend.
Yeah, it was almost exactly this point last night when Max Holden fell, and we wondered whether Middlesex would send out a night watchman. Lewis Rees it is, though, which also means 2 left-handers for Ethan Bamber. Down the hill from the pavilion ends. Bowled nicely this morning against Masood and Godleman, didn't he? I thought he did extremely well. He was unlucky not to pick up a wicket in that first spell against the 2 lefties at the top. .5 to go of the day. It was 6.5 to go, wasn't it, when Holden fell last night. Middlesex didn't go with the night watchman then either. Proved not to need one, but as Lewis Rees comes out, Deploy and Madsen, a very reliable pair, but equally Rees, first class average of 31, probably a little bit better than that, to be fair.
Yeah, he had to open the batting and the bowling at Lord's last year, depleted as they were. He got 24 and a duck on that occasion. Out to Mercer in both innings. 7 first-class tons, and yeah, last year light on for runs. Average just 13.6 across 9 matches, just 1 half-century. But can't bowl at the moment due to knee and shoulder surgery across the winter, so playing as a specialist bat. He's aiming to be back bowling again in time for the Blast later in the season. But a man in form, did make a ton against Oxford last week in the final warm-up game.
Sight screen problems again, Carlo. Who can we spot this time? I think. What are they looking at? It's the.
Could it be the
they chased
reflection?
think they just chased someone from the... No. I think it's the person sat to the bottom right of the sight screen where the steward's heading to now. Just there. I think they want... Yep, off you go, sir.
Off you go.
I tell you what, he was right on the boundary, on the limits. To be fair to him, he was right on the edge of the sight screen there, wasn't he? You were saying that was a bugbear of yours earlier today.
Yeah, he's enjoying a pint as well. Probably knows he's on camera. There he is, big smile. Happens to the best of us, as we described earlier today.
Just got a little full there, Bamber. He doesn't often go around the wicket to the lefties, does he, Ethan Bamber? This morning I don't seem to remember him going around the wicket at all to Masood or to Godalman. Doesn't like to just come down that slope and try and bring the outside edge into play. Very difficult to get an LBW right arm over to a left-hander from the pavilion end at Lords with that slope. It's got to be a pretty good ball to be coming back up the slope. Oh, there's a beaut. Played inside it. Lewis Rees nicely just tucked the bat inside that front pad. Comes down, has a little look at the surface, well bowled though. And that's where he'll just want to persevere on that spot. One more, here's the cry from the field. I tell you what, if they took a wicket with this ball, it wouldn't just be one more, they'd be thinking.
Yeah, that was the type of delivery that was so effective for Bamber last year. Shadow lengthening across the pitch. Tough time to bat. Straight
to the legs. Be a couple here. Long hole chase for Roland Jones at the end of his spell, and he won't catch that, in fact. 4 it is. 15 overs, none for 57 for Roland Jones, and a long hole chase at the end of the day as well. Reese off the mark, 4th ball.
So they'll probably get one more over where the shadows are a big factor from the Warner stand. This can't be easy.
Yeah, I've always pondered that here at Lords.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot, isn't it? You can see where the shadow from the Warner stand is cutting across the middle of the pitch, and from the other side, from the side of the ground that we're on, the light tower, you can see moving across the pitch there from that same stand, the Warner stand, over towards the Edrich stand. So yeah, in all probability, one more over where it's tricky, and then the shadow would have completely taken over.
Always wondered about just how big an effect. I'd love to ask him. I've always wondered that here, particularly at Lords, because of the Warner where it sits. Even the old Warner. Whether it is coming from the pavilion end where it goes from shadow to light on the release,
yes,
or even from the nursery end now as it'll go from light to dark.
Well, they've got lucky here because there's an extra cloud that's worked its way in between overs. Back again, but for a moment there I thought they were going to miss out on this tricky over because of the cloud cover, but the sun's back out, and yes, it'll be helm from the sun into the shade.
It'll feel like sun's a shade for Derbyshire if they lose another one before stumps, I don't.
Yeah, a day of light and shade, really, isn't it, for them? To think that they would have gone to lunch really proud of their efforts, how well they stick to their task, and
tea.
And tea. I mean, they would have been chuffed at tea, especially in much the same way that Middlesex would have been at lunch yesterday, making sure the first session with bat in hand went well after a disastrous campaign for them. Middlesex and Derbyshire were the 2 worst batting teams in the country by a stretch last year.
Shadow covers the ground again as this one's nudged away down to long leg. This is what we kind of pondered, wasn't it? It was both sides' strongest suit in the match was going to be this innings, really, wasn't it? Derbyshire with the bat and Middlesex with the ball, and Derbyshire coming out on top of the first exchange between lunch and tea. So it was going to be a test of Middlesex as to how this attack were able to come back in the evening session. I mean, not got the early breakthroughs they'd like. They've come back really well is the answer. And that perhaps is the difference between the Derbyshire first innings and the Middlesex first innings at this stage. Derbyshire held up, of course, by Cy Bottom's injury. Pulled up just shy of the second ball of his second over. Limped out of the match with that hamstring problem. There's the brains trust once more of Derbyshire with a bit to ponder. Ian Bell's disappeared for the time being. Mickey Arthur in the middle.
Well, Mickey Arthur did say he was after a challenge when coming to Derbyshire, and they've got one now in the short term. Cannot go to bed 5 down.
I think this has been a challenge for the Middlesex bowlers this evening, and one that they've matched, one that they've stood up to. And this is what we all ask for in terms of pitches, that it isn't too easy for bowlers, and this has not been easy for Middlesex to pick up these 4 wickets, even in the first week of April. So huge credit to the ground staff once again on this surface. Even one down at tea, we said there's enough in this for the bowlers. Derbyshire batted very, very well. To making that breakthrough, picking up Godalming. But hats off to Middlesex, they bowled incredibly well this evening. Oh, now the question is, was that her first edge and out? No is the answer. Helm went up with the appeal. He thought the answer was yes, and he went on to celebrate.
Well, they're going to consult. So we're going to go through the process.
Reese is completely bemused.
Umpire Kettleborough at square leg will be, as a central umpire coming over to umpire Illingworth at square leg. Yeah, they're satisfied. They're the gut feel there.
The gut feel to the naked eye was not out. But then how many times, if we did have the ability to go upstairs with that one?
Yeah, it's one of those that anyone who's too effusive about that, you can probably ignore them. Anyone who's saying it's definitely out or definitely not out, you can just sort of say, well, in practice, the only way you can definitively know is with a camera angle that is what they have on test match coverage, but not with what we have here, and so it goes. Thus, the benefit of the doubt goes with the batter, and rightly so.
He has a brilliant Yorker, doesn't he, Tom Helm? And that was what he attempted a couple of times in the over there. It's actually a little bit of width that almost brought that outside edge, but we fancy into the ground. Deploy certainly was, you could see a huge smile on his face, bemused smile, to say, come on, that was straight into the ground.
Peter D in the comments says it's really only Masood who's looked super comfortable out there, and I think that's fair. There were moments with Godalming early. I thought he left really well, and he showed great discipline against Bamber and Murtagh in that initial burst with the new ball. It was hard going. Seeing another interruption behind the bowler's arm. I'm quite enjoying this, actually. Usually it frustrates me, but
it is the stewards this time, I think.
So now they're okay. Okay, so it is.
Bamber around the wicket. Nice start, nice shape on that one. Mentioned Stephen Finn earlier today, the wickets he's got for Sussex. Loves it around the wicket to a left-hander.
Well, if it was Stephen Finn bowling over the wicket here, from the pavilion end, the away dressing room would be, I think, in the danger zone, based on modern standards. And obviously, traditionally, the sight screen is smaller than that. But now, as I mentioned yesterday, at Test level or international cricket level, you would see the entirety of that part of the balcony, the players' balcony, wiped out to a white tarp. Did you catch the calamitous sight screen moment last week at Durban? They had to start a Test match half an hour late because one of the advertising tiles didn't turn over. Not the whole side of it, just one tile. Took them half an hour to cover it up, which meant the Test match started half an hour late. And people simply could not believe what was going on because, obviously they're relying on technology there, and once they realised the technology had failed them, where were they going to get a tarpaulin from to make a separate sight screen? They hadn't factored that in.
There are a few sports that shoot itself in the foot more often than cricket.
Why we love it.
we were a little bit concerned. There's a quick single taken there by Deployer. A little bit concerned about one of the floodlights here over the Tavern and Allen stand. I'm sure we've had that before here at Lord's, watching on and seen that a floodlight hasn't been able to go up. Nothing wrong with that one in the end. It went up just like the rest. But it did all cause us to double look for a moment when the other three were all extended. Nine minutes it takes to get one of those up. Which was worded slightly different in the initial MCC press release, I can tell you as well.
Nine minutes, you say?
Just pitched outside. Good shout, but dropping outside the line of leg.
Little chat there from Ethan Bamber as well. I'm sure it was all in good spirit.
It's hard to imagine Bamber come out with something rough.
Yeah, what's that? He's got one tweet up on his Twitter feed, or is it the biography to his Twitter feed? Just simply says sorry, which is an in joke, of course, because he's such an apologetic young man. A student of theology, the son of thespians, and all the rest.
Nicely played. Takea's giving chase, but can give up. Cracked away off the back foot by Reese. Moves to 8. 172 for 4. Helm just giving a little bit of width.
Not quite as potent in this last stretch. I can see him going around the wicket here soon. Before tee, he went around the wicket, and that's when he first started generating that prodigious movement down the slope, which is why they got him back on as soon as Guests walked out at number 3. They're like, well, you can generate that same movement down the slope to the right-hander as you have the left. You're going to be in the game, and so it was. After tee, found the outside edge and taken it second slip. So so it is. He is going around the wicket. Tim Murtagh, and I'm channeling Tim Murtagh here. We're up in the commentary box. Assuming it is that Murtagh's deciding which side of the wicket that Helm comes from.
It's probably just fished at that one quite a long way outside the off stump, didn't he? Which goes into what you were saying, that just wary of that ball coming back from a right arm around the wicket with the slope to that off stump. There it is, the media centre. Ground staff ready down below.
Hello.
Not sure wave through that waving. Reflection or not?
Maybe not.
Behind that one again, he's got a nice length going here. Helm. There's Carl McDermott. And the beanie sat down on the right.
Did I see him tweeting out yesterday that he's into year number 33 of curation?
Doesn't look old enough, does he?
I say curation. That's a word. That's a very Australian word, isn't it? To be a pitch curator. I think Izzy Westbury.
It's a nice word.
Izzy Westbury said in the past that she loves that Australians think of preparing a pitch as our form of art. Whereas here it's simply the groundsman or the ground staff. Wait, no, you curate a pitch. We must be the only country in the world where we get, before a test match, say, let us have a press conference with the curator 2 days out. In fact, we insist upon it. Don't see that anywhere else in world cricket where we're like, no, we all think we're these amateur horticulturalists, where we seem to think what we know is going to happen at Adelaide because of the day-night test match and how many millimetres of grass that have been left on the pitch. It's all complete bunkum, of course. Can't believe people believe what we write. We're just guessing like the rest of them.
bat played, ankle bat, playing it late. Just watch for that ball coming back towards the off stump. 172 for 4. The point that was made on this one though yesterday was just how much grass they've taken off it at the start of the season. They've not left anything on it at all. To give every chance really at this stage of the season to be a good deck, and that's exactly what it's turned out to be.
I just think that if you've got a pitch which is allowing a batter to get in and not feeling as though every ball's going to move laterally off the seam, it's making the bowlers earn their movement. That's fine. And I don't mean to say that last year it was a shambles or anything like that. I'm not sort of overplaying that point. The conditions didn't help. The lights were constantly on. It was a wet spring. All these points contributed to how tough it was to bat here early on, especially.
Nice line again from Bamba.
But if your starting point, if you're working towards trying to have surfaces that are as close to Test cricket as you can, I covered the Roses game last year at Old Trafford, and that was a Test pitch from minute 1. And so it played out for 4 days, and it felt like we were at a Test match. Yorkshire, Lancashire, a thrilling finish. And if you can, you probably can replicate that to an extent here at Lords, where you can't. I know they're not using the Test pitches, but the square that he has to work with, that's a positive thing about playing at Lords.
This is the end of the square as well, the higher end of the square.
Yeah.
Where it is supposed to be that little bit drier. The lower end of the square being that little bit damper here at Lords. It's been the theory over the years, of course, because of the slope.
I didn't know that. So they think there's okay. So the water just naturally making.
So whatever moisture there is, their side of the ground is going to be more moist because it's lower down.
That's where the Hampshire game was last year, where it just did so much.
Yeah, and there was a lot of criticism of that pitch, wasn't there?
Yeah, again, I'm always reluctant to kind of get stuck in the ground stuff. I know I'm mindful of how tough it is, but it just, this feels like if you can take a pitch and bring it around the country for county cricket, this feels closer to what you want, where you have to earn your movement.
Again, I think for this stage of the season, you couldn't have asked for a better pitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shot. Lovely shot. Fingertips on it from Bamba, but not going to stop that one from Rees. Doubles his tally with another boundary. Nicely put away. That'll feel good before stumps today for him. Yeah, and you know, it's there's a lot made of it, and there's a lot of criticism of the tracks. Ground staff are trying their absolute hardest. They've got so much cricket to facilitate now. Good response from Bamba. Reese equal to it though. There's so much cricket that you have to produce. Of course, here at Lords, England's men, England's women, Middlesex men, Middlesex women. All right, Middlesex women don't get anywhere near as much cricket as they'd like here at HQ and as they should get. 100 men, 100 women. MCC men, MCC women, and then all the rest, minor counties, schools. It's an awful lot of cricket to get through here at Lords. End of the over. One to go for the day here on day 2 between Middlesex and Derbyshire in the Championship, and Middlesex coming back at them tonight. Derbyshire having the first 2 sessions. 176 for 4. Yeah,
and I think they're getting a better balance of the cricket being played here beyond professional cricket. Really encouraging that they're bringing a women's one-day international back to Lords for the first time since the 2017 World Cup final. That's in September against India. It was slightly preposterous last year when Sophie Eccleston's brother, who plays club cricket at a decent standard, it's no reflection on him, but Sophie Eccleston's brother was getting an opportunity to play a game at Lords before she was, and of course Sophie's the #1 bowler in the world at the moment, absolute superstar, and her brother was playing in the Village Cup final. That's no reflection on the Village Cup and whether it should or shouldn't be at Lords. It's more that the England women should be getting a chance to play here each year, and so they are in 2022, and it's a good development. Spin to finish, old school, I like it.
To care as it is, yeah, I wondered if they'd go for this. Not bad. Not bad first ball.
That's why you don't mind seeing off spinners come from the nursery end here, is it? It's that if it doesn't turn, it hits the shiny side. We saw that with Thompson last night, didn't we? From around the wicket. When that nearly went back beyond the inside edge and would have been deploying all sorts.
Yeah, with the two left-handers out there, it had to be worth a go from the nursery end tonight.
Take.
Yep, sharp work from Simpson. Yeah, I did wonder whether they'd be able to find one, maybe two, for De Cares, but one it is from the nursery end. Just after all, I mean, this is where Thompson picked up all his wickets yesterday, so, and today. Ball again, hasn't quite got that wind, so you can hear it a little bit. It's probably bellowed on the FX mic slightly there, but hasn't quite got that wind to bowl into.
I don't think
yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything lost here in bringing up mid wicket to short leg and covered a silly point.
Yep.
We're at that stage, aren't we? Surely 2 balls to come.
It's a nice one from De Cares, just a little bit wide though. Yeah, I mentioned him yesterday at the start of play, didn't we? Shane Warne. I remember we did a match here against Hampshire. There were 2 matches that season, Nottinghamshire here and Hampshire here, and you could have just commentated on the captains alone. And the field placing. Last ball of the day, Josh De Cares to Lewis Rees. Nice one to finish, well defended by Rees. He finishes on 8, to Ploy on 12, 177 for 4. The hover cover booms into life down below us, as you can hear. Well, I think it's a day where Derbyshire having won 2 sessions, the first and the second. Middlesex win the third, which keeps them with their noses in front in this match and in a strong position after those first innings runs. They'll hope for a clatter early in the morning. A lot to do for Deploy and Rees, but they've done their part tonight. 22 balls faced this evening for Rees, 32 for Deploy to get through to stumps. 5 down would have been a really, really difficult position overnight for Derbyshire. As it is, they've got a couple of top order batsmen, Dial to come. And runs to be gained in the morning, but Middlesex came back very strong this evening though.
Yeah, trailing by 224 runs, so yeah, the first hurdle for Derbyshire to clear tomorrow is the follow-on mark and break it up into small chunks thereafter. Meant to get a good start as they had this morning. It's worth noting how well Derbyshire stuck to the task again with the ball, knocking Middlesex over for 401. A good effort resuming today at 307 for 4. It was their seamers, Connor and Dahl, who got them going, and then Thompson picking up 4 wickets that were well earned. It was Derbyshire's turn with the bat. A partnership of 65 to start between Godalman and Shan Masood. The latter, Shan, was brilliant until he was out. Locked on for a ton the first time of asking for Derbyshire, but was out to Josh De Cares for 91 stumps. He was nearly given out the ball before leg before wicket, an eventful over there when De Cares was brought into the attack from the pavilion end. Between times, Tom Helm, who bowled really nicely either side of tee, down the outside edge of Guest, gone for 2, and the 4th and final wicket was that of Madsen, leg before wicket to Bamber, his first ball back into the attack. His final spell of the day for 34, it was 162 for 4, it's now 177 for 4. So Kev, as we take our own leave before tomorrow, we do so with an exciting weekend ahead of us, a match which is well placed.
Yeah, I think it really is. Derbyshire, I don't know if they could get another 150 or so, just be in the game, be close to Middlesex, just keep somewhere tight, keep in this game is the key now for this innings, isn't it? And you know, this partnership's going to be key. One of Deploy or Rees have got to go on and get a big 50 to make sure that they don't rattle through. Middlesex lost their last 6 for 69, didn't we say this morning? And that was a disappointment to them. And right now, had they have taken that on, it's so crucial that Derbyshire did come back at them right now. When you look at this match position, Derbyshire have a chance, don't they, of just scrambling close to. Of course, they can go on and beyond. But Middlesex bowled really well this evening, and that was what's hurt Derbyshire. We must remind ourselves in this match, had they have had another bowler with Sidebottom going down injured, then they'd have restricted Middlesex perhaps more so than 400. Middlesex have a strong quartet, and De Caires has proved a very useful hand as well.
He's good cricketer, and we have a good weekend, hopefully, ahead of us here at the home of cricket at Lords. Thanks for your company throughout today. It's going to be Derbyshire resuming tomorrow at 177 for 4. Good night from Adam Collins and Kevin Ham. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Between times, he'll be pitch-side picking up someone to have a chat on the boundary edge, and you can pick that up all on the Middlesex social
Mr. 900?
feeds. Yeah, it may very well be Mr. 900. Tim Murder's 900th first-class wicket today. Good night from Lords. Chat again in the morning.